Amen. We will now have the singing of O Canada, led by our wonderful pages. Order. Alors. Let the doors be open. Qu'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members. Déclaration de députés. L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, Quebec has its war heroes, and the other 150th is the time to celebrate them. Among them, Léo Major, the only soldier in the country who received the Distinguished Conduct Medal, the DCM, in 2 separate wars. He landed in Normandy. On his own, he captured some 100 Nazi soldiers in the Battle of Escaut. He refused to return home despite having lost an eye and broken his back because there was a war to finish. In one night, he single-handedly liberated the city of Zuel, where there were some 1,000 enemy soldiers positioned. During the Korean War, with 18 of his men, he took a hill where the Americans lost 10,000 soldiers. Léo Major and his men held their position for 3 days, pushing back 7 attacks of 2 Chinese divisions with 14,000 soldiers. Quebec has its war heroes who have fought and continue to fight for freedom. They include Léo Major. There are soldiers who, through their actions, become legendary. Léo Major, I remember you. We will remember you.
Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate the life of a courageous resident of Mission, Cache Creek. Clayton Cassidy served his community with integrity over the last 30 years as a member of fire department, serving as fire captain and most recently fire chief. While investigating water levels following the current floods in Cache Creek, Chief Cassidy tragically lost his life. In the words of his brother Patrick, Clayton was a compassionate community leader. He was a man uncomfortable with praise who devoted his life to helping others. Clayton Cassidy is survived by his wife Rose, 3 sons, 7 grandchildren, and 7 siblings. On behalf of constituents of Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, I offer my sincere condolences to the Cassidy family. Chief Cassidy, your service will forever be honored and your courage will never be forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, summer is coming and Canadians across Canada are looking forward to another fishing season with its promise of adventure and tall tales of that monster fish that got away. The Liberal government seems to love fishing just as much as the next guy, since all their lessons on governing come from fishing. Lesson number 1, there's no such thing as too much equipment. Lesson number 2, when in doubt, exaggerate. Lesson number 3, even the best lines get weak after they've been used a few times. Lesson number 4, sometimes you really have to squirm to get off the hook. Now, I know the Liberals have a fishing story they don't like to brag about, but let's be honest, we're not talking about a small fry here. The Liberals said their deficit was only going to be this big. We really know it's this big. Mr. Speaker, that monster $28 billion deficit continues to dive deeper and run the line. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals need to stop baiting us with wild fishing stories and reel in this deficit.
Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last fall, 14 bright young people representing every corner of our riding formed the Cumberland Colchester Youth Council. They kicked off a study on youth retention and out-migration in rural Nova Scotia. They approached it like a parliamentary committee and heard from many witnesses and held lively discussions. Their final report calls on governments to invest in the kinds of infrastructure that rural Nova Scotia needs for their economies and their communities to thrive. Things like broadband internet, cell phone service, small schools, support for entrepreneurs, recreational infrastructure, and tourism. Their report is now in the hands of every municipal councillor, MLA, and MP in the area. These young people showed a great thirst for knowledge about civics and politics, and I want to thank them for their report. I also want to thank my executive assistant, Joel Henderson, for organizing and monitoring the entire process, and I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to talk about it.
L'Honorable Député de Trois.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, for ages, our daily conversations have revolved around the weather. This year, with the spring and floods that we had in La Mauricie, the weather almost dominated discussions. And I say almost because what we should have talked about more was the incredible show of solidarity that resulted in people who didn't even know each other helping others without expecting anything in return. That is the image of human kindness that I want to promote by offering my thanks. Thank you to people who are helping their neighbors still today. Thank you to the police officers, the soldiers, and the firefighters whose involvement I salute. To the artists who organized benefit concerts for the benefit of victims. Thank you to politicians who set aside their differences to respond to emergencies and diminish distress. Thank you to everyone whose generous actions make me so proud of being your representative.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, today I'm thrilled to present Guelph High School student Michaela McBride's winning submission in Guelph's Canada 150 Poetry Contest, titled 150 Years of Greatness. A queen's signature leads to the birth of a nation called Canada, free to make our own choices in the hopes they lead to greatness. Choices that created many ways to make life better, many mistakes to learn from, many decisions to change the world, many opportunities for greatness, a strength on our own, partnering up with others to help the world in war, in politics, in humanity, peacekeepers for greatness, a country of 36.5 million people, citizens contributing thoughts, discoveries, advancements, technology, art, music, history, exports, and services. Canadians strive for greatness. Canada is strong and unified. We stand together to celebrate our history, a celebration of 150 years of greatness. Congratulations, Michaela.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, today we remember a terrible event that took place 33 years ago and marked a horrific escalation in tensions between Sikhs and the Indian government. Apparently seeking to target militants, the Indian Army launched Operation Blue Star in June of 1984, attacking the Harmandir Sahib complex or Golden Temple in Amritsar. This event precipitated the assassination of Indira Gandhi and subsequent coordinated massacres against the Sikh community. The Golden Temple is the most sacred site to the Sikh faith. Innocent lives were lost and the temple itself was damaged. We cannot change the past, but it is important that we learn its lessons and promote justice and reconciliation as we go forward. Any attacks on holy sites obviously have a profound negative impact on community relations and have a searing effect on the psyche of the faithful. They, of course, leave thousands of innocents vulnerable. This particular attack clearly did all of those things. People should be able to go and pray without fear of violence. Throughout the world, Canada must make human rights, religious freedom, justice and reconciliation central foreign policy priorities.
Honorable député de Hull-Aylmer.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Well, last month, a resident from my riding, Ms. Oul, wrote a letter to my local newspaper, and she deplored the behaviour of parliamentarians during a question period that she had attended. Mr. Speaker, she's not alone. Each and every one of us who sit in this House are profoundly happy to be here representing our constituents. I can't think of a greater privilege than to serve the residents of Hull-Aylmer as their elected official. I adore this role.
If I said that I entirely enjoy question period, especially of late, the catcalling, heckling, yelling, and mindless applauding leaves me cold. In private conversations with members on all sides of the House, I know my feelings are shared by many. Je lance donc un défi.
So, I put a challenge out to all of my colleagues. During question period between now and the end of this session, let's abstain from applauding our colleagues and stop heckling those sitting opposite us.
And all Canadians that we can.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, in honor of June 10 Portugal Day, I'd like to pay tribute to 9 Portuguese leaders who've been recognized in the community over the last couple of months. They're not only Portuguese leaders, but they're Canadian leaders. They've made their community proud as they have made significant contributions that have made Canada a better country. They are Jack Oliveira of Laiuna, Local 183, business manager and community leader. Frank Alvarez, award-winning broadcaster of Portuguese news and culture. FPCBP Gala winners, Nelly Pedro for business excellence, José Maria Eustáquio for community leadership, Dr. Carlos Teixeira for academic work, and Constable Peter de Quintal as next generation leader. And finally, the 2017 Portuguese Walk of Fame recipients, Charles Souza, Ontario Minister of Finance, Pedro Gil Vieira, award-winning physicist, and popular Portuguese musician Antonio Amaro. It is said that true leaders do not create followers, they create more leaders. And I think all these leaders have achieved this through their respective work. Parabéns a todos e obrigada pela vossa liderança e inspiração. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 10th anniversary of the magnificent BAPS Sri Swaminarayan Mandir in Toronto. It is Canada's first traditional hand-carved Hindu piece of worship. On 22nd of July 2007, the Sri Swaminarayan Mandir was inaugurated and dedicated to the people of Canada by His Holiness the late Pramukh Swami Maharaj, the creator and inspirational force behind the temple. This summer, the 10th anniversary will be celebrated in the presence of His Holiness Mahant Swami Maharaj, the current spiritual leader of BAPS Swaminarayan organization. On your behalf, I welcome His Holiness to Canada. BAPS Sri Swaminarayan organization is a worldwide organization dedicated to promoting spiritual, social and cultural needs of millions of Hindus around the world. I invite all members of Parliament to join me on July 22nd in Toronto to celebrate the 10th anniversary of this mandir. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, I offer sincere congratulations to 2 Bay of Quinte teachers, Cheryl Parker and Susan Sewell Charles, who are 2 of the 37 recipients of the 2016-17 Prime Minister's Award for Teaching Excellence and Excellence in Early Childhood Education. The Bay of Quinte has tremendously engaged educators operating from public and private institutions at all grade levels. Our educators consistently point their students ahead by creating dynamic climates of learning that allow them to test their own ideas, understandings, the world around them, and determine the best course of action for their own future. Cheryl and Susan, as a team, worked very hard to encourage the talent, ideas, and engagement of our local students at Queen Victoria Public School in Belleville. Together, they have provided a dynamic and inclusive environment for students to acquire the innovative knowledge and skills required for their long-term success in life. These two remarkable teachers, like so many others, are helping us all take another step towards a brighter future by investing so much in our children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Markham Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, recently I participated in roundtables with the Markham Board of Trade and industry leaders from high-tech, digital, automotive, clean tech, and higher education. Nous avons discuté
We discussed ways of ensuring Markham to be a leader at the national level.
Autonomous and Connected Car Center, about IBM's Innovation Space and Markham Convergence Center that are helping businesses take their technology to global markets, as well as Canadian companies like Icon Digital's state-of-the-art production facility and Pond Technologies' commercialization of their research to fight climate change. These multinational Canadian headquarters and SMEs located right in Markham are proud employers to tens of thousands of jobs and are leading the way in innovation. I am proud Budget 2017 is investing in an innovative future economy that will create middle-class jobs for today and tomorrow. I look forward to continuing the work with all businesses in Markham.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, 73 years ago this week, an Allied force of over 150,000 soldiers, 4,000 ships, and 11,000 airplanes began the D-Day attack to defeat Nazism and liberate the people of Western Europe. The Canadians went north to the Netherlands, a distance of some 300 miles. It took them 4 months to get there, advancing only 3 miles a day. Every mile of ground was soaked in Canadian blood. 11 mois après le jour.
11 days later, in 1945, Canadian soldiers finally completed the liberation, including my mother's family.
100 Canadians died in the canals, fields, and villages of the Netherlands so that my mother and her family could live. And the Dutch have never forgotten. I'm here today because of the sacrifices of those Canadians so long ago. We will never forget. Je me souviens.
The honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, no matter where you're from or what you believe in, Canadians are all united by our love for the sport of hockey. So we've all enjoyed the sport, whether it's street hockey, ball hockey, ice hockey, field hockey, or table hockey. And that's why Hockey Night in Canada, Punjabi edition, has been a great success. See, Punjabi is Canada's third most spoken language after English and French, and the show has garnered thousands of fans. Perhaps the most memorable moment was when host Harnarayan Singh had the call of the year, Benino, 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 which went viral. However, it's unfortunate that during this year's Stanley Cup playoffs, the show has been the target of racist and insensitive comments online. And this is not who we are as Canadians. I am proud to proclaim that we stand in solidarity with the show, for it is the epitome of our diversity and is an example of what makes our country so great. So I ask my honourable colleagues to help watch and spread the word of Hockey Night.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Because almost half of Canadian companies have no women on their boards, 0, Canadian women expected our self-proclaimed feminist Prime Minister to turn words into action. But Liberals are using the failed, discredited, comply and explain model of the Conservative Party in Bill C-25. Now, the government should adopt legislation, my Bill C-220, to get gender balance. Quebec legislated quotas and in 5 years reached parity on Crown boards. Same success with legislation in France, Norway, Finland, Iceland, and Sweden. Without quotas, Canadian women will wait 72 years for equity. As Carolyn Codesy from Gouvernance au Féminin said, when we legislate, we find women. When we do not legislate, we find excuses. No more excuses. It's time for this government to act on women's equality.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Last year, 2 little girls started up a lemonade stand to raise money for summer camp. But they were shut down by the government because they did not have a permit. This year, this government has produced a permit application form for these young entrepreneurs with 10 conditions and 8 additional conditions that requires they also report all of their revenue to the federal government, supposedly so that Revenue Canada can keep a careful eye on whether they're paying their taxes. Mr. Speaker, of course, the government needed to prevent chaos from breaking out. We don't need kids on the street playing road hockey or roasting marshmallows over open flame with all those greenhouse gases being emitted. So finally some order is being restored. But along with it is a $37 billion problem, which is red tape, which prevents immigrants from working in their professions, prevents builders from constructing affordable housing, that prevents businesses from working for their customers instead of the bureaucrats. Will the government finally stand out of the way of these young...
Honourable member for Ajax.
Yesterday in Afghanistan, another craven act of cowardice struck. Walking to prayers during the holy month of Ramadan, peaceful worshippers were targeted in Herat. As they went to pray, they were assaulted. 7 lives were stolen and many others were left injured. They came to reflect on the core message of Ramadan: peace, compassion, and empathy, and they were assailed by its opposite. The smoke and destruction that desecrated the great Jama Masjid is a testament to the depravity of this action. It is evidence of a spineless evil that targets the innocent and most vulnerable with heartless indifference. To the victims and to their families, to the people of Afghanistan and to Afghans across Canada, know that this House and that all of Canada stands with you. Know that we will not rest until such cowards are brought to justice, until such evil is extinguished.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, by trying to appoint a Liberal donor and activist, Madeleine Meilleur, the Prime Minister made a mockery of a process he claimed would be open and transparent. But luckily, Madame Meilleur has better judgment than he does and has withdrawn herself from a process that has become tainted. As a provincial minister, Madame Meilleur introduced a law that required multi-party support for positions like this. Will the Prime Minister learn a lesson here and ensure that the next officer of Parliament, the Ethics Commissioner, will not be another partisan Liberal and will enjoy the all-party support in this House?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians need a strong independent appointment process, and that's why we reformed to an open way the appointments process in this country. After 10 years of partisanship, excessive partisanship by the former Conservative government, we know that picking the best people for the jobs, regardless of their backgrounds, and people that reflect the full diversity of this country is what Canadians expect, and that's exactly what we're delivering.
The Honourable Leader of the
Mr.
Opposition.
Speaker, after misleading Canadians for weeks, the Liberals finally admitted yesterday that their infrastructure bank will put taxpayers on the hook for failed projects, while the investors get all the profits. The Finance Minister claimed that there will be minimal risk to taxpayers. How reassuring. The Prime Minister also claimed that his deficits would be minimal too, but we all know how that turned out. So just how much taxpayer money is the Prime Minister willing to put on the line so that his billionaire friends get to keep all the profits?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians were very clear over the past years. They need investments in their communities, in public transit, in green infrastructure, in better housing, the kinds of things that make our communities stronger and give growth and opportunities to people both right now and into the future. That's why we put together $180 billion of investments in infrastructure, including a brand new world-class infrastructure bank that will leverage private capital to deliver an even more of the infrastructure that our communities and that Canadians need. We have an ambitious plan to build this country, and we know Canadians are with us.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The leverage comes from using taxpayers' money to guarantee profits for investors, and that's not right. The
Prime Minister has to stop. Everyone understands that the Infrastructure Bank is going to help Liberal cronies rack up profits without worrying about any possible losses. Can he tell Canadians once and for all how much of their money he's willing to waste to line the pockets of his millionaire friends, the Right Honourable Prime Minister? Mr. Speaker, for years, Canadians have been saying that their communities need infrastructure investment. The need is striking, and that's why we set up an investment plan, $180 billion over the years to come, to create good jobs now and opportunities for Canadians for economic growth for the middle class in the future. The Infrastructure Bank is part of our ways of innovating to bring in more capital to create the infrastructure, the bridges, the public transit that Canadians need. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, Canadian parents have every right to know whether a sex offender known to the authorities is living near them. The previous Conservative government set up a plan to make that information available, but it appears the Liberals might not let parents have access to the information. That would be a very bad decision. Will the Prime Minister reassure Canadian parents that they will get access to the database? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Our priority as a government has always been to ensure the safety of families, communities, and individuals all across Canada. We will do everything we can. We will do everything that needs doing to protect our communities. When a sex offender who might be a risk is about to be released, the local police is advised, and they can advise the local population. We put our confidence in the system, and we will make sure that Canadians remain safe at home and in their communities.
Government officials have advised the Prime Minister to cancel the creation of a publicly available high-risk child sex offender database. If the Liberals have a problem with the public being informed about dangerous criminals living in their neighbourhood, then Canadian parents have a right to know. If the Prime Minister is as outraged as he claims to be, he has an opportunity right here and now to reject the advice that he's received from these officials. Will he do it, yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Public safety and the safety of our children is always a priority for this government and will continue to be, because it's a priority for any government in this country. When a potential dangerous offender is about to be liberated, the local police is alerted, and they can then alert the public. Canada always has and already has a national sex offender registry, which helps ensure that offenders are properly registered and high-risk offenders are identified.
L'honorable député d'Outremont.
The honourable member for Outremont.
Satsuko Thurlow is in Parliament today. She's been a Canadian citizen for 60 years, but when she was a 13-year-old girl, on August 6, 1945, in Hiroshima, an atomic bomb wiped out most of her city and most of her family. She's made it her life work to fight against nuclear arms. Canada is a signatory to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, Article 6 of which mandates that we must fight to avoid nuclear proliferation in the world. Yet last August, to our great shame, the Liberals voted against nuclear disarmament, and last March we were absent from these talks in New York. It's not too late. The talks are starting again. Will we?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, all Canadians strongly support concrete efforts towards nuclear disarmament, and we are taking meaningful steps to achieve nuclear disarmament. That means doing the hard work of actually achieving results. In 2016, for the first time ever, Canada rallied 159 different states to support and pass a resolution calling for the Fissile Material Cutoff Treaty. With the support of nuclear and non-nuclear countries, Canada is chairing this high-level group to help phase out nuclear weapons. Canada continues to lead in the fight for nuclear disarmament.
No honourable member for Outremont.
That is so Orwellian, Mr. Speaker. Canada voted last August against nuclear disarmament. We refused to take part in March. Those talks are starting again at the United Nations in a couple of weeks. The question is, will we be there, or are we going to get talking points that contradict the bare reality that the Liberal government is doing nothing on nuclear disarmament?
Honourable Prime Minister.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, as of last year, we're chairing a high-level group that actually is moving forward with the Fissile Material Cutoff Treaty. What the member opposite is talking about is an initiative that actually doesn't include the nuclear states. So you can have all sorts of people talking about nuclear disarmament, but if they don't actually have nuclear arms, it's sort of useless to have them around and talking. It's well-meaning, as the NDP often are, but we're actually taking real, tangible, concrete steps that are going to make a difference in moving towards a nuclear-free world.
Member for Outremont.
All talk, no action. Le Premier Ministre.
The Prime Minister promised to legalize marijuana immediately. At the same time, he thwarted our attempts to avoid people getting a criminal record for simple possession. To us, that just seemed common sense. But the Liberals are touting recreational marijuana use while at the same time handing out criminal records. With already over 15,000 arrests since taking office, how many more criminal records is the Prime Minister going to hand out before marijuana is finally legalized? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we've always been against decriminalizing marijuana because that would do nothing to protect our young people from the effects of marijuana and nothing to take the profits away from criminals. That's why we are going to be establishing a system that controls and regulates the sale and production of marijuana to protect our young people and to ensure that criminals don't benefit from the industry. I understand that people are impatient, but until the law is changed, the law remains the law. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
The law is the law unless you're the son of a Prime Minister, of course. The Prime Minister admitted to smoking marijuana after he became a member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and now he's telling all other Canadians that they've got to put their pot down. Come on. 15,000 Canadians have been arrested for possession under this Prime Minister. Will he at least grant pardons for those criminal records, or is there one rule for him and his family and another rule for everybody else in Canada?
All right. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, until the law is changed, the law remains the law. We are controlling and legislating around marijuana to be able to make it more difficult for young people to access marijuana and to keep the profits out of the hands of criminals. This is an approach we're taking because the current approach is failing Canadians, is creating unfair approaches to Canadians, and is not protecting our young people.
Alors, l'honorable député de Beauport-Côte.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, I just got the good news. Ms. Meilleur has withdrawn her candidacy. She finally saw the light. Now, it's up to the government to revise the process so that it's truly open, apolitical, and transparent. Can the Prime Minister can he promise to consult the opposition parties so that we have an official languages commissioner who will be unanimous and will have no political affiliation? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our appointments are based on merit. Many people have done a lot of things in their past. They've been involved in various levels, municipally, provincially, federally. They've defended official languages, both of them. Everyone in this House recognizes that Madeleine Meilleur always did a great job of defending the interests of minority language communities. We will continue to look for someone who's highly qualified, and as we did this time, we will always consult the opposition parties. The Honourable Member for Beauport. It's all false, Mr. Speaker. First of all, they never consulted the opposition parties. Our party leaders received a letter 2 days ahead of time. I have a simple question for the Prime Minister. Will the next process be apolitical, without any partisan influence, and it will be someone other than someone who has simply donated to the Liberal Party, the Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, when we took office, we saw that the appointment process that the previous government had used was completely irresponsible and partisan. We set up a process for appointments that's merit-based. It reflects the diversity of Canada. We're proud that over 130 nominations and candidacies were made. Over 60% were women, 15% minority, visible minorities, 10% Indigenous. We know we have a lot of work still to do to create appointments that reflect Canada, but we're going to keep up the effort.
Did the Prime Minister really just imply that the appointment of Graham Fraser was a partisan appointment as Official Languages Commissioner? Right. But now that we've seen the withdrawal of the partisan and botched appointment of Madeleine Meilleur, we are left with an interim language commissioner and an ethics commissioner whose term is close to an end. And of course, we haven't forgotten that the ethics commissioner is currently investigating the Prime Minister. So given the Liberal Party track record on appointments, which McGuinty-Wynne Liberal can we expect Jerry Butts to appoint as ethics commissioner?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I find it humorous that the party opposite is actually criticizing on appointments because the fact of the matter is they completely botched the Supreme Court's appointment, which is so important. No Prime Minister had ever botched it as much as the previous Prime Minister had. We were pleased that we were able to do something that a lot of people said weren't possible, which is find an extraordinary Supreme Court justice from Newfoundland who was bilingual. These are the kinds of things that we look for, and we take seriously the responsibility of nominating the best possible people for the posts right across this country.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thought my question was on the Ethics Commissioner, not the Supreme Court. But with this Prime Minister, it's all socks, no action. What we are left with is an Ethics Commissioner whose term is close to an end. She is currently investigating the Prime Minister himself. Right. We have no faith that this government will nominate someone who's truly impartial and nonpartisan, who is associate officer of this Parliament. Will the Prime Minister take the advice of his own botched Official Languages Commissioner and ensure that any appointment has the support and the consent of all recognized parties in this House?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're proud of the independent nominations process that we've put in place. It is open and available for all Canadians to apply, whether it's through the extraordinary appointments we've made to the Senate or the outstanding appointment we made to the Supreme Court. We're going to continue to live up to the high expectations that Canadians have. Unfortunately, as we've seen, the members opposite like to play partisan games, but we will stay focused on merit-based appointments that look like Canada. That's what Canadians expect.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is painful to watch. Madam Mayor just withdrew her name, confirming exactly what we have been saying all along, that she is too partisan for this appointment. Now, the Prime Minister has a choice. He can learn, he can show just a little bit of humility and say maybe he made a mistake, and he can apologize, and he can confirm that the next appointment of the Ethics Commissioner, for example, will not be a partisan appointment. Could he do that just once, show a moment of humility?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government has been pleased to reach across the aisle to appoint special advisors, special counselors, and counsel on various things. We are pleased that we've been able to highlight the breadth of merit that is available for nominations to great positions across this government. We've refused to politicize the appointments the way the previous government used to do, and quite frankly, where the partisan yelling of the members opposite has taken us today. We recognize the extraordinary service that Madeleine Meilleur has always offered to minority language communities, and we look to find someone just as qualified as she was.
Opposition House Leader.
Well, in one of those appointments, namely Kim Campbell, he forgot was the Prime Minister.
Exactly.
So that was a big mistake. Mr. Speaker, on this appointment, the Prime Minister has embarrassed the Heritage Minister, he's embarrassed himself, and Madam Mayor has had to withdraw her name from this process. We are asking the Prime Minister for a very simple commitment, because frankly he can't be trusted on this. Will he commit to Canadians that appointments for officers of Parliament will not be political, especially the Ethics Commissioner who's investigating him at this moment?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of Stephen Harper's government, Canadians needed an approach that was less partisan, more based on merit, more
Order. 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 It must be Wednesday, I think. The Honourable Prime Minister has some more time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians know that they deserve an open nominations process based on merit that is willing to recognize the full diversity of our country. That's exactly what we're focused on. That's exactly what we're delivering for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Yesterday, the Minister of Immigration said the government was providing funding for groups like the Inland Refugee Society of BC. That's simply not true. NGOs like the Inland Refugee Society do not get a penny from the federal government. With a 300% increase in their caseload, they're running out of basic resources, and without urgent intervention, they will have to close their doors. Will the Prime Minister support the Inland Refugee Society of BC? Yes or no? We need to do more than just to tweet about it.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize with tremendous pride how open and generous Canadians have been over the past year. Our commitment to bring in over 40,000 Syrian refugees wouldn't have been able to be done without family groups, church groups, community groups, different organizations coming together and actually creating opportunities to welcome new Canadians into their homes. We salute the hard work that all community groups do, and we look forward to working with them as we continue to demonstrate to the world that immigration is a source of strength, not a source of weakness or fear.
Hello, member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, because of a labor dispute, workers in the shrimp industry in the Gaspé area have lost out on at least 6 weeks of work. Next spring, they may wind up with no earnings for weeks if the Minister of Family, Children and Social Development does nothing about it and just talks about consultation. The minister's been consulting for 18 months, but the black hole urgently needs fixing. When are the Liberals going to keep their promise and restore the 5 extra week program for seasonal workers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this government has demonstrated that we are always open to working with affected communities, with situations of hardship, to make sure that EI delivers security for families and regions, as we've shown last year with our assistance for Alberta and a province facing the after the price of oil plummeted. We're always willing to help communities that are going through hardship, to help them get through it. That's what we are as Canadians.
Mr. Speaker, I've asked the Prime Minister before about the appointments of the next Ethics Commissioner and Lobbying Commissioner, but the Prime Minister is running out of time to consult with the opposition parties. He is legally required to consult with the opposition, but we all know what he thinks about following the law. Since the Prime Minister will not recuse himself from selecting the next Lobbying and Ethics Commissioner, will he tell this House when he will consult with opposition parties on these appointments?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, I have recused myself from the appointment of the next Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commissioner.
A member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Yeah, he's recused himself by appointing his House Leader, who reports to him on who should be appointed as the Ethics Commissioner. It sounds a little bit mischievous to me, Mr. Speaker. We know the Prime Minister is currently being investigated by the Ethics Commissioner for breaking the law. He is failing to uphold any level of ethical standards and refuses to even acknowledge if he has met with the Ethics Commissioner. As the Commissioner's term is set to end this July, the Prime Minister has not even consulted the opposition about a viable replacement. Is the Prime Minister's plan to send the Ethics Commissioner packing without appointing a replacement so he can just walk off scot-free?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, all members in this House understand how important it is to have a strong ethics and conflict of interest commissioner. I myself have worked many times and answered many questions over the course of my career as an MP from the ethics commissioner, and I know that all of us in this House will always work with her because that's part of the trust that Canadians need to have in their members of Parliament and in their government.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the position of Ethics Commissioner will soon be vacant, and we don't know if the Prime Minister truly intends to set up a clear and transparent process, or if he's just going to consult the list of Liberal donors to fill the vacancy. Transferring responsibility for the appointment to the Government House Leader is hardly reassuring. Mr. Speaker, do opposition parties have to make goo-goo eyes at the Prime Minister for him to consider consulting them? Or could he have the decency to do so for the sake of transparency at risk of upsetting their generous Liberal donors? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The appointments we make reflect the diversity and incredible talents of candidates from all over the country. 60% of people are women, 15% visible minorities, 10% Indigenous peoples. Those are the candidates in the pool. We're showing what a merit-based selection process looks like. We've always followed the rules for the procedure, and we've always consulted the opposition parties. We believe that good appointments are essential to keeping Canadians' trust in our appointments and our parliamentary institutions.
Speaker, we see an epidemic of partisan Liberal appointments happening. Jennifer Stebbins, failed Liberal candidate, got a cushy Hamilton Port Authority job. Jonna Kubik was appointed as a judge after donating over 26 times to the Liberal Party. The new president of ACOA got his appointment for over $30,000 in Liberal donations. And now, after a nice $1,500 donation to the Liberal Party, the infrastructure minister appointed Jean-Hy Shim to the Waterfront Toronto Board of Directors. When will the Prime Minister stop these blatant partisan patronages and start serving all Canadians rather than just the Liberal insiders?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we believe on this side of the House that previous partisan affiliation is not a barrier to being appointed to important posts, whether they were former Liberals or even the fact that the President of the Treasury Board was a former Progressive Conservative. We recognize that Canadians have dedication to their country and service that we thoroughly recognize and respect. We will continue to make nominations based on merit, based on reflecting the full diversity of our extraordinary country.
Order. Alors,
the Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, a year and a half ago, the Liberals promised us a non-partisan appointment process for the CBC Board of Directors. In May of 2016, a whole year ago, the Minister of Heritage said that she was going to unveil her new process in the coming weeks. That's what she said. We learned yesterday that soon half of the seats on the board will be empty on the board of CBC. And what did the office say? Well, they said it's coming soon, but we have no date. A year, we're starting to doubt that it's coming. We need a competent board for CBC, not just Stephen Harper's buddies and not the buddies of the Liberals either. So let's take politics out of the CBC board. When's that going to come? In weeks, months, or should we just forget it? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Our government is very proud of having kept our promise to reinvest massively in the present and future of CBC Radio-Canada. We recognize that after having been politicized with partisan appointments for too long, we need to make the right choices for CBC Radio-Canada so that it can be managed in an independent way. It's essential that we have independent, free media in our democracy, and that is exactly what we are going to do. We're going to ensure we have the right people in the right places.
For Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, speaking of keeping promises, last week I questioned the Minister of the Environment on the stern warnings issued by UNESCO that Canada could lose World Heritage Site designation for wood buffalo unless all of the directives are met, including engaging impacted Indigenous peoples. She responded that she had initiated those consultations. How then does the government explain that the Mikisew Cree First Nation, who initiated the review, are still waiting? Whatever happened to the Prime Minister's commitment to a nation-to-nation relationship?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, no relationship is more important to this government than the one with First Nation, with Indigenous peoples across this country, and that's why we take so seriously the responsibility of consulting and working hand in hand on a broad range of issues. On the issue of UNESCO and Wood Buffalo Park, we take that very seriously. We look forward to working with local communities, with stakeholders, and with partners to ensure that we continue to preserve this extraordinary place for decades and generations to come.
Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was proud to vote with my colleagues from all parties to reaffirm our support for the Paris Agreement. I would particularly like to salute the vast majority of the Conservative opposition who acknowledged that climate change is a global problem that requires a global solution. Despite the withdrawal of the United States, Canada must continue to work to implement the Paris Accord because it's in the interest of all Canadians. Can the Prime Minister please update this House on Canada's commitment to the Paris Accord? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Pontiac for his question and for his work fighting for the environment. I was very happy yesterday to see the vast majority, almost all of the Conservative Party, accept that climate change is real, and I'm really looking forward to seeing to what extent they will have a concrete plan to deliver. They don't want a carbon price? Well, I'm looking forward to seeing their plan to meet the Paris targets because they don't like our plan.
Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're seeing reports that the government is considering stopping public access to the National Sex Offender Registry. Now, we're all familiar with the Liberal record with regards to vulnerable Canadians. They voted against the recent motion to support people living with autism. And they voted against Wynn's Law, whose only purpose was to protect innocent Canadians. That's why we want to know if the government is now prepared to keep secret from the public that dangerous and high-risk sex offenders are living in their neighbourhood. So my question to the Prime Minister is straightforward. Does he believe Canadians have the right to know, yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the security and safety of Canadians and their communities, of our families, of our homes is a priority for this government, as it is a priority for every single person who serves in this House. We recognize that it's important that we keep people informed. That's why local police are always informed when people are released, and they can then alert the local population. We recognize how important this is as an issue, and we will always do everything we can to keep our communities safe.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
I don't understand why this concept is so difficult, Mr. Speaker. The registry was created by the Conservative government, and it was there to give the public information they need to remain safe. Now, I can appreciate that the subject of victims, innocent Canadians, is not a priority for this government, but nonetheless, I am hoping that the Prime Minister will look at this and say, regardless of the Liberal record in this area, we must and should protect our children. So, will the Prime Minister do the right thing? Yes or no? Canadians deserve to know.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I know Canadians are always disappointed to see political parties play the worst kind of crass political games with an issue that is so serious for Canadians. The Conservatives tabled legislation but didn't put any money towards it. They actually didn't bother actually delivering on it, as is so much of that previous government. It was all smoke and mirrors. It was all talking a big game, not actually delivering. We are focused on concretely keeping our communities safe, giving police the tools necessary to keep our communities safe. That's what we're going to do, and we're not playing crass political games with that.
Order. I'm having trouble hearing the answers. Let's hear this question. The Honourable. We could have a shorter question period if that's what members want. Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, for the past 2 days, the Liberals have refused to clear the air about whether they plan to cancel a publicly accessible registry for high-risk sex offenders. canceling a tool for parents to keep their kids safe. So let me provide the Prime Minister with another opportunity to clear the air. Are the Liberals planning to cancel this registry for high-risk sex offenders? Yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives tabled legislation for this initiative, but didn't actually put any money forward on this. Canada already has a national sex offender registry, which helps ensure that offenders are properly registered and high-risk offenders are identified. No one in this House believes that we should do anything but keep our communities and our children totally safe, and that this Conservative Party continues to play the worst kind of political games with it is part of why people are so cynical about their approaches to politics.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Mr. Speaker, when I was Conservative Public Safety Minister, I resisted bureaucrats who were opposed to the creation of a public registry of high-risk sexual predators. Today, that registry is the law. And today, these same bureaucrats want to gut the registry. Our Conservative government stood up to them in the interests of all Canadians. My question is very simple, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister and his minister stand up and apply the law and stand up for victims and families instead of just going along to get along with their bureaucrats? The Honourable Prime Minister. Yes, this government will always be there to defend the interests and safety of Canadians. We will do everything that we can to keep Canadians safe. We will do everything that we can to ensure that our police forces have the tools they need. And to suggest that there's a party in this House that is not concerned about the safety of our children is really just irresponsible and crass politics. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, after the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the Liberals are now going after the powers of the Commissioner of Competition. In 2011, the Commissioner blocked an agreement between Air Canada and United Airlines because their agreement would have demolished competition and increased fees and costs for passengers. With C-49, a minister will be able to approve alone these same agreements, and as if by magic, Air Canada and United Airlines are going to table exactly the same plan. If the Commissioner disapproves of this merger again, will the Prime Minister ask the Minister to listen to the Commissioner, or will they once again bend before the interests of Air Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we were elected on a platform to protect the interests of Canadians and to create growth for the middle class and all those working hard to join it. We will always look at every situation from that point of view, and we will protect consumers' interests. That's what people expect of us. That's what we will always do.
The member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of Canadians have been receiving shakedown demands from internet trolling companies using the notice and notice regime to make unsubstantiated allegations of internet piracy. Canadians scared by the notice pay the demands without ever being found guilty. The minister has already acknowledged that these scare tactics have no force of law, but he needs to take real action. When will this government fix this by changing the regulations, stopping the shakedown? And if the Prime Minister does not know the answer or does not understand it, please defer to someone that does, because I want action for Canadians. They need it now.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, keeping Canadians safe both in reality and online is something that is a priority for this government. We look forward to working with partners to ensure that we're defending the rights and the financial security of vulnerable Canadians. We will continue to work hard on this file to make sure that Canadians are safe both online and in their communities.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, Liberal action, I really should say Liberal inaction, speaks louder than Liberal words. The Prime Minister has yet again punted key spending for our brave men and women in uniform down the road until after the next election. Essentially, they're giving the Canadian Armed Forces an IOU, and of course, nobody trusts these Liberals. When will the Prime Minister take real action on national defence and not punt spending down the road until after the next election, when the leader of the official opposition becomes our Prime Minister?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I'm incredibly proud of the extraordinary work that our Minister of Defence did on the Defence Policy Review, recognizing, first of all, that for 10 years under the previous government, the men and women of the Canadian Forces were used as political props but underinvested in. The previous government announced a lot of things, didn't put the kind of money forward in stable, long-term, predictable ways, and that's exactly what we've done. We've recognized that the men and women of the Canadian Forces deserve a government that truly supports them in deeds as well as in words, and that's what today's historic announcement was all about.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, earlier today the Minister of Defence claimed that he had our soldiers' best interests at heart, but that was just a masquerade. The majority of the funding that's been promised isn't coming until the next decade. The crumbs promised for the next few years are below the savage cuts of the last two budgets. And they're using creative accounting to make us believe that spending as a percentage of GDP is going up. Our men and women in uniform need more resources now. Why does this Prime Minister seem completely unable to understand that? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for 10 years, our men and women in uniform have been waiting for resources in place of the empty words of the previous government, and that is why we are ensuring that our men and women in uniform get exactly what they need, and we will deliver, whether that be with the money that's necessary for ships, the money for the air fleet of 88 new jets. We are making the necessary investments that the previous government simply did not want to make.
Member for Carleton.
Division 18 of the government's budget bill empowers the finance minister to approve loan guarantees to infrastructure mega projects through the new $35 billion infrastructure bank. I asked him 8 times at committee who would pay for the losses in the event that such a project or its builder went under. He couldn't answer and didn't know. Can the Prime Minister tell the House who will pay for the losses in the event that a loan guarantee backed project goes under?
Honourable Prime Minister.
I can understand the difficulty that the members opposite have with the concept of an infrastructure bank, because for 10 years they didn't look at investments in infrastructure. They didn't look at innovative ways to actually deliver for Canadians the public transit, the social infrastructure, the green infrastructure that Canadians need. Our historic investments are going to be...
Order, Lord.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean, I know, wants to hear the answer. Everyone in the House of Commons wants to hear the questions and the answers. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Our historic investments in infrastructure will allow us to make good jobs right now for the middle class and growth over the long term. We know that we need to invest in our communities and our future, and that's exactly what Canadians have asked us to do. That's what we are doing.
Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, in her speech yesterday, the Minister of Foreign Affairs outlined Canada's recommitment to the international forums that have provided peace and stability for the past 70 years. Canada is a proud member of many international institutions, and next year we will have the G7 presidency. Can the Prime Minister please tell this House how the objectives outlined yesterday, including Canada's commitment to multilateral forums, will strengthen our position in the world and provide an opportunity to promote the Canadian values of diversity, inclusion and openness?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as Canadians, we believe in diversity, in openness and in inclusion. We will work towards a better world because that's what Canadians do. Multilateralism and collaboration are key to the challenges we're facing. With our allies, we will seek to bring peace, stability and prosperity to all corners of the globe. We believe in a progressive trade agenda. We believe in fighting climate change. We believe in putting gender equality at the forefront of all our efforts, particularly in development, and we will always promote and defend Canadian values on the world stage.
A member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, in his rambling justification of his vote against the Canadian Autism Partnership, the Liberal House Leader's Parliamentary Secretary said this: I disagree with members who say that it is 10 cents a day for this or it is only $19 million. I can assure you that every one of the constituents I represent would argue that $1 million is a lot of money. He'll get no argument from this side on that last point. But as this Liberal Prime Minister racks up a deficit over 25,000 times that $1 million, how is it possible that Canadians living with autism were left behind?
The Honourable Prime Minister. Prime Minister.
We recognize that autism spectrum disorder has a significant and lifelong impact on individuals and on their families. Federal investments in research, data improvements, surveillance and training skills are supporting those with autism and their families. There is an extraordinary network of stakeholders across the country raising awareness and providing services to families. Our government will continue to support those efforts through our programs.
Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, volunteers in my riding are in the middle of a massive community-led cleanup of Clayoquot Sound. Without any government support, Clayoquot Cleanup has raised $75,000 to tackle 600 tons of marine debris along the west coast of Vancouver Island. Yesterday, at the United Nations Conference on Oceans, we were warned that the amount of plastic in our oceans could soon outweigh fish. On the eve of World Oceans Day, where is this government's plan to clean up marine debris along our coasts? And will the Prime Minister provide immediate support for the cleanup on Vancouver Island?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, last year we put forward historic investments in our oceans with our Oceans Protection Plan, recognition that Canada must have a world-leading response and protection for our coasts. We have the longest coastline in the world, Mr. Speaker, and it's high time a Canadian government took seriously the responsibility of protecting and supporting it. That's what this government is doing after too many years of inaction, particularly by the previous government. We are moving forward to protect our coasts and the people who make a living along them.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. Mr. Speaker, today our government announced its new defence policy. It's our duty to support our men and women who are the heart of the Canadian Armed Forces to ensure that our forces can courageously serve Canada. Can the Prime Minister please inform this House about the details of this new defence policy, particularly the measures to support families? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, families are the strength behind the uniform, and they are essential to the success of our armed forces. That's why, Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to improve the support that we're offering to the families of our armed forces members and to ensure that they have adequate access to resources. We are going to provide $6 million additional per year to modernize support programs for the families of members, such as the resource centers for families, to offer better support for families when our forces are on mission. We must always remember that behind each uniform, there's a family.
Mr. Speaker, does the Prime Minister even know that in addition to the vast majority of Canada's autism community, the Canadian Autism Partnership has received overwhelming support from every part of this country? The Canadian Association for Community Living, UNICEF Canada, Plan Canada, Save the Children Canada, World Vision Canada, Global Citizen, Haley Wickenheiser, Elliot Friedman, and many, many more. Conservative, NDP, and Green members were unanimous in our support for Canadians living with autism, and yet every single Liberal but one voted against the partnership. Could the Prime Minister please explain this decision?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, through the Canadian Institutes of Health Research, the Government of Canada has invested more than $39 million in autism research over the past 5 years. This investment contributes to providing the research evidence needed for the development of new tools and treatments for those suffering from autism. We recognize the challenges families are going through, and we stand ready to support them.
The Honourable Member for Bécancour, Nicolette Sorel. Mr. Speaker, to start, I would like to note that the Prime Minister has never risen to answer a single question from the Bloc Québécois. That's a flagrant lack of respect from this Prime Minister for the 1 million Quebecers that we represent. This attitude, it's the same attitude that we've seen in his refusal to have a dialogue with Premier Couillard on Quebec's place in Canada. Will the Prime Minister apologize for his government's constant lack of respect for Quebec's legitimate demands? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I've spent a huge amount of time meeting with Quebecers, as I meet with all Canadians, to speak with them about their priorities and to hear about their priorities. They talk about growth for the middle class. They are talking about jobs for the future, for their children. They talk to me about the environment, about Canada's role in the world. They don't talk to me about the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, this government was elected on a clear promise to listen to Canadians' priorities. That's exactly what we're going to do. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly on a point of order. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask unanimous consent of the House for a motion, and very quickly to give the context to my colleagues and to you. As you know, you warmly welcomed the media and members last night, and the NDP were very disappointed because we were here to vote.
Mr. Speaker, because I think it's important, particularly for some of the new Liberals, to understand that the government House Leader can decide to schedule these time allocation votes whenever she wishes. And so I would ask for the unanimous consent for the following motion, that in the opinion of the House, as often as is reasonably possible, the government should arrange the House schedule to ensure that recorded divisions on time allocation and closure motions take place during the usual sitting hours of the House.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to admit the motion? There is no consent.
Another point of order, the honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you will find agreement for the following. That the order made Tuesday, May 30, 2017, respecting the deferral of the recorded division on the motion to concur in the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, scheduled to take place later today, be discharged and the motion deemed adopted.
Does the Honourable Government Whip have the unanimous consent to move the motion? The House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Adopted. Tabling of documents. Alors, order. I encourage members to carry on their conversations in the lobbies, and I would appreciate if members would join me by saying shh. Thank you, colleagues. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Honorable Secretary Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages copies of Canada's new Defence Policy Review, Protection Security Commitment. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers.
Parliamentary delegations. The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Pursuant to Standing Order 34-1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages a report of the Canada-Japan Interparliamentary Group respecting its participation at the 20th bilateral meeting in Tokyo and Kyoto, Japan, from January 23rd to the 29th, 2017. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Monsieur le Président, conformément.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages
Delegation of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation at the spring session held in Tirana, Albania from May 26 to 30th, 2016. Monsieur le Président, conformément.
Mr. Speaker, again pursuant to Standing Order, I have the honour to present in both official languages
Of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation at the Standing Committee meeting in Berlin, Germany, March 31st to April 1st, 2017. Thank you.
Présentation de rapport du comité.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Present in both official languages the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights on the consideration of Kathleen Roussel for appointment as Director of Public Prosecution. I am very pleased to say that the committee unanimously has considered the question, and we have all agreed to approve the appointment of Ms. Roussel to the position of Director of Public Prosecutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Present introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. The petition that I'm filing today, Mr. Speaker, comes from my constituents and Mr. Franco, who is in L'Assomption and who came to Quebec 35 years ago when he was barely 15, and he knows how difficult it is to leave one's roots and to move to a new place. He understands the difficulties relating to integrating with the new language and culture, and that's why he initiated this petition for the Ishdai family, a Syrian family in Lebanon. He knows how to help them, wants to help them to integrate. He is a math teacher who is very much aware of the situation immigrants face. And so what Mr. Franco wants to do is give to another what he himself has received. He is supported by his wife, his son, the community. There are some 519 signatures here, 1,700 in total. So the entire community stands behind Mr. Franco. He is prepared to support the Syrian family. More than $30,000 has been gathered up over the past year, and the family is currently has taken refuge in Lebanon. There's the mother and the father and twins living in dire conditions. They're very keen to arrive in Quebec. They have written words in French on their walls, and so this petition urges the government to help them, to help the petitioners to provide a better, help this family have a better living and to...
I don't know if I went too fast over motions, but the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Government House Leader seems to wish to propose a motion. Is it agreeable to the House to return for motions? Agreeable. Okay. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There has been discussion amongst the parties, and I believe you will find the consent for the following, and I would ask that members be patient as I read through some details. That in relation to its study of Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act,
7 members of the Standing Committee on the Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics be authorized to travel to Washington, D.C., United States of America in the summer or fall of 2017, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Second, that in relation to its study of the pre-budget consultations in advance of the 2018 budget, 7 members of the Standing Committee on Finance be authorized to travel to St. John's, Newfoundland, Labrador, Halifax, Nova Scotia, Montreal, Quebec, Windsor, and Toronto, Ontario, in the summer or fall of 2017, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Next, that in relation to its study of the pre-budget consultations in advance of the 2018 budget, 7 members of the Standing Committee on the Finance be authorized to travel to Vancouver, British Columbia, Yellowknife, Northwest Territories, Calgary, Alberta, and Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, in the summer of fall of 2017, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Next, that in relation to its study of the pre-budget consultations in advance of the 2018 budget, 7 members of the Standing Committee on Finance be authorized to travel to Washington, D.C. and New York, United States of America, in the summer or fall of 2017, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. That in relation to its that in relation to its study of the Oceans Act marine protected areas, 7 members of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans be authorized to travel to Sydney, Chudacamp, and Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, Gaspé, Quebec, and Bathurst and Chippewa, New Brunswick, in the summer or fall of 2017, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Next, in relation to its study of Canada's engagement in Asia, 7 members of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development be authorized to travel to Beijing, Jingshan, and Hong Kong, China, Jakarta, Indonesia, and Hanoi, Vietnam, in the summer or fall of 2017, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Next, that in relation to its study of the United States and Canadian foreign policy, 7 members of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development be authorized to travel to Mexico City, Mexico, Washington, D.C., and New York, United States of America, in the summer or fall of 2017, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Next, that in relation to its study of specific claims and comprehensive claims, 7 members of the Standing Committee of Indigenous and Northern Affairs be authorized to travel to Vancouver, British Columbia, Yellowknife, Northwest Territories, Winnipeg, Manitoba, Shannonville, Ontario, and Quebec, in the summer or fall of 2017, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Next, that in relation to its study of priorities of Canadian stakeholders having an interest in bilateral and trilateral trade in North America between Canada, United States, and Mexico, 7 members of the Standing Committee on International Trade be authorized to travel to Mexico City, Mexico, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Columbus, Ohio, and Milwaukee, Wisconsin, United States of America, in the summer or fall of 2017, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Next, that in relation to its study of Canada's involvement in NATO, 7 members of the Standing Committee on the National Defence be authorized to travel to Kiev, Ukraine, Brussels, Belgium, and Riga, Latvia, in the summer or fall of 2017, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Next, that in relation to its study of the review of the status of official languages in minority settings across Canada, 7 members of the Standing Committee on the Official Languages be authorized to travel to Brome, Mississauga, Quebec, Cape Breton, and Grand Prix de la Val, Nova Scotia, in the summer or fall of 2017, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, that in relation to the annual conference of the Canadian Council of Public Accounts Committee and the Canadian Council Legislative Auditors annual conference, 7 members of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts be authorized to travel to Fredericton, New Brunswick in the summer of 2017, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Speaker.
Is the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary sure that's all? Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Carried. Any petitions? Yes. The Honourable Member for Haldeman Norfolk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of the people in my riding of Haldeman Norfolk, which highlights the positive effects that hospice palliative care has on the quality of life for patients and for their families when they're facing problems associated with life-threatening illnesses. Palliative care is not currently accessible and available to all Canadians. And this petition calls on the Liberal government to specifically identify hospice palliative care as a defined medical service covered under the Canada Health Act so that funds will be given to the provinces and to the territories to administer this care.
A member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
I stand once again in this House calling for a legislated solution to the long-standing economic and environmental problem of abandoned vessels. I'm urging, along with petitioners in my riding, the federal government to end the runaround and make Coast Guard responsible for the first action on abandoned vessels, fixing vessel registration to get the costs off taxpayers, acting before vessels sink and spill oil by piloting an abandoned vessel turn-in program, and creating good green jobs by supporting local marine salvage and recycling. I'm grateful to local government leaders for supporting my legislation, Bill C-352, and I stand with them recognizing that the $1 million announced last week by the government per year is not enough to deal with the thousands of abandoned vessels that litter Canada's 3 coasts.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, Lake Champlain and Missisquoi Bay, which is in my riding of Brome-Missisquoi, that part of the lake that falls within the Canadian border is extremely polluted. And I recently spoke about this in my visit to Burlington, Vermont. I spoke with Senator Patrick Leahy and Bernie Sanders. I suggested that we join forces so that Lake Champlain becomes clear again like it once was in the past. So the petition calls on the Minister of Foreign Affairs to give the International Joint Commission on Boundary Waters a mandate. It was given a mandate at the turn of the century, and their mandate should include water quality in Lake Champlain.
Pleased to present a petition signed by campers who stayed at the Sherwood Park Campground in Cloyne, Ontario, along pristine Story Lake in the riding of Hastings, Lennox, Addington. The petitioners call on the government to ensure that campgrounds with fewer than 5 full-time, year-round employees be treated and taxed as small businesses.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour to present 2 petitions today. The first one is on genetically modified alfalfa. The biggest concern the petitioners have is that they recognize that the unwanted contamination from genetically modified alfalfa is inevitable because it is a perennial pollinated by bees, and that such contamination will threaten organic farming systems. Organic farming prohibits the use of genetically modified organisms, and so they call upon Parliament to impose a moratorium on the release of genetically modified alfalfa in order to allow proper reviews on the impact of farmers in Canada. The second, Mr. Speaker, is a petition where the petitioners recognize the inherent rights of farmers derived from thousands of years of custom and tradition to save, reuse, select, exchange, and sell seeds, and therefore they call upon the Parliament to enshrine in legislation the inalienable rights of farmers and other Canadians to do just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise again to table petitions to the Minister of Transport. The petitioners are from Sault Ste. Marie, Wawa, Goulet River, Blind River, Deborah, and Hilton Beach, Mr. Speaker. The petitioners are concerned because the Algoma passenger train has not been operating for a year and has resulted, for more than a year, and has resulted in substantial hardships to the residents, the businesses, and other passengers. They are extremely concerned because of the economic impact this has, Mr. Speaker, and the undersigned citizens of Canada call upon the Minister of Transport to put the Algoma passenger back on track in service in order to ensure the mission of Transport Canada, which is to serve the public interest through promotion of a safe and secure, efficient and environmentally responsible transportation system in Canada. Mr. Speaker, it's extremely important to them. As you know, I've been tabling these for a number of weeks now, almost a year. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to actually present two petitions on behalf of my riding of St. John Rothsay. First petition, E291, that was initiated by Randy Hatfield from the Human Development Council, that called upon the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development to designate St. John, New Brunswick as a demonstration site for the Canadian Poverty Reduction Strategy for testing and evaluating new and promising poverty reduction initiatives, which would include investments in affordable housing, skills training, literacy, neighbourhood revitalization, early childhood education, and youth mental health. Mr. Speaker, the petition was signed by 1,562 people from my riding, and our objective and our goal, and we're determined to do this, is not have St. John, New Brunswick known as a city that leads the country in child poverty, but the city that showed the way out of child poverty for the rest of the country. The next petition, Mr. Speaker, is petition E590, which was initiated by local historian and legend Harold Wright from St. John, that called upon the Minister of Heritage to support the designation of the Port of St. John as Canada's first national historic seaport, and also the designation of Partridge Island's Navigational Aid Station and its military fortifications, the guardian and entrance of the Port of St. John, as national historic sites. Such designations will recognize the significant roles of the Port of St. John and Partridge Island that they've played in the historical development of Canada over the past 4 centuries. Such recognition will provide the residents of St. John Rothsay, citizens of New Brunswick, and visitors to our wonderful historic city and province with an understanding of the pivotal role played by the Port of St. John and Partridge Island in our nation's history, Mr. Speaker. This petition was signed by 2,143 people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present 3 different petitions. 2 petitions are signed by more than 1,000 Canadians from across the country, and they are asking on the federal government to include alcohol, beer, wine and spirits as part of the Canadian Free Trade Agreement in time for Canada Day in 2018. These petitions are signed by craft brewers, distillers, winemakers, as well as Canadians across the country who are frustrated in the fact that their inability to have great Canadian products anywhere across the country, but also from the producers who are frustrated from their inability to grow their businesses because they are literally blockaded by provincial boundaries from being able to market and sell their products from one province to another. And we would like to see that change as part of the Canadian Free Trade Agreement. The other petition is signed by more than 100 constituents from the High River area, and many of these constituents are members of local Rotary clubs who were very enthusiastic about the commitment that our previous Conservative government had with the Rotary clubs across Canada in terms of our work to eradicate polio. And they are asking on the new Liberal government to pledge an additional $150 million towards the Global Polio Eradication Initiative in order for Canada to play a key role in partnership with Rotary International and the goal to eradicate polio around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Speaker, I rise today to present petitions from 2 Canadian historical societies stating that they want to see history respected and celebrated during the 150th anniversary of Confederation. Members of the Société Historique de Nouvelle-Beauce have signed this petition. This historic society maintains a museum about Quebec's aviators from the early days of flight in Canada up to modern times, and their community is significant as it was once represented by Hector Louis Langevin, a father of Confederation. Members of the North Erie Shore Historical Society have also signed the petition. They are helping organize the 150th celebrations in Haldimand County, and they have identified Canadian history as a major element of their celebrations. The petitioners call on the government to reverse the decision not to have Confederation included as a theme of the 150th anniversary of Confederation, indeed to celebrate Confederation this 150th on July 1st.
Member for Brandon Source.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to present two petitions to the House today, both dealing with the same issue, and they are signed by hundreds of constituents from my constituency as well as neighbouring constituencies and a few from across Canada. Mr. Speaker, the undersigned and these petitions are requesting that Parliament pass a resolution to establish measures to stop the Chinese Communist regime crime of systematically murdering Falun Gong practitioners for their organs. They want to amend Canadian legislations to combat forced organ harvesting and publicly call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong in China. And they urge Chinese authorities, and the other petition as well, Mr. Speaker, to bring former leader Jiang Zemin and his cohorts to justice.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notices of motion for the production of papers, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand also at this time.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Oh no, excuse me, before that.
I am now prepared to rule on the point of order raised on May 19th, 2017, by the Honourable Member for Carleton, related to the government response to a written question, Q954, which was originally tabled in the House on May 18th, 2017, and for which a revised response was tabled on May 29th, 2017.
For Carleton for having raised this matter, as well as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader for his comments. When raising this point of order, the Honourable Member for Carleton indicated that the response provided to written question Q954 contained inaccurate information, falsely suggesting that the Honourable John Baird made a sponsored trip while he was Minister of Foreign Affairs. Le 19 mai 2017.
On May 29, 2017, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader tabled a revised answer to Q954 and explained that the original response contained inaccurate information due to an administrative error in producing the response.
Pendant la rédaction de la réponse. On September 27, 2016, I told members of this House at page 5176 of debates, quote, access to information, accurate information, is one of the cornerstones of our parliamentary system. Members must be able to rely on it at all times. The integrity of many of our procedures, especially those relating to written questions, rests on the rightful expectation that ministers and the public servants who support them understand the value and utility of providing not simply technically accurate, but also complete and transparent answers in the written responses that they provide to members of the House. Unquote. Par ailleurs,
furthermore, I want to also reiterate, as successive speakers have before me, that the standing orders do not provide the Speaker with the power to review and judge the quality of the responses to written questions.
The Government House Leader has tabled a revised answer to Q954, which addresses the error as raised by the member for Carleton. I am satisfied that the current case reaffirms that all members clearly understand the importance of an accurate exchange of information meant to enable members to properly fulfill their responsibilities as legislators and representatives. I thank honourable members for their attention, and I consider this matter closed. Orders of the day.
Government Bills, comments, resuming debate on the motion under the name of Mr. Nicholson regarding the second reading stage of Bill C-45, an act to the Cannabis Act.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, has 7.5 minutes remaining in his speech.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last night, I noted that the government has said that their marijuana legislation is designed to keep marijuana out of the hands of children and the profits out of the hands of organized crime. It's positively Orwellian. This legislation very clearly does the exact opposite. And last night I spoke about the impact on children. Just to briefly review, the legislation removes any criminal penalties for children 12 to 17 who possess up to 5 grams of marijuana. That's the equivalent of about 15 joints. And it also allows for people to grow marijuana in their own homes, where very likely children will have access to it, because yes, you could put it in a locked room which has sunlight, but marijuana is a plant, so you can't exactly store it in the same way that you'd store prescription drugs or alcohol. Making marijuana legal will obviously make it easier for children to access it in general, though. It will make it more prevalent, more readily available, and removing penalties for accessing it naturally removes the risk associated with it. And we've seen this across countries in every case where there's legalization, there's increase in use. Most notably in the Netherlands, after marijuana use was legal, consumption nearly tripled among 18 to 20-year-olds, and many municipalities in Netherlands subsequently moved to ban so-called coffee houses completely. This is clearly the result of legalization, and it is beyond fanciful that a government would claim that if you legalize something, if you make it easier to access and use something, if you make it legal for people to grow something in their own homes, that you're going to see less use. Yes, marijuana use is too high, and we could talk about the reasons for that right now, but it is fanciful to the extreme to suggest that making it easier to grow and get something will make people less likely to access it. But let me speak now to this issue of organized crime, because the government seems to believe that if you make something legal but still have rules around it, people will necessarily follow rules, and that it will necessarily starve out organized crime. The argument goes, I think, that if you eliminate a particular business in which organized crime is involved, that organized crime will just close up shop. This is intuitively appealing, perhaps, but demonstrably false. In addition to selling all kinds of drugs, organized crime is or has been actively involved in selling contraband versions of otherwise legalized substances, things like tobacco, and there's a major problem of contraband tobacco. Of course, organized crime is associated with illegal practices in many perfectly legal industries and has a history of being involved in areas like construction, garbage collection, gambling, and politics. In fact, if you look into the history of organized crime, I think you see that the roots of it are often cultural or sociological as opposed to purely economic. The mafia system, for example, originated in a Sicilian response to external occupation. Sicilians, over a long history, developed a system of self-government which essentially could exist in spite of or in defiance of occupying armies or ordinary rulers. It was a way for people, ordinary people, to mediate their economic and social and criminal justice relations in a way that did not involve going to occupying authorities. And that very clearly was the history. Any effect of any effective regulatory regime, I'm sorry, I skipping to the wrong page here. Organized crime will participate in illegal businesses where there is a profit to be made, that's certain. But their existence doesn't depend on illegal business. They will apply their modes of collusion, corruption, and intimidation to legal as well as illegal businesses and make a lot of money in the process. I think developing that mafia example a little bit further, of course we can look in the history of the mafia in North America. The mafia benefited from alcohol prohibition, but its history stretched for hundreds of years before that and was a response to emergent cultural phenomenon that led to that. And its ultimate decline was not the result of legalization of anything. Rather, it was a change in the criminal law introduction of laws that allowed law enforcement to target organized crime directly. It's very clear with the setup of this law that it will be very easy for organized crime to continue to be actively involved in the marijuana business, selling it to minors, facilitating the kinds of transactions that are illegal, but it will be legal and therefore much easier for people to carry around large amounts of marijuana, up to 30 grams for adults, up to 5 grams for minors. So it just doesn't make any sense to say, well, this is going to be the end of organized crime, or this is even going to be a hit for organized crime. We're going to see very likely, the evidence suggests, increased use and new opportunities for organized crime to get around many of the fairly anemic, though they be, rules that the government has put in place. I think the point here is that the government really is trying to use justifications for the law that they know just don't accord with the reality. They talk about children, they talk about organized crime. In reality, we're going to see increased use of this by children, and also this will create new opportunities for organized crime to circumvent the laws that involve selling to children, because adults and children will have a much easier time carrying marijuana around without detection. Now, I do want to say we have a clear alternative. We don't have to accept the status quo as an acceptable reality either. Our party supports a ticketing option that allows a reasonable and effective criminal justice response, not one that applies disproportionate penalties to this, but one that I think can emphasize treatment and public health while also still allowing a legal intervention to address that risk. I think the approach we've emphasized is a sensible alternative. It allows that kind of necessary intervention. And this is the position that was endorsed by the Association of Police Chiefs, not decriminalization, but a ticketing option. And there's a lot of development that could be done around that proposal. Perhaps you might require people to get who are facing the possibility of conviction to be able to allow people to seek an alternative that would involve education and becoming aware of the impacts of marijuana use. You could use the criminal justice system as a way of directing people towards treatment without being overly punitive. And our friends in the NDP caucus have pointed out the issue of possibility of lifelong criminal convictions, and we can address those issues through reforms to the pardon system. But the problem we have right now really is that marijuana is kind of in this gray zone. It is illegal, but there isn't a ticketing option, and it clearly isn't an enforcement priority. That's why so many people use it, because it's, on the one hand, there's no ticketing option. On the one hand, it's not, there's no alternative there that are outside laying of a charge. But on the other hand, it clearly isn't the kind of thing which people should be going to jail for mere possession offenses for. I think we can all agree on that, and I think we can propose sensible reforms and alternatives that actually communicate the real dangers and risks. But we have, frankly, as a government that is trying to justify an election promise based on the fact that the Prime Minister has said that he smoked marijuana while being a member of Parliament, and then they talk about a public health approach, when that clearly sets such a terrible example when parents and teachers and others are trying to communicate with young people. Yes, there are real, dramatic, substantial dangers associated with marijuana. A more sensible public health approach would, I think, calibrate our approach, yes, so that we can look at pardon reforms, we can look at things like emphasizing treatment and education, but we can also have the means of a ticketing option and of a criminal charge so that the police can intervene. But what the government law does is it says children up between 12 and 17 years old can continue can possess marijuana up to 5 grams, and they can distribute it among themselves. They can't sell it, but they can distribute it. It makes it a severe penalty for someone who's 18 to give marijuana to someone who's 17, but someone who's 17 can give marijuana to someone who's 12 with absolutely no penalties. So there's a real demonstrable incoherence to the government's approach. And there is also not a coherent message among government members when it comes to the actual risks associated with marijuana use. We have multiple members, in fact, that speak publicly, openly about the fact that they have used or use marijuana, and talk about it as if it's not a problem, when we know, in fact, that marijuana use is associated with higher levels of mental health problems later in life, especially when it's used by young people, even at relatively moderate levels. So there's a problem here in terms of the government talking on the one hand about a public health approach, and on the other hand, not facing up in a realistic way to the public health problems that are associated with marijuana. And I mean, I've cited the studies. The information is clearly there that you're going to see an increase in use if marijuana is legalized. And I hope if the government proceeds with this legislation, at the very least, they'll be prepared to reevaluate, because they seem to not understand this point. But if a year or so after if this legislation proceeds, hopefully they'll actually be willing to reevaluate the problems that they've put in place. So just to summarize, Madam Speaker, there is a dramatic dissonance between what the government's claiming about this and the realities that are in place. They talk about keeping it out of the hands of children, but they are going to make it easier for children to access it. They are going to remove criminal penalties for children, very young children, who carry marijuana with them. There's going to be no means for that kind of legal intervention. They're going to allow adults to carry very large amounts of it, to distribute it among themselves, children to give it to each other. They're going to allow parents with children in the house to grow marijuana in a place and in a context where very well that marijuana may be accessible to children. The government is prepared to allow all of these things, and yet makes the outlandish claim in the context of that somehow this is going to reduce the access that children have to marijuana. It just doesn't make any sense. And then they talk about this issue of organized crime. But the reality is that, again, organized crime is a system that exists regardless of what is and is not illegal. They capitalize on opportunities to work outside of the law, yes, but it's not required that a thing be illegal for organized crime to be involved in that business. That's just a reality that the government needs to understand. And I think, frankly, members of the government who have dealt with, in the context of police work with organized crime, I think they should know this, and I'm sure they do, in fact. Contrary to whatever the talking points say, that organized crime is often grows out of distrust of authority, out of issues of social exclusion, and out of long-standing systems of authority that exist in place. It is not the result of just something being illegal. We know this from history. And again, the public health issue, the evidence is very clear with respect to marijuana, that it is a dangerous substance. And not everybody who smokes a joint is going to experience those negative effects, but it is clearly associated with higher levels of mental health challenges. I know another member has spoken at length about the carcinogenic effects associated with smoking marijuana, and a lot of this is new and emerging research with respect to the risks of marijuana. So we need to send a clear message as a legislature. And I would just say to members, as well, that we need to set a clear example when it comes to the risk, because the government says on the one hand that they're going to talk about that they're going to take a public health approach. They're going to try and educate about the risks of this. But on the other hand, the government is saying, well, there's not even clarity or agreement in terms of what those risks actually are. So it's very confusing in terms of the messages that the government are sending on the one hand, not seeming to acknowledge those risks, but different members saying different kinds of things. And I would hope that through this debate, at the very least, members would be willing to clearly say from all parties, whatever their position on the ultimate criminal question, that marijuana is dangerous and that the best medical science indicates clearly that the risks are in place. So I hope members will join me in opposing this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member for his comments, and I'll try to be very brief in my question today. The member has said quite clearly that he's concerned that if we were to legalize marijuana, that we would put young people at risk, and that it would lead to other health and social harms for our youth. And quite frankly, I'm quite prepared to agree with him. I think legalization alone would do all of those things. Legalization alone would leave the production distribution in the hands of criminals, and it would make it more accessible to our kids. And so I would just point out to the member that's not at all what we're proposing to do. What we are proposing to do is lift the criminal sanction, which is the first step of legalization, but replace the existing system of cannabis control, which the evidence is overwhelming, is currently failing our kids, failing our communities, and failing the health of all Canadians, and replacing it with a system of strict regulation for production, which leaves in place strict criminal sanctions for those who produce outside of the regulated regime, to put strict regulation in place for its distribution, and leaves in place strict criminal sanctions for those who would distribute and traffic cannabis outside of the regulated regime, and also puts in place and allows to be put in place at provincial, municipal, and a federal level regulations that will control its consumption so that it can be done in a healthier, safer, and more socially responsible way. And given that, I wonder if the member might consider that a strict regulatory framework of production, distribution, and consumption might lead to better health and social outcomes for our kids.
To give others time to ask questions. So the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, with greatest respect for the parliamentary secretary, I mean, he should read the legislation insofar as the sections where it talks about the fact that the strict regulatory regime that they talk about is actually just grow your own at home. I mean, you can grow up to 4 plants that can be a meter high, yes, but who's going to police that when there's no notification requirements, there's no registration requirements whatsoever for those who are growing it? Municipalities aren't going to be informed. The law says that a person can grow their own marijuana at home. That's not a regulatory. That's not a strict regulatory framework at all, and it is quite disingenuous to suggest that it is.
Questions and comments, Honorable Député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Madam Speaker, I've been listening to the interesting exchanges between the two members, and the question I'd like to ask my honourable colleague is the following one. Before starting my career in politics, I spent 25 years teaching in a high school, and I can say that for a student who was tempted to try marijuana, well, it wasn't very hard to find a source, and I'm curious as to how the new regulations will change that. But what I'm even more concerned about in this bill, and this is where I'd like to hear my colleague's opinion, is does he not believe that the main obstacle to this bill is the fact that we're making a marijuana use normal, as if it was absolutely without any consequences, even though we've recently seen representatives from the health field say that we should at least increase the minimum age to 21 years. Aren't we just making normal marijuana use seem normal?
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his points. In terms of this issue of it being easy to access, now, marijuana is a plant. It is, I've been told, not that difficult to grow. And this is the challenge we have in limiting access to it, of course. But if we now make it legal for people to grow it in their homes and make it legal for them to distribute marijuana to others, even for minors to possess it and to distribute it to other minors, of course it's going to be easier to access. And I think there's more we can do in the context of continuing criminalization to address the ease of access. We don't have to accept the status quo as being sufficient, but that certainly doesn't mean that we should move in the wrong direction towards legalization. I think the member is quite right to point out that the government is not at all sending consistent messages about the risks here. And again, I would hope that at the very least through this debate, we can send a clear message about the genuine risks associated with marijuana use. But again, we have members of the government who are supposed to be leading and setting a positive example, who in the case of the Prime Minister used marijuana while being a member of Parliament. I think that's a real problem in terms of the message that it sends. And really the reality of the political process by which this has come about, which is the government trying to appeal to people who somehow think that there's not a problem with marijuana. All of the best real science shows that there are significant risks.
Thank you. The resuming debate, reprise au débat, the honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm speaking today in support of Bill C-45, not just as the Member of Parliament for Scarborough Centre, but as a mother who wants to keep her children and all children safe from drugs and alcohol, and as a citizen who wants to reduce the power and influence of organized crime. The fact is, if you want to keep cannabis away from our children, you need to support this bill. Those who oppose this common sense, evidence-based legislation are supporting a so-called war on drugs that has been one of the most spectacular and expensive failures in the history of public policy and has done nothing but line the pockets of organized crime. The fact is, today it is easier for underage youth to get their hands on cannabis than it is to get their hands on alcohol or tobacco. If you doubt that, you should really go and talk to our nation's youth. Visit schools, as I have. I hear it from my own children. Cannabis is more accessible to children than beer or cigarettes. It is in our schools and is leading to conflict, illegal activity, and expulsions. Cannabis is negatively impacting the education and the lives of our young generations. The numbers back this up. Canada has one of the highest rates of youth cannabis use in the world. In 2015, use among youth aged 15 to 19 years old was 21%, rising to 30% among youth adults aged 20 to 24. That is simply today's reality. While the sale and distribution of alcohol and tobacco is regulated by federal and provincial governments, there are strict rules against selling to minors. Retailers face severe fines and penalties if they involve these rules. If they violate these rules, including losing their license to sell tobacco, for example, so they have a business interest in ensuring they follow the regulations against selling to minors. Now, of course, there are ways around any system. Yes, an older friend could buy beer from their younger friend. It's illegal, but it does happen. They could steal alcohol from their parents' liquor cabinet. Youth, desperate enough, will find a way around any system. But the fact is, regulation of alcohol and tobacco has clearly been more effective at restricting use by minors than prohibition. We need to bring the same system of regulation to cannabis because it has been proven to be more effective at restricting use by minors. Besides being more effective, there's another very good reason to support this legislation. And strict regulation of cannabis, with a single stroke, we would be dealing a massive financial blow to organized crime in Canada. Cannabis is a cash crop for criminal gangs, bringing in revenue they use to purchase harder drugs for distribution, as well as guns that fuel violence and crime in our communities. Legalized and regulated cannabis would put criminal gangs out of the cannabis business. As I have said, a store owner operates under strict rules on who he or she can sell to. Criminal gangs and drug dealers don't care for such rules. They don't care how old a customer is, just as long they have the money. And criminal dealers don't just sell cannabis. They could expose their young customers to other, far more dangerous illegal substances. Additionally, for the first time, C-45 creates a specific criminal offense to sell cannabis to minors and creates heavy penalties for anyone who engages our youth in cannabis-related activities. The bill also prohibits products, promotions, packaging, and labeling that is designed to appeal to our youth. These are all the reasons why, Madam Speaker, if you want to make it harder for young people to access cannabis and you want to strike a blow to organized crime, you need to support C-45. If people say they are tough on crime and oppose this bill, they are fooling themselves. The proposals in Bill C-45 are common sense, evidence-based policy that is the result of more than a year of extensive consultation with law enforcement and health and safety experts led by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest, as well as the Task Force on Cannabis Legalization and Regulation led by Honourable Anne McLean. This is legislation whose time has come. I must say, I'm saddened, Madam Speaker, to have read the misinformation that some opposed to this bill have sought to spread, particularly within different ethnic communities. Rather than arguing against the merits of strict regulation, they have sought to use fear mongering and misleading statements to deliberately inflame tensions. Let me say, Madam Speaker, as a member of one of those ethnic communities, that I'm insulted that they think so little of us and believe we lack the intelligence to see through their alternate facts. Members of my community want to make it harder for their children to access cannabis, and that is exactly what is accomplished with Bill C-45. This is help that parents need. Another misleading attack on this bill I've heard is that it makes it legal for minors to possess cannabis. That is an obtuse and deliberately misleading statement. Madam Speaker, yes, it is true that under C-45, the possession of a small amount of cannabis would not be a criminal offense, nor is the possession of a small amount of alcohol or tobacco. This doesn't mean it is allowed, though our government will work with the provincial governments to ensure strict fines are in place for caught in possession of small amounts via fine and not a criminal charge. Because on this side of the house, we don't think it is right to ruin the life of a minor by saddling them with criminal record for the rest of their lives because they made a mistake. While strong criminal penalties will be in place for trafficking and distribution, we believe fines are the right approach for simple possession by youth. It has been raised that there are a number of unanswered questions about the system of regulation that would be created by C-45. Where and how would cannabis be sold? For example, I've also heard from my constituents regarding concerns over how the use of cannabis by neighbors in apartment buildings could impact their enjoyment of their homes. These are the questions that will be addressed by the provinces and municipalities as they fall under their jurisdiction. Canada is a federation, and it would not be appropriate for the federal government to dictate these answers. What is right for one municipality may not be right for another municipality. I am confident that the Justice and the Health Ministers will work with their provincial counterparts to arrive at the right answers. Madam Speaker, we recognize that the use of cannabis and cannabis products, as with alcohol and tobacco, is not without risk. And we recognize that the risk is particularly heightened for our youth. That is why it is so crucial we abandon the failed status quo, which has utterly failed to keep it out of the hands of our youth. With this bill, Madam Speaker, we are replacing a failed approach to drug policy that makes it too easy for youth to access cannabis and provides easy revenue to organized crime with an evidence-based approach of strict regulation. An enforcement that will make it much more difficult for youth to access, provide severe penalties for those who engage youth, and will take a large cash crop out of the hands of the organized crime. Madam Speaker, I would urge that those that want to keep cannabis out of the hands of our children to support Bill C-45. As a mother, this bill offers help we very much need. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
So, Madam Speaker, I want to be very clear. The literature is actually very clear on this. Lancet has stated clearly that young individuals that actually utilize marijuana, 60% of them have a lower chance of graduating from high school or graduating from university. The Journal of Neuroscience is also very clear. If you use cannabis regularly between the ages of 18 and 25, you actually experience structural changes to your brain. I can tell you that the young people that have been in our galleries today, they know the difference between drugs and what aren't drugs. They know the difference between smoking and not smoking. They talk to me about that in my clinic all the time because they actually know. I also want to correct the record. The member stated that in the legislation, children aren't allowed to possess. Well, actually, in Section 8 of your own legislation, it states clearly that 12 to 18-year-olds can possess. My question for the member is very simple. If an individual is allowed to grow plants, and they have children, and children actually take from that plant and have the cannabis, are their parents going to be arrested, or did you actually plan on regulating that?
So I just want to remind the member that she's to address the question to the chair. It is not my legislation. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honourable colleague for her question. The present status quo is not working. I'm a mother of two teenagers, a 19-year-old and a 17-year-old at home, and I hear how easy it is for our youth right now to access cannabis. It is easier for our youth to get access to cannabis rather than tobacco or alcohol. So, with the legalization, it will be controlled. It will be difficult for our youth to have access to cannabis. Thank you.
So I just want to remind members that when someone has the floor, there is a regulation that says that that person has the floor and has the right to the speech to be heard. So I would hope that if individuals still have comments and questions that they want to ask, that they're going to wait and stand up to try to be recognized. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So to the member from Scarborough Centre, I know she mentioned at the very beginning of her speech the goal of the government was to eliminate the black market. When we actually look at the preamble of the law, it doesn't even mention that as a goal. It's not a stated purpose of this legislation. And speaking as a father of three very young children, including my youngest one who was born at the very beginning of the 2015 election, I can't think of an easier way for them to have access to marijuana than to provide for every single dwelling house to grow 4 plants in it with absolutely no real supervision. So to the member, how can she say that this legislation will better protect children? Having said everything about high schools and how easy it is to get it today, this legislation makes it actually easier. So how can we say that this will make it more difficult for children to obtain marijuana when it actually makes it easier? It brings it right directly into their homes.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the honourable member for his question. The present status quo is not working. Through C-45, our government would restrict youth access to cannabis, put in place strict safeguards to protect youth from being encouraged to use cannabis, and create new offences for those adults who either sell cannabis to youth or urge youth to commit a cannabis-related offence. As parents, I am a mother of 2 kids. It is my duty to educate them that what is right and what is wrong. So I, as a mother, have to educate them right now. Like, I don't drink, I don't use tobacco, and I tell my kids that what is right and what is wrong, and they should not be using alcohol because they are not allowed because of the basis of their religion. But I cannot stop all the shops that they should not have that.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to discuss the proposed legislation in Bill C-45 related to the legalization of cannabis, more commonly known as marijuana. Bill C-45 has been put forward on a rushed timeline. Many practical implications of Bill C-45 are to be decided by provincial governments. When implementing this bill, the Liberals are asking Canadians to trust them now and hope for the best later, a policy that will not work, like all of their other broken election promises. So, before I even begin my speech to outline my concerns with the policy put forward by the government, I would like to say that I do not believe this legislation creates sound policy for Canadians. Instead, we are being asked to sign a blank check, so on many regulation details to be decided later. The legalization of an illicit drug has significant impact on all Canadians. It is our duty to ensure that all Canadians are safe. Madam Speaker, I will start with a bit of a history of cannabis in Canada. Cannabis was first banned in Canada in 1923. Under the Narcotic Drug Act Amendment Bill, other drugs on the list at the time included opium, morphine, and cocaine. I'm glad that all these 3 are still on our current banned list. I don't know for how long, though. Cannabis use continued to steadily grow through the 1970s, 80s, and 90s. Bringing us today, cannabis use is an all-time high. According to a University of Waterloo Report on Tobacco and Cannabis Use in Canada, around 1 in 5 students between grades 7 and 12 has used cannabis. The majority of them have used cannabis over the past year. I do not think any member would stand up in this chamber and say this is a good thing. Indeed, these numbers should be going down. Passing this legislation will most certainly mean student usage of cannabis will go up. Madam Speaker, cannabis has been illegal since 1923 for many reasons, but one of the most prominent is that cannabis is a drug that has real and damaging health effects on those who use it, especially in the age range where brains are developing. We heard from my colleague, a physician, who just quoted some of the hard facts about medical research and the kind of harm that our children will face or our youth will face once they start taking marijuana. The softening of attitudes towards cannabis has not resulted in lower usage or, importantly, lower usage among young people. Many more Canadians who do not currently smoke marijuana or cannabis are likely to start once legalized. The legalization of cannabis will not curb interest. Indeed, it will help to promote it, as evidenced by the states in the USA, such as Colorado, that have legalized it. I have many concerns with this bill, but I will start with the legal aspects to cannabis proposed in C-45. Madam Speaker, the government has stated over and over again that this bill is aimed to protect children and young people from cannabis. The irony in this statement, however, is that by legalizing cannabis and actually providing legal backup for the production, possession, distribution, and use of cannabis, it actually encourages cannabis to be used more. Under Bill C-45, adults will be able to possess up to 30 grams of dried cannabis while in public. To put this into perspective, 30 grams would fit into a small bag of potato chips. So, not a small amount. In private, there is no prescribed limit. You can stockpile kilograms as long as you do not intend to distribute it. The bill goes even further to allow adults to grow and produce their own cannabis with up to 4 plants in their home. The problem, Madam Speaker, is that these plants are already in the home. The government wants to protect children, but they are allowing cannabis to be grown in the very space that is supposed to be safe for children. Madam Speaker, I understand that the legislation includes a few parameters to ensure that it is not possible for any and every adult to produce cannabis. I also wish to clarify that I'm not speaking in reference to the use and to the need of cannabis for medical purposes. That is a different issue. That being said, I'm not confident that there are enough safeguards to ensure that the 4-plant limit is not rampantly broken or disregarded. Allowing individuals to produce on their own will make regulation and oversight much more difficult for the government and our law enforcers. Madam Speaker, this leads directly into some of the other regulatory concerns I have. How the government plans to effectively regulate cannabis production in Assumption is not made clear in the present form of the legislation. In particular, the clauses concerning search warrants include provisions that will allow a warrant to be issued through a phone call, or would allow inspectors to open packages, enter buildings, based on their belief activities contravening the law are taking place. These provisions lack substance and practical process to actually assist law enforcement officers to determine when a search warrant is appropriate and how they are accurately able to predict violations. Finally, in my own home riding of Richmond Centre, I strongly campaigned against the legalization of marijuana and was re-elected because this is a view that many of my constituents share. They tell me their concerns. To name just a few, there are concerns about the awful lingering smell of smoked cannabis, but there are also concerns about obtaining housing insurance if a tenant decides to grow cannabis plants in the unit without the landlord knowing about it. Parents are concerned about the safety of their kids. There are so many unanswered questions about the real-world consequence of legalizing cannabis. Madam Speaker, this bill represents a huge shift in policy in our society as a whole. I find it infuriating that a government that is so preoccupied with consultations on even the smallest of changes deems it appropriate to rush through this legislation. One journalist commented, and I quote, the Trudeau Liberals are legalizing marijuana as if they are being forced to. Madam Speaker, the safety of Canadians, and particularly our young people.
Order. I just want to remind the member that you can't name individuals in the House that are in the House. Okay. There's 1 minute.
I was quoting what the papers said. I strongly encourage the government to slow down this legislation, to have the regulatory framework in place, and hopefully we can then bring together a more effective and secure piece of legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And to my colleague, I listened intently to your comments and through the Speaker to the comments. And the importance. This is an important piece of legislation and one that I think many of us in the House and Canadians have struggled with. And we're clearly not winning the fight when it comes on the issue of drug abuse in Canada. It's something that I was part of for many years, and I almost feel like we're giving it up. But the reality is we've got the highest cannabis use here in Canada amongst our young people. So C-44 is hopefully going to help us get a handle on that. So as much as we are uncomfortable with the direction we're going, what alternatives are there to supporting C-44?
The member for Richmond Centre.
I think the member opposite for her question. I think the most important thing we have not done successfully since the last number of years is education. I mean, whenever we talk about prevention of drugs, there are always many ways that we should have done. The whole issue why we have increased number of young people is, number one, the softening of their attitudes. And number two is they don't see the actual damage done to their brains. I would like to quote an example, a real example, of one of the neighbors whose house was called what we call a grow-up. Okay, so in the basement, you see mold and you see a lot of things. And then finally, the police discovered that it's a grow-up. And then when the school board looked at the kids living upstairs above that very basement, all those students have shown that they have signs of being stoned as if they were smoking grass. Now, my question is, as a former educator, we need to educate the young people so that they won't even go there. Encourage them to use them and giving them even more access at home. How can you guarantee that your kid won't get to your floor plans? I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I don't mean you. I mean, how can parents ensure that their own kids won't have access to the floor plans? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks, which help us all reflect on this issue. I think that since the beginning, what's been missing, a key piece that's been missing, and after 18 months I have a hard time understanding why, there's no standard on THC levels. That's a starting point. It's important when they say they want to get organized crime out of our schoolyards. Well, what are we going to be offering kids that's better than what they can already get? Why can't we determine what the legal THC level should be? Can my colleague comment on that?
For Richmond
Madam
Centre.
Speaker, I thank my honourable member for that question. I think the most important thing is not even have our kids try that. That is the safest way. Having to really look at the drug and look at it to see if the quality of the drug is good, or just like giving the best cocaine to people in the injection site, following the same argument. That is not the right way to deter our students, our young people, from taking that very harmful drug. So my policy would be not to even go there. The current legislation actually encourages and make it so much easier for young kids to have access to them. Not even talking about marijuana cookies, not even talking about, how these kids can trade among themselves. These are very real issues, but this legislation would not be able to stop that. Thank you, Madam.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to rise in the House today to support Bill C-45, the Cannabis Act. This bill represents not only a fulfillment of a large campaign promise to Canadians, but a meaningful step forward in protecting our youth and ensuring a safer Canada. Madam Speaker, in 2012, 20% of the youth aged 15 to 17 reported using cannabis in the previous year. This is an unacceptable statistic as it is harmful for our youth. And more so, in my riding of Don Valley East, I represent a large youth population. And as government, we have a duty to ensure that cannabis stays out of the hands of these constituents. Bill C-45 establishes criminal prohibitions on the sale or distribution of cannabis specifically to young persons. This is the first time in Canada that a specific criminal offense for selling cannabis to a young person has been created. The bill would create 2 new criminal offenses with maximum penalties of 14 years in jail for giving or selling cannabis to youth or using a youth to commit a cannabis-related offense. There is also strict legislation designed to prevent youth from using cannabis. Under the Act, any kind of labeling, packaging, promoting, advertising, sponsorship, endorsement that could entice young people to use cannabis or make cannabis appealing to youth carries a heavy penalty. This includes a fine of up to $5 million or 3 years in jail. A large problem with the current status quo is that it is not protecting the youth. As we have heard, there is a large number of young people who have had their lives irreparably damaged by minor cannabis possession through charges. Cannabis possession is the 4th most frequent crime
committed by youth in Canada. Bill C-45 seeks to avoid subjecting youth to the lifelong consequences of a criminal record. Individuals under the age of 18 years would not face criminal prosecution for possession or sharing very small amounts of cannabis. And any violation of that act by the youth would be subjected to the youth criminal justice system. On top of these measures, our government has committed $9.6 million over 5 years to a comprehensive public education and awareness campaign designed to inform Canadians, including youth, about the risk and harm of cannabis use. In 2012, 33% of people aged 18 to 24 reported using cannabis in the previous year. Currently, Madam Speaker, cannabis procurement is a very dangerous activity. It involves contacting criminal dealers or visiting illegal pot shops, arranging secret cannabis buy, and worrying about the content of the drugs. There is a serious issue with the cannabis that is currently in circulation that has been combined with other potent drugs or has an abnormally high THC content. While overdosing from cannabis is not likely, an impure form of cannabis can lead to an extremely unpleasant reaction to the drug. Bill C-45 allows those who are regular consumers and those who are looking to experiment to consume safe and related drugs. It also allows for the government to regulate the sales and production of these drugs, taking the profits out of the hands of the criminals. In 2013, 67% of police-reported drug offenses involved cannabis, and of those, 80% were possession offenses. The current criminal justice system is overrun with people who committed non-violent possession crimes. This bill aims to eliminate this burden, thereby allowing our justice system to be more effective in protecting Canadians. The regulation introduced in the bill will include legal possession of up to 30 grams of cannabis when in public, the purchase of cannabis from regulated retailers, and the growing of up to 4 cannabis plants per residence, which will ensure that the cannabis market is safe and secure. New regulations on minor possession will also allow our police force to focus on the important work of keeping cannabis out of the hands of our youth and the proceeds out of the hands of the criminal. This bill represents political cooperation to the utmost extent. All 3 levels of government, the municipal, the provincial, and federal, have worked together, along with private Canadian citizens, to ensure the best possible legislation, one that will protect Canadians. I would also like to congratulate the Task Force on Cannabis Legalization and Regulation for their hard work. Through their tireless work, engaging in cross-country consultation with all levels of government, as well as experts, patients, advocates, Indigenous people, governments, and representative organizations, youth, employers, industry, etc., they have provided meaningful advice on this new legislation and the regulatory framework. The proposed Cannabis Act will create a strict framework for controlling the production, distribution, sale, import, export, and possession of cannabis in Canada. Madam Speaker, I am proud to be able to tell the members of my constituency, many of them youth, that the government they elected is truly working for them. I am proud to tell them about the immense amount of work that our government did and is doing above and beyond to fulfill the campaign promises that many Canadians feel so strongly about. I am confident that the Cannabis Act will lead to a safer and better Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Oh, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a long way off down here. Thank the honourable member for her speech, and it gives me a couple of things to think about that are important, though, is the continuation of the criminalization of youth and other people that have serious consequences. For example, in my riding, we have a truck driver who works for Ford. He's worked for Ford for 20-plus years, does just-on-time delivery, but when he was 18, he does have a criminal record from 20 years back related to possession of cannabis, and he has no other record from that, and it creates problems in employment and so forth we have to deal with on a regular basis. But what's happening now is they're not actually doing anything about criminalizing people until this bill is passed. So I'd like to ask the honourable member a couple of things. Is why is it that the Prime Minister, who's admitted to actually smoking cannabis while being elected as a member of this House, does not have a criminal record, where he actually obtained the marijuana from, and how does she feel that her constituents over the summer can be receiving criminal records while the Prime Minister does not?
Honourable member for Don Valley East.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and it's a valid question. We're talking about legalization versus decriminalization. And under decriminalization, you cannot, if you don't, the current law makes it a criminal offense. If you keep the current law, then you have no basis for conversation. With legalization, we will make strict regulations for the sale and possession. We will ensure the safety of Canadians. We will remove the criminal activity because it is the criminal organizations that are benefiting from it. So by decriminalization, we can decriminalize it, but it still does not reduce the fact that the activity is still in the hands of criminal or crime organizations. So I think there is a balance to be held. The second thing that I want is that the bill cannot automatically remove what is the status quo at the moment till we have had discussions at committee level. But I thank the member for his input, and I hope that at committee level they'll get more intelligent report and inputs.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I often hear how the Liberal members on the other side talk about how they're going to take marijuana and cannabis away from the criminal activity. The first thing they want to do is to put a tax on it. They get a tax revenue from that. How can they possibly, pardon me, through you, Madam Speaker, how can this member possibly think that they will take the marijuana and cannabis growth and trafficking out of the criminal element when the first thing they want to do is make it more expensive than the illegal sector can produce and sell it for because of their tax system? How do they think that's even possible?
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. At the moment, the cannabis that is being smoked by our kids, and there's a huge statistics, if you go to any school, children are smoking cannabis more than they are smoking cigarettes. And so it is important that the product that they have is a safe product. We cannot be ostriches and hide our heads in the sand and say the problem does not exist. We have to work, and what we have done with this bill is include municipal and provincial governments. We're including the police force. At the moment, the criminals benefit out of it, and it goes into the criminal's pocket. My question would be to the honourable member, does he want the criminal crime organizations to benefit from it? If it does, then he doesn't support the bill.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before we do that, sorry, I will jump to the queue there for a second. À l'ordre.
It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Blanchet, Public Safety, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill, Public Safety, and the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin, Health. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Madam Speaker, honoured to rise today to speak on Bill C-45. Marijuana, Madam Speaker, has been criminalized in Canada since 1923, and much has changed in the past century, including the conversation about marijuana. The Liberals promised to legalize, regulate, and restrict access to marijuana in their 2015 platform. However, since the Liberal government was elected 20 months ago, more than 15,000 Canadians have been charged for simple possession. This is an incredible waste of resources, Madam Speaker. What's even more alarming is that we likely won't see the government actually implement a plan until next summer. The government should be embarrassed about how long this is taking. Not only have the Liberals broken their promise to Canadians, they are clogging up our justice system with arbitrary offences. While we wait for legalization, the Liberal government is ignoring the tens of thousands of charges and criminal records handed out for simple possession, which disproportionately affects young and racialized Canadians. People should not have barriers for the rest of their lives for finding good employment, housing, and international travel due to having had a charge or a conviction for a small amount of cannabis. The Supreme Court of Canada's decision, R versus Jordan last year, imposed time limits on court cases. This decision exposed the chronic shortage of resources in the Canadian justice system, caused by a myriad of factors such as judicial vacancies, underfunding in legal aid, and mandatory minimum sentences. Many serious criminal charges have been either stayed or withdrawn. In my riding alone, we have different municipalities approaching this issue differently, and some local governments are directing the RCMP to take a hard stance against marijuana. And several people volunteering at medical marijuana dispensaries have been arrested for simple possession. However, in neighbouring communities, local governments have asked the RCMP to do the exact opposite. We're in a jurisdictional and legal grey zone, and the lack of clear direction is creating confusion for everyone. With this crisis in the justice system, it is irresponsible to continue using police and justice resources to continue to criminalize young people for simple possession of cannabis. We cannot afford to continue to use police and court resources in charges and convictions for simple possession. The NDP has had a 45-year history of championing marijuana decriminalization, and we've been asking for the Liberals to immediately decriminalize simple possession of marijuana as an interim measure and invoke prosecutorial and police discretion to cease enforcing a blatantly unjust law such as this one. Madam Speaker, we support the overall goal of legalization, and we will be preparing constructive proposals for the government, especially in regards to bringing in pardons for those previously convicted of cannabis possession. It would seem fair that those who have received previous convictions for marijuana possession should have some form of amnesty offered given the looming legalization. However, there is no indication the government, the Liberals, are considered in making pardons easier to obtain, or if they will address the high $631 fee just for an application to do so. The inability to access a pardon remains a serious obstacle for many people trying to escape their criminal past and move on with their lives. Well, Bill C-45 is a step in the right direction, albeit late and long overdue. It contains several ludicrous points. To start with, it would allow for a punishment of up to 14 years for anyone selling marijuana to a young person. This is absurd. It's akin to the punishments for producing child pornography and attempting to leave Canada to commit terrorism. I know it would give judicial discretion, but it is excessive and might not even comply with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Secondly, the legislation leaves many key issues to the provinces. The federal government has clear jurisdiction in the federal criminal law power, but when it comes to sales and distribution, that is very clearly a provincial power under our Constitution. So this means the province will need time to set up their own regulatory systems. So this is another reason that we wish this process had begun earlier. It is unclear what the government's plan is in terms of tax and revenue structure for marijuana and how it will be shared between federal and provincial governments. Unfortunately, the provinces will have to wait to hear from the Minister of Finance on that matter. These gaping holes need to be addressed before we can move forward with meaningful legislation that makes sense for all Canadians. New Democrats and I want to make sure that the funds would be generated for a reliable stream of long-term revenue for research and prevention, specifically in addiction treatment and prevention. The government needs to clearly outline provincial and federal responsibilities that balance health protection with the goal of reducing the illicit market and protecting youth. It is important to note that New Democrats are aware of some of the negative consequences of criminalization. It has been widely acknowledged that there's a lack of scientific research into the health impacts of cannabis use, especially chronic long-term use. We must be particularly concerned about the health impacts of chronic and heavy cannabis use amongst young people. Therefore, we will be pressing the government to begin establishing research plans and funding into these important areas. And it's time to take a new approach to marijuana. We currently have archaic legislation in place, and Canadians want change. For decades, research on the impact of cannabis decriminalization has shown that in a variety of jurisdictions, including Australia, Europe, and the United States, decriminalization does not cause an increase in consumer demand or in the ease of access. Madam Speaker, I believe that people who are going to smoke or ingest marijuana, they need to make sure they're backed up with education, with support services around them. About 30% of Canadian youth have tried cannabis at least once by the age of 15. That's the highest among 43 countries and regions in Europe and in North America. So clearly, our strategy currently has been failing. We need to work with society, not against it. Decriminalization will decrease the related social problems, the criminal records that people have tied around their necks for the rest of their lives, and the impact on employment and people's ability to rent or to travel. It also reduces the costs in our judicial system. We support the legalization of marijuana as long as it's done effectively so that it is not marketed to children, that a reliable long-term revenue stream is created for public health, prevention, and research, and that there is a comprehensive strategy around safety. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his very thoughtful comments and some very thoughtful conversations he and I have had on this issue, and I very much look forward to working with him as we move forward with this initiative. But, Madam Speaker, I would just like to share with him a report, some statements made by the Centre of Addiction and Mental Health with respect to the issue of decriminalization, and they suggested that decriminalization was a half measure in which cannabis remains unregulated, meaning that users can know nothing or next to nothing about its potency or quality, that as long as it remains prohibited, it's difficult for healthcare or education professionals to effectively address and help prevent problematic use, and finally, that decriminalization encourages commercialization of cannabis, enriching organized crime. And they say instead, and recommend that, and this is a very respected body, that legalization presents governments with an opportunity to regulate cannabis to mitigate risk, something that cannot effectively be done under a prohibition or decriminalization. And with that advice and that knowledge, may I suggest to my member and ask him to comment on whether or not this is the right choice that we have made.
Our member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments. We have had some excellent conversations. He's helped me better understand the government's position on this bill. We are supporting this bill. We support this bill. It gives us an opportunity to look at ways that we can curb youth from using marijuana through providing the prevention and the addiction treatment and the education around that, so that we can eliminate organized crime, as the member talked about, and I appreciate that. But also, in the interim, in the 15 months that we're going to see this bill
come to fruition and become law. The current crisis of delays is causing a huge lack of resources in our justice system. It's creating tons of confusion. We can't afford to continue to use police and court resources, and the member knows better than many here, in charges and convictions for simple possession of a substance that will soon be legal. So we're calling on the government to decriminalize so that we can create an interim measure of decriminalization and invoke prosecutorial and police discretion to cease enforcing an unjust law really in the short term. But we are supporting this bill. I support the member's direction on that. But in the interim, we're calling on the government to decriminalize so that we can free up the courts and free up law enforcement so they can do their job.
What's the member for Durham?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague in the NDP for his thoughtful remarks here today. Even though the government is limiting debate on yet another subject, using closure at really an astonishing rate, the debate has been interesting. Yesterday, the member from Vancouver Quadra said that she'd been advocating and having meetings for several years within the Liberal caucus on the legalization of marijuana, and certainly the Prime Minister's position and his experience in the area is well known. In recent weeks, we've seen how Liberal Party fundraisers, insiders, seem to be occupying positions on boards of directors, leadership positions, ownership stakes in cannabis companies. So I'm curious to the NDP's position on this, because I think there's been enough smoke raised here that, pardon the pun, that causes some concern as to whether Liberal insiders are benefiting from this legalization regime, much like the same group of Liberal insiders benefited at Queen's Park in Ontario with the Green Energy Act. It seems that from the remarks from the member from Vancouver Quadra, there's been discussions for several years. I'm asking my friend from the NDP, do they share our concern about these Liberal insiders benefiting unfairly?
The honourable member for Courtenay-Albany has a minute to answer.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for bringing forward a real valid concern. You know, we know that we've had concerns about appointments here in this House. We've had appointments around government members and their and appointments and how they've had an affiliation to the Liberal Party in the past. And certainly we do have concerns around you know, how this is unfolded, and we want to make sure that it's done right. And we have a lot of questions. We are disappointed that this debate is being limited in this discussion. We've got questions about the revenue. Where's the revenue going to go? Is it going to go to treatment, addiction, and education? We have concerns around a lot of different issues. So we share the members' concerns around limiting debate on this very important subject for Canadians, and certainly about the onus that's going to and burden that's going to be put on the provinces and local governments. But at the same time, we think it's time for Canada to move forward. It's long overdue in terms of this issue and this substance. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. And I'm pleased to rise in this House and speak to Bill C-45, a bill with which I have had some responsibility and some involvement from its outset upon the election of our government. And I'm hoping to use my limited time today not to review all aspects of this bill, which I think have been discussed fairly significantly in this House, but I have had the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to sit through every hour of debate that has taken place so far, and I've tried very hard to listen carefully to the questions and concerns raised by members of this House. And I would hope to use my time today to do my very best to try to answer some of those concerns and to perhaps give them some insight on how these matters might most appropriately be dealt with. Just if I may, Madam Speaker, just if I'll back up just for a minute, there was a reference a little earlier to the issue of perhaps there being some malfeasance or something inappropriate with respect to individuals who have received licensed approval for the licensed production of cannabis. And in previous discussions in this House, a number of companies, I don't want to name individuals, but a number of companies, specifically Canopy, Aurora, Tweed, and Hydropothecary, were mentioned as places where individuals who had some affiliation, political affiliation, had received some benefit. I just wanted to point out to this House, Madam Speaker, for a point of clarification, that the individuals, those particular companies, the four I just mentioned, all received their license approval under the previous government. And so, quite frankly, the accusation is without merit. Madam Speaker,
Madam Speaker, I wanted to begin, if I may, by explaining a little bit how I come to this position of speaking on behalf of the government for the legalization and strict regulation of cannabis, and the restriction in particular giving access to kids, with respect to access to kids. And I wanted to be clear. I have taken a position in my previous occupation as a police officer and as a police chief, expressing very sincere concerns about the limitations of decriminalization. My position is not varied from that. But I will tell you, Madam Speaker, in my experience as a person responsible for the protection of the children of Toronto and the safety of my communities, I tried always to look at the harms that were being perpetuated upon our kids in our communities and do everything possible to reduce those harms and to protect those kids and communities. And Madam Speaker, in October of 2014, there was a report prepared, and I quoted from it earlier, by the Centre of Addiction and Mental Health, in which they recommended the implementation of a new system, a public health approach, a public health framework for the strict regulation of cannabis. And they identified a number of harms that could be addressed in this way. And Madam Speaker, may I acknowledge right up front, I believe every member of this House cares very sincerely about all of our kids, all of the youth of Canada. And I believe every member of this House, quite sincerely, is concerned that Canada has the highest rates of cannabis use among young people of any country in the world. I believe every member of this House, on both sides, understand that high use by our kids represents a significant risk to our kids. There are very real social harms to the development of the adolescent brain and other health risks that our kids face as a result of the early onset of use of cannabis, the frequency of its use, and the high potency of its use. And so I believe everyone agrees we have to do a better job. The current system is appalling, unacceptable, and demands action from us. And so now we can debate and discuss what is the appropriate course of action. I believe as well every member of this House believes that it is unacceptable that organized crime profits in the billions of dollars from this criminal enterprise, that street gangs and outlaw motorcycle gangs and other criminal enterprises are wholly responsible currently for the production and distribution, the trafficking of this drug in our communities and to our kids. And I believe every member of this House believes that we must take the steps necessary to make our communities safe, to take those profits away from organized crime, and at the same time, take the steps that are necessary to protect our kids, our community, and the health of our citizens. Now, Madam Speaker, I will try to address some of the concerns that have been raised. A number of members have asked why in the government's legislation it is recommended at a minimum age that persons under the age of 18 would be prohibited from its access, but that over the age of 18, the age at which a person is normally deemed to be an adult, that depending on the jurisdiction in which they reside, because this is a provincial determination, that an adult can have access to a cannabis which is produced under strict regulation, which is sold only through a strict regulatory regime as established by the province, and abiding by the regulations and conditions of consumption that are determined by the local jurisdiction. And let me tell you, I am well aware, Madam Speaker, that the science indicates that there is a very real health risk to people up to the age of 25. And this was a matter considered at great length by our task force and the subject of substantial debates within the task force and within the government and within this House. But I will tell you, Madam Speaker, our government believes that an adult Canadian between the ages of 18 and 25 has the right and the maturity to make decisions about their own health. Madam Speaker, we allow young people over the age of adulthood, as determined by the provincial jurisdiction, to get married, to have children, to buy a house, to get a mortgage, to use alcohol and tobacco, to make decisions about their own life and their own health. And as long as we enable them to make safer, healthier, and more socially responsible choices, as long as we provide them with the information that they need to make a well-informed choice so that they can make better choices for themselves, I think we are fulfilling our responsibility and acknowledging and respecting their ability as adult Canadians to make that choice. Now, Madam Speaker, as well, there has been some question on how the legislation would deal with possession of cannabis for a young person under the age of 18, or as the provinces may determine. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to inform the members of this House that one of the harms that has been identified in our discussions from coast to coast and with experts across the country was the criminalization of our youth, as has been earlier mentioned. And it is very much our government's intention to protect our children from the harm of having their actions criminalized and resulting in a criminal record. And so we want to make sure that we can enforce a prohibition for their possession, purchase, and consumption of cannabis, but without subjecting them to a risk of a criminal record. And the right way to do that, Madam Speaker, is through provincial legislation. I can share with my colleagues that in every province and territory in this country, there is a Liquor License Act. And under that Liquor License Act, it is an offence under provincial regulation for a young person to possess, to purchase, and to consume alcohol. And if they're caught, law enforcement can seize that alcohol from them, and they can give them a ticket for that offence. There are actual consequences for breaking that regulation. But that young person does not face the consequence of a criminal record. And in my humble opinion, that is a significant reduction of risk for our young people. You know, Madam Speaker, as I traveled across the country and I talked to parents and families across the country about what concerns them about cannabis and their kids, they're certainly worried about their health. And we have a responsibility to do a better job of protecting those kids. They're worried about the social harms to their kids. They're worried whether they're going to finish school. They're worried about who they're hanging out with. They're worried that if they are using cannabis, they're going and dealing with some criminal to get it, and that criminal may sell them other drugs or expose them to other risks. And finally, Madam Speaker, parents have shared with me that they're also concerned that their kid may be in a car one evening and be innocently pulled over by the police, found to be in possession of cannabis, and end up with a lifelong criminal record with all of its consequences. And Madam Speaker, I believe every member of this House is motivated by a very sincere desire to do a better job of protecting our kids from all of those harms. Madam Speaker, I've also heard a number of discussion about concerns about resources, and I wanted to share the discussion that I've had across the country. I've met with mayors, city councillors, police chiefs, fire chiefs, bylaw enforcement people, public health officials, and all have expressed concern, willing to take on their responsibility to keep their communities safe, but have had concerns about resources. And Madam Speaker, I think it's absolutely essential, and I am proud of the fact that our government has committed that the revenues that can be generated from the taxation of this substance federally can be reinvested in research, public education, treatment, and rehabilitation. And there is an important discussion that is taking place with provinces and territories and municipalities across the country to make sure that law enforcement, municipal officials, and public health officials have the tools, the infrastructure, the administration, the oversight, the testing, and the enforcement capability that will keep our communities safe. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend from Scarborough Southwest, in particular for staying past midnight last night to address some of the concerns I'd raised on the public safety front. I think he's carried a file that he probably didn't pray for before his time in politics, but he's tried to do so nobly, and that's appreciated. I am concerned that he suggested that because licenses were granted in the past under the previous government for the medicinal marijuana program, that somehow that makes conduct, whether lobbying or attending Liberal fundraisers, or the fact that Liberal insiders may have been involved in developing the Prime Minister's plan to legalize. Because as that member knows, my position is actually the position he used to have as Chief of Police, that you could ticket, allow it still to be criminalized, but give law enforcement tools. So my concern here is the fact that the member from Vancouver Quadra said that the legalization plan has been talked about within the Liberal caucus for several years, and we see the former CFO of the Liberal Party, we see other insiders in key positions in cannabis companies. And we all know that when it was medicinal marijuana, they were staking their claim like a gold rush, hoping that full legalization was coming. So can that member tell us that within the Liberal caucus there has been no direct access or early access to Liberal insiders to gain financially from legalization?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Yes, I'm very proud to be able to rise and reassure the member that in all of my experience with this file, and I have had primary carriage of this on behalf of my government from its very outset. I have not seen a single incident of anyone having insider advantage or knowledge on this file. You know, it's interesting, Madam Speaker. It was once suggested in this House that we had given some advantage in foreknowledge that had somehow benefited people who had invested in this. It was completely false. There was another incident about a month later where I made a statement about the importance of taking the time to do it right, which had an enormous and unintended impact on the stock market. And then we didn't hear any suggestion that I had somehow done that against them. But I also wanted to assure the members, although I would not ever name an individual, particularly an individual for which there is absolutely no evidence or suggestion that they've done anything wrong, but I want to assure that there are many individuals who are in this business and in the queue to obtain licenses that represent all political stripe, but it isn't the political stripe, it's the ability and the willingness to meet the very stringent requirements of those licenses upon which those...
Sorry, but I do have to allow for at least one more question. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Trois.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite for his remarks. The exchanges that we've had today are very constructive. I've heard some solid arguments on a number of aspects. This distinction, for example, with respect to the age where use should be allowed to based on science, and is it 18 when people are responsible for making decisions for a number of aspects? But I was aware of that argument. However, I think that what causes concern among Canadians is the lack of discussion and agreement when the government says the age is 18, but in the same breath that they tell the provinces that they can review that standard if they want to increase it. Would it not have been preferable for the government then to sit down with the provinces beforehand so that everyone would come out in agreement on a measure to put forth?
Only has 1 minute to answer.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to say that the advice that we receive, particularly from our task force, which include people with great expertise in public health, neuroscience, and the problematic substance use, and their recommendation was that this should be strictly restricted for those who were under the age of adulthood, but that for adult uses, what we should be encouraging is lower risk, safer, and more socially responsible use among the population. 18 to 25 is the highest cohort of cannabis users in this country. To criminalize their acquisition of this drug would simply leave them to the black market and to the profits of organized crime. And so the recommendation was adulthood, and we recognize, and frankly we greatly respect, that each of the provinces within their jurisdiction has the authority under our Constitution to establish an age of majority. In 7 of the provinces that's at the age of 19, in 3 it's at the age of 18, and we have therefore given latitude to the province to make their decision as to the age that they believe is appropriate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honour today to rise to speak to Bill C-45, the government's draft legislation respecting cannabis and amendments to the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Criminal Code, and other acts. This draft legislation is more than 100 pages long. As the title suggests, it is a complex bill affecting the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Criminal Code, and other acts. Beyond affecting these acts, this complex bill will also affect individuals. It will affect families. It will affect people's lives. It will affect the provinces and territories and the communities within them. This bill will affect our country in ways we cannot be sure of at this point. As I begin to speak to this bill and its complexities, I would first like to recognize that the medical community has been studying the effects of cannabis as a drug to treat many illnesses, from chronic pain to anxiety and seizures to illnesses such as intestinal illness and cancer. There are a multitude of illnesses that may or may not be remedied by fully tested, properly prescribed, and administered marijuana. While scientific studies may be on their way to discovering the full potential of cannabis, they are only partway along that path. Much more testing is needed to establish what the full effects and benefits of cannabis are. Science has yet to reach a complete conclusions and understanding of the possible detrimental effects of cannabis on the human body. That said, science has established that cannabis has negative effects on the developing brains of young people. Science has also established the health risks of inhaling smoke, whether it be tobacco smoke, wood smoke, or marijuana smoke. The risk of smoke to human health is well documented. At this point, cannabis is considered by the laws of Canada as a drug, still not fully tested, with many known effects and many unknowns. As legislators, it is our responsibility to consider what the full potential benefits, detriments, and dangers are of any legislation that comes before us, and the impact of our decisions and the votes that we take on that legislation. As such, I take this responsibility very seriously, and while I have had some time to look over this bill, there are so many angles, so many components, so many potential impacts, and so many unknowns that I feel much more time is needed before we go down the path of legalization. Sound and thorough review of this legislation is necessary to ensure this House does its due diligence to ensure we perform our duty to the people we represent and not pass haphazard legislation that we come to regret. While I don't disagree that the current status quo is not working, there are other policy options available, such as decriminalization without full legalization, which deserves consideration. As I mentioned, there is much to be considered. We must consider not only what is on the pages of the bill in this House, but what will be on the pages of the bills in the provincial legislatures, in the territories and the communities. How will impairment be measured? How will it be proven and penalized? Many of these issues can and likely will be dealt with by provincial legislation, but we have heard that the provinces need much more time and resources to complete the legislation and implementation required. I have heard from municipalities that they are concerned about how they will draft new bylaws to regulate marijuana production in residential areas and in residential rental homes, which, by the way, will be permitted under this legislation. I have been informed that the provinces and municipalities are looking for funding from the proposed tax and licensing revenue stream that the Liberal government is developing. This funding is required to offset the costs municipalities and the provinces will encounter in dealing with the responsibilities being downloaded onto them by the federal Liberals' election promise, a half-baked idea with no decisive plan for implementation. Another issue that concerns me as a former small business operator is the impact on small business. What about cannabis use in the workplace? Large businesses and government agencies may be able to implement random screening and processes on a large scale to manage cannabis use in the workplace, but what about the employer managing the corner store? What about the mechanic shop where you take your family car for repairs? What about the other small businesses that won't have the capacity to test or reprimand employees that choose to use the drug before they show up for work, or even worse, on their coffee breaks? How will these small businesses deal with the challenges without having issues escalate to a point that they either lose the ability to serve their customers or face labor laws complaints, be they founded or unfounded? This kind of scenario is a real possibility, and the consequences could be dire for small businesses, small business managers, and other employees. These are the types of situations and shortcomings that are not addressed in this already complex legislation. As I said, this bill will end up affecting Canadians in ways we don't think the Liberals have even considered. If the Liberals have considered these possible effects, they have chosen to either ignore them or pass them on to other levels of government to deal with. I would also like to address some of the ways in which individuals will be affected. We have heard from the medical community that the use of cannabis affects the function of the brain. That is very clear. We have also heard from the medical community that cannabis has detrimental and irreversible effects on the developing brains of young people. In fact, evidence shows that cannabis should not be used by young people because it has been shown to cause both functional and structural changes in the brain of young people who use it regularly. The Canadian Pediatric Society has cautioned that marijuana use is strongly linked to, and I quote, cannabis dependence or other substance abuse disorders, the initiation and maintenance of tobacco smoking, an increased presence of mental illness, including depression, anxiety, and psychosis, impaired neurological development and cognitive decline, and diminished school performance and lifetime achievement, end quote. Madam Speaker, I'm certain that I'll be facing questions from the Liberals once I'm finished speaking, so before they start asking those questions, I would also pose a question to them in my closing comments. Part of the platform the Liberals have put forward supporting this legislation is that they are introducing it to protect the health of our children and keep them from harm. My question to my Liberal colleagues is this. When we have health authorities saying that inhaling smoke is detrimental to your health, when you have statements like the one I quoted from the Canadian Pediatric Society illustrating the risks of cannabis use in young people, when this government is promoting half-baked legislation that will do nothing to eliminate illegal marijuana growth and trafficking, when the Liberals' goal is to create tax revenue which will make it the so-called regulated product more expensive than the black market or homegrown, when the Liberals have no plan to share the potential gains with the provinces or municipalities who are being burdened with their own legal nightmares created by this legislation, when the Liberals have no plan that will actually keep it out of the hands of children at home, let alone on the playground, how can any member on that side of the House actually believe this is good legislation? Madam Speaker, we can likely assume that the Liberals will push this legislation through with their majority and a whipped vote. I believe their motion for early closure of debate on this bill shows that they actually are afraid to continue debate for fear the multiple flaws in this legislation might be exposed. As a final comment, Madam Speaker, I hope at least some of the government members, or eventually the Senate, will take a non-hazy view of this legislation and send it back for a complete remake. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. Actually, the points, Madam Speaker, that he brings forward, what are the things that we know? I have a son in the United States. Works down there, has business down there. Oregon, I think it is, that has legal marijuana, has legalized it. They're at a concern there that actually they don't want to hire people that are from Oregon because of the effects that it has had on the young people there. The other thing that is, I'd like to make a comment because what it does, and we have former police officers here and one that has taken charge of this file, are the number of road deaths of innocent people because of the legalization now of another drug that has a mind effect and a reactional effect on how when they're driving. There isn't apparently yet, maybe close, some sort of a roadside test for alcohol. We have drugs, maybe, but the combination, I'm not sure how that's going to happen. Do you have a concern in your area regarding the road safety and the impact it'll have on victims that are killed because of the...
I just want to remind the member that he's to address the questions to the chair and not to the individual member. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member alongside me here for his questions. I certainly have heard concerns about the legal definitions of impairment under this drug, the legalities of the equipment that may or may not be available. I don't believe any of it has been court tested. The impairment levels could be different from individual to individual. There is so much of that data that has yet to be looked at, gained from other jurisdictions that are trying this and still really in the experimental stage. There is, I believe, a huge risk in this. Thank you, Madam.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess I'm somewhat disappointed in the sense that here we have an option. For so many years, I've been looking at this particular issue, and I think it's important that we recognize that in Canada, out of the developed world, we have some of the highest usage of cannabis amongst our young people. And to defend the status quo does not do our young people any justice, nor does it deal with the issue of the crime element, where literally hundreds of millions of dollars are generated through criminal activities. My question to the member is, if the Conservatives are having such a difficult time with this particular piece of legislation, with hindsight, even though they had 10 years under Stephen Harper to deal with this, do they not recognize that we need to do something on this issue?
Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I believe if the member had been listening, I said I certainly agree that the status quo is not working. But I do not agree that full legalization is the way to go. We've heard many times from members saying on the other side that they're going to keep it out of the hands of criminals, to remove the criminal element from it. I have yet to understand how they can do that, or even have one of them explain how they can tell a leaf from a plant that was grown legally, or a bud from a plant that was grown legally, from a plant that was grown through the illegal system. How can you possibly tell that difference? How can you tell it on the street what's legal, what's not? The only way the buyers are going to be able to tell is from the tax that this government's going to put on it, and that's the only way they'll be able to try and keep it out of people's hands.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak on the Cannabis Act, also known as another poorly thought out, poorly written, rushed through piece of legislation by this government that needs time allocation to get it through, only to go to the Senate where it's going to be butchered and sent back for further amendments, leaving this government wondering why in the world they bothered trying to have independent senators in the first place. But that is just the working title, I understand. Now, if anyone's at home watching on CPAC right now, I'm breathlessly waiting for another 9.5 minutes before I get to telling them whether I support this bill or not. I'm going to give you a spoiler alert. Go have a cup of coffee or something so you won't hear the answer right now. Clearly, I do not support this bill as presented right now. Shocking, I know. Now, I want to discuss a couple of highlights or lowlights of this bill before I get into the bulk of my speech. Setting the minimum age at 18, we've heard repeatedly from experts, the Medical Association, 18 is way too low. 18 is the legal age in Ontario right now, where I'm from. Just last week, I had the pleasure of speaking at 2 different high schools for their graduation, where the huge majority of these children were 18. This government wants to allow children 18 to legally smoke marijuana, go into the stores anytime and pick it up. It's disgraceful. Youth, age 12 to 17, would be allowed to have up to 7 joints at the same time. Now, this legislation will put Canada in contravention of international laws and treaty obligations, including the Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs of 61, Convention of Psychotropic Substances, 71, and the UN Convention Against Illicit Traffic in Narcotic Drugs. There's no plan from this government right now to address these issues. Problems with the drug-impaired driving. No universally accepted limit for what constitutes impaired driving. There's no common line across the world that has legalized system to say this is what impairment is. Current drug testing involves oral fluid samples. It can only provide the presence of the drug, not the concentration. Chemical traces of marijuana stay in the individual body for a long time after impairment, no longer an issue. Saliva tests are very expensive, $20 to $40 for every single test. Currently, for checking for alcohol roadside stops, it's pennies. Now we're going to force this huge costs upon the municipalities to bear this added money. Now, one of the arguments we hear about, let's legalize it, it'll push out organized crime. Now, I have to say, who in the world actually thinks the Hells Angels or anyone else in organized crime currently taking in billions is going to stop and say, well, it's all over, let's pick up our toys and go home, it's now legal. Maybe we can use our motorcycles and make it we can become Uber drivers because we're obviously out of the business. It's simple-mindedness to think that the Hells Angels and all these organized crime organizations have been doing this for years and years, who have amazing market penetration, are just going to pack up their stuff and go away. Now, I'm not advocating for organized crime or the Hells Angels, but this is just reality. One of the other arguments we hear is, well, it'll fill the tax coffers. We can legalize it, tax the heck out of it, and raise a lot of money. Well, unfortunately, the PBO, the same PBO that this government's trying to muzzle with their omnibus budget bill, kind of says the opposite. It says that money raised by the government will be measured in the millions and millions, not the billions. And I quote from them, the illicit market, their profit margins are high, so they have room to compete with the legal market, which makes it even more difficult for the government to set the rate. So the PBO says they're not going to push out illegal drugs unless they keep prices down. So now we're going to have the government setting the price of marijuana or helping set the price of marijuana low to keep out organized crime, thus making it easier to access for Canadians. Now, the PBO estimates the pot market's worth about $4 to $6 billion. So, $46 billion, the feds are going to take $100 million or more. Provinces will take a bit more. And that's only if they keep taxes and prices down. Now, when have we ever seen the government keeping prices down or taxes down? Does anyone actually in Ontario or BC with public liquor store system thinks that the LDBO or the BC LDBO is actually going to be able to keep prices down and undercut organized crime? I don't think so. Now, President Reagan has many famous quotes, and one of my favorites is when he described government's view on business as thus: if it moves, tax it. If it keeps moving, regulate it. And if it stops moving, subsidize it. I can very well see a future where the government, with its interference in this market, regulations, adding taxes, makes it difficult for legalized marijuana to compete with organized crime, therefore lowering taxes or changing the system, perhaps even subsidizing it to better compete with organized crime. Now, one government member argued that pot arrests are tying up the courts. So I have to ask, why not just decriminalize it? The Police Chief Association says so. You know, my colleagues with the NDP, our colleagues in this party, do not disagree with that. And I have to ask, what is so magical that on June 30th, marijuana use is going to be illegal, but the very next day, July 1, is going to be magically okay? Now, I don't often agree with my friends and my colleagues with the NDP, but they do have a point here. Now, I'm stunned that this Liberal member is using this argument about tying up courts when they've failed to fill open positions on the courts. For over a year, this government and my colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton, have been calling for this government to fill the judge positions that they've neglected. Now, we've had murderers being let go because we don't have judges. Of the 101 applications for release of accused persons for court delays, 51 were granted, including from Edmonton, Adam Picard, who was accused of murdering a gentleman named Fouad Nail. Another one, Lance Reagan, also accused of murder. So here we have the government will not fill judge positions, but we have another member of this government stating that we cannot tie up the courts with pot. So it doesn't seem to care that we're not filling the judge positions and allowing accused murderers to go free, but is concerned about the courts being tied up otherwise. Now, I have to ask this government, why is such the big rush to legalize by July 1, 2018? Why the arbitrary cutoff? Is it perhaps because they're under pressure from so many broken promises, such as balancing the budget by the end of their mandate 2019, which is now 2055, the $30 billion in deficit, which is now hundreds of billion dollars, you know, the whole open and fair competition to replace the fighter jets, which they're not doing because they're going to the CF-18s, but maybe we'll throw them under the bus because we have to appease Bombardier. But of course, the biggest promise that he may have broken is on electoral reform. Now, we know this government rallied the youth to their cause with the electoral reform promise, which they've now cancelled. Are they rushing through this bill, putting families at risk, children at risk, just so they can draw this cohort back into Liberal support? So I have to wonder, again, why July 1? Is it so the Prime Minister can go out and light the symbolic first joint on Canada Day? Maybe arrange to photobomb a bunch of people toking up, and maybe get his PR experts to create a hashtag and call it a photobong?
Too far-fetched.
Now, we've spoken to the RCMP in Edmonton. I've spoken to the police in our riding. They say they're not going to be ready by July 1. The training's not going to be done. The ability to detect levels of intoxication will not be ready. Municipalities have told us they're not ready, and they don't want to get stuck carrying the bill for this poorly thought out legislation. Provinces are scrambling to get ready. The province of Alberta, just a week ago, started consultations on how we're going to regulate, distribute marijuana in Alberta. So 4 million people, and we just started the process. Our schools are not ready. But the government says, don't worry, we have a plan for education and prevention. $9 million over 5 years. Wow. 5 cents for every Canadian over 5 years. But put that in perspective, this government in their budget has put down $120 million for the same time frame for free charging stations for Tesla owners. So if you own an $85,000 Tesla, the government is there for you. But if you're a family trying to keep your kids away from marijuana, here's a nickel a year. It's ridiculous. Now, I realize my time is up. I've got a lot more I'd love to say about this. But I'll just end with this. I wish the government would take a step back, realize it's too soon. I understand they have a majority, they have a mandate, they're going to push this through. But I beg the government, slow it down and let us get proper consultations with the provinces, municipalities, and families before they steamroll this ahead. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton West will have 5 minutes of questions and comments when this matter comes up again a little bit later on today.
It being 5:30, the House will now turn to private members' business, according to today's order paper.
This consideration at report stage of Bill C-243, National Maternity Assistance Program Strategy Act, in the name of Mr. Garrettson.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Garrettson, seconded by Monsieur Robillard, moves that Bill C-243, an act respecting the development of a national maternity assistance program strategy and amending the Employment Insurance Act maternity benefits as amended, be concurred in at report stage.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Oui. Adopté.
Carried.
When shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now. Mr. Garrettson, appuyé par
Mr. Garrettson, seconded by Mr. Robillard, moves that Bill C-243, an act respecting the development of a national maternity assistance program strategy, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak once again to my private member's bill, Bill C-243. I would like to begin with a couple of quick thank yous, and then I will address the substance of the bill. First of all, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities for their careful study of this bill. I appreciate the efforts of all members of the committee, and I look forward to speaking to their proposed amendments shortly. I would also like to thank the 9 witnesses who took the time to present constructive feedback to the committees for consideration. The witnesses represented a diversity of backgrounds, including women's advocacy groups, skilled trades organizations, and of course, Melody herself, the welder in my community that inspired this bill. I hope that all of you will continue to be part of the important discussions going forward, And if my bill is passed, your voices will be a critical part of the development of an effective national maternity assistance program that reflects all areas of the labour market, including women working in hazardous jobs. As today will be the last opportunity to speak on Bill C-243 in the House, I'd like to thank all members who have supported this bill from the beginning. Bringing forward legislation is one of the most important things that we do as MPs, and I truly appreciate all members and all parties who took the time to get involved in one way or another. And as one final thank you, Madam Speaker, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank a staff member in my office. I know that all MPs greatly value the work that our staff do. And there's one particular individual, Mr. Stephen Patterson, who works in my office, Madam Speaker, who started working on this file when I was asked and told that I had a private member's bill coming up very early on. He was still a fourth-year student at Queen's University in politics. He started writing this bill from his dorm room in residence. He worked with me when we were challenged on royal recommendation, and in my opinion put forward one of the smartest and best cases against royal recommendation that this House has seen, and further continued to work as this went through committee and whatnot. Unfortunately, Mr. Patterson will be leaving me to go to law school, which was pretty much inevitable in the fall, and I want to greatly thank him for his participation in this, and a warning to anybody out there who crosses paths with lawyer Patterson in the future. You want to make sure you're on his side, because otherwise you will be most likely on the losing side. But Madam Speaker, now I have finished with the thank yous, and I want to provide some background on this issue and then get to the committee's amendments. My goal with this bill was to address one of the barriers to entry for women who want to enter a so-called non-traditional job. I believe that we need to level the playing field so that women have an equal opportunity to participate in all sectors of the labour force. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to see that Budget 2017 includes strong measures to do exactly that. Specifically, Budget 2017 proposes to allow women to claim EI maternity benefits up to 12 weeks before their due date, which is expanded from the current standard of 8 weeks if they so choose. While there are some small differences between this and my original bill, this change introduces exactly the kind of flexibility that I and so many others have been advocating for with this bill. Budget 2017, which was introduced one day before the committee began its study of my bill, obviously has implications for the future of Bill C-243. Therefore, I support the committee's decision to remove the employment insurance provisions of Bill C-243 found in Sections 6 and 7, as with the passing of Budget 2017, they will have essentially been addressed. It's important to note that these changes leave the first part of the bill, the national strategy, essentially unchanged. The bill now in its current form specifically calls on the Minister of Employment to develop a comprehensive strategy to ensure that pregnancy is not a barrier to a woman's full and equal participation in all aspects of the labour force. And to be honest, this has always been the most important part of this bill, Madam Speaker, as the changes to EI were only ever intended to be a first step and not a final solution. The strategy will give the government a proposed mandate to engage in broad consultations and to consider more comprehensive and long-term solutions. The other amendments, such as adding greater emphasis on gender equality, are also consistent with the goal and purpose of Bill C-243. Madam Speaker, I support the decision of the committee, and I would urge all members of this House to vote yes on Bill C-243 at the third reading. Madam Speaker, I want to reiterate why I feel having this debate and developing a strategy is so important. Many of the discussions that we have in this place and throughout the country about equality in the workforce, as it relates to gender equality, specifically for some reason seem to focus on including more women as doctors, lawyers, business leaders, and politicians. While well-intentioned, I think these conversations often neglect the fact that many women want a career in other fields, including physically demanding jobs like skilled trades and construction. These are good-paying jobs, and according to Statistics Canada, employees in the trades earn an average hourly wage that is about 6% higher than other occupations. While the wages are good, in many cases, there is a shortage of labor to meet the demand. Over the next 5 to 10 years, 40% of current tradespeople will need to be replaced, and the Conference Board of Canada has predicted that 1 million skilled workers will be needed by 2020. This skills gap would hurt Canada's competitiveness, but more importantly, Madam Speaker, it's an opportunity. In my opinion, it's an opportunity for a win-win. We have the opportunity to get more women involved in skilled trades and in lines of work that have a higher demand, and at the same time, we have the opportunity to fill these vacant positions that will be created very soon. Finally, the national strategy proposed in Bill C-243 is an opportunity to promote gender equality while addressing this very real economic challenge. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for tabling this bill. We've never doubted his conviction in this area, and at the HUMA Committee it was a pleasure to hear from Ms. Melody Ballard, who came to speak out concerning the origins of this bill. But, Madam Speaker, when we hear about talk about a national strategy for all women, we know that, well, when it comes to working conditions here in the House, we can only create legislation for workers who are under federal jurisdiction. So it's clear that a bill like this only addresses that very specific category of workers. So I'd like to ask my colleague if, and I know he said this at committee, that this was just a first step, but the goal is that we should have a real leadership to help the provinces have a true program for all.
In the islands?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her comments and her question. And actually, I think she answered the question with her comments. This is a first step, and this is about engaging with the provinces. My objective here has always been to have a dialogue, to get the discussion going. The results that come from this strategy will never be. No government will be. It will never be the responsibility, or no government will be compelled to have to implement the recommendations. This has always been about a strategy, and it's been about reaching out to the provinces, looking at the amazing model that Quebec currently has, and trying to have a broader discussion throughout the country as to how we can change the way that women are taken care of during pregnancy so that we can better affect the labor market.
Then comments. Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Elgin Middlesex, London.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start off, and thank you, the member from New Brunswick, who has to clap for me. I'd really start by thanking the member from Kingston and the Islands for putting forward this bill. I think this is absolutely the right direction that we should be doing for women if we're expecting women and wanting women to be able to get in greater fields and non-traditional fields. So I would like to commend him on putting this forward. I think you've done an excellent job, or I think the member has done an excellent job on his research, and I am fully behind this bill. Really, what this bill, it allows that it's allowing 15 weeks, and we know traditionally there are many jobs. It may not just be a welder or somebody working in a toxic paint factory. It may be a variety of other jobs. I myself, when I was on maternity leave for my last child, I remember taking a month off prior, and it's because I was on my feet all the time, and therefore there was a lot of pain that I was having. So I had gone off 1 month prior to the birth of my last child. And so having that flexibility is really, really important. So we carry on with that. Currently, as the member had stated, there is 8 weeks available. And 8 weeks prior to that is open, but this 15 weeks is greater because we realize that there are different jobs that do affect people, whether it's the toxic chemicals, the paints and solvents. If they're working in agricultural fields, it could be pesticides. So we have to take all of those different things into consideration. And it doesn't necessarily just have to be for those toxic fields or those fields of non-traditional work, but many people who are in the workplace may be working long hours standing. It could be a person working at Walmart who happens to have to who is working at the cash register for 8 hours a day. Doctors have come out and said that standing all day and could also harm the baby as well, and it could also create slower growth. So I do commend him on this. Now, I have had the opportunity to sit in the HUMA committee, and I sat in the HUMA committee for parts of this, and one thing I am concerned with is through that HUMA committee, we actually gutted out the sections of the employment insurance. I know that the government has put forward in their budget of 2017 the additional 12 weeks rather than 8, but not the 15 as the member had put forward. And I had people explain to me it was because, pregnancy may go longer. That's great to be said that pregnancy could go longer, but I guess myself as a woman and anyone who has known, not a lot of pregnancies go after 50 weeks. Pregnancies go 40 weeks. Pregnancies go 42 weeks. And at that time, that's when your doctor is going to get involved and make sure that they take the child out through a C-section or have an early delivery, because, a person's not going to be pregnant for that long, as it was said to me. So I do not know why the government felt it was necessary to reduce it down from 15 down to 12 weeks. So that is one thing that I would say, I don't know why you did that to the government. That being said, there is a provision there that we can take into consideration, and this is more of a red tape issue that we're going to have to deal with. Any person can take 15 weeks off of sick benefits. So if a person was needing to take off those weeks, a woman would be able to take up to 15 weeks of sick benefits. So by reducing this from 15 down to 12 weeks, what the government has done is actually added an additional layer of red tape here, because you must go into Service Canada and change it with the doctor's note, changing it from sick benefits to maternity benefits, because there has to be the ability to leave back. So I'm really questioning why they needed to reduce that. I think all they've done is put the onus back on the mother. And, when a person is expecting their baby, the last thing they should have to worry about is all their financial concerns. They need to worry about preparing for the baby, making sure that they have a crib, and a whole bunch of other things, especially if they have other children as well. So I just wish that the government would have kept with that 15 weeks, as we on the Conservatives and NDP had supported in the committee. But as we see, we're dealing with 12 weeks from the budget. So I do support the 15 weeks. Unfortunately, it's not in here. But also, when we're talking about women, it is really important. I do sit on the Status of Women Committee, where we talk about how can we make sure that women are equitable. And a lot of those things have to do with education and putting women in occupations that have higher earnings. But at the same time, we know some of those occupations are going to be welders. They're going to be the people who are doing construction jobs, things that might put their risk at pregnancy. So it's really important that we do have that flexibility for those women. And so I think this is a great measure on that. We know that preterm births can occur if somebody is trying to work right up to the end of the due date. And we know that there's a lot of issues with high blood pressure as well. At any time, I think the most important thing is that we're always taking the consideration of the baby and the mother as the most important and as the paramount of this entire decision as we move forward. When we talk about women in those places, we need to recognize that equality does work when we have legislation like this piece of legislation put forward by the member from Kingston and the Islands, and that this is an excellent first step to giving job equality and to giving equity for women. We have seen many women and trying to get into positions through the STEM fields, through the science, technology, engineering, and math. And so if we want women to be able to prevail, if we want women to be able to have financial independence, having good paying jobs is going to be one of those. And this is something that the government can assist on by making sure that we want to have the balance between pay equity and equality for women, as well as the rights for family. And so I believe that this is a great opportunity to put the rights for family. We also have to take into consideration that many mothers may have other children at home. So having those 15 weeks potentially would be very, very good, because you're having to understand that a woman is not only lifting the work she may have at work, having heavy loads there, but she also has to lift maybe a 40-pound 2-year-old. So I think anything like this, anything that we can do to prevent a preterm birth, anything that we can do to prevent harm to any child is exactly what we have to do, and I think this bill has done a great job on it. You know, at the end of the day, we are very supportive of this. We want to see pay equity. We want to see good benefits from the federal government. And on the royal recommendation side, there was a big discussion that this bill needed to have royal recommendation. I come to this House having dealt with employment insurance for 11 years. So I feel that I bring something many of the members of Parliament are learning about as they're getting more aware of the constituency work. But I feel that it's really important that when we're looking at this, what can we do? And I have seen many women come in and, needed to take work off. The royal recommendation part of this, it was kind of, to me, a little bit silly. And the reason is if you're taking 15 weeks off before, you're not going to be granted those additional weeks after. So all you're doing is taking that range and you're just moving the range. That's all it is. There is the concern that, and I've seen from the 2017 budget, there is the thought that women do go back early and may not take the entire parental leave, or the parental leave portion of the maternity leave. So therefore, they may be using more benefits if they are taking benefits prior. That may be a concern of this government. But I think at the beginning, we have to take what's best for children and best for mothers and families first. So I would like to just end by saying I commend the member once again. I think it's an excellent bill. I think it's a great start for women's equity and equality in this country. And I thank him for all the work that he has done on this. I just wish it was the 15 weeks as it was in the original bill. Thanks very much.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Madam Speaker, as a critic for families, children, and social development and labour force development, I recommend to my colleagues in the NDP caucus to vote in favour of this bill. However, as a member of the NDP, there are, I should say that there are a number of parts of this bill that we're concerned about. We certainly appreciate the spirit of this bill. However, the true conclusion of the path this bill will follow will be determined by the government's consultation. So it's still too early to know if a serious and sufficient strategy will be put in place by the government, particularly given that we know that the government voted against this bill at second reading. And also by deleting clauses 6 and 7 in committee, part of the heart of this bill was taken out. There was another concerning thing that happened at the HUMA committee. The report requests that the conclusions of the consultations be given to the House 3 years after the bill is given royal assent. So that brings us to after the next election. So if the Liberals don't seem to be in a great hurry to get the conclusions of these consultations, well, that's a sign that we need to be worried about whether or not this will be put in place. If this is truly a priority, why has the delay or the deadline been pushed back? Canada doesn't have an overall strategy to allow to meet all the needs of women during pregnancy, and here we're specifically dealing with workers under federal jurisdiction. So what we really need to do is improve the social safety net for them. It's also worth noting that Quebec's Maternity Without Danger program, which was put in place in 1991, was put in place after a Supreme Court decision which very clearly noted that the work environment is the cause of a preventative withdrawal and not the pregnancy itself. And so that's why in Quebec there's a program which is exclusively funded by employers. They cover the cost because the employers control the working conditions. And to give you a very specific example of that, Madam Speaker, for a long time I directed a community organization for young people in difficult situations, and so we had a lot of so I worked with a lot of young people who were pregnant, and those who worked for our organization, because they were working with youth in difficulty, left work early during their own pregnancies because there was some danger in the workplace to them. Now, as a director of that organization, well, our organization continued to pay the salary for a certain period of time. For 14 days following that, the employer paid 90% of the salary. And then the Occupational Health and Safety organization covered the other 10%. And then following that, the Workplace Health and Safety organization covered 90% of the worker's salary until the high-risk situation ended. So that, and long story short, that allowed workers to obtain their maternity benefits, and those maternity benefits were not affected by the preventative withdrawal. And at HUMA, we heard from Mr. Roch Lafrance from the from an organization in my riding. We have two organizations in my riding that work with workers who are in preventative withdrawal. And those two organizations are members of the overarching organization represented by Mr. Lafrance at HUMA. And they have 36 years of experience. And again, I mentioned that this has existed in Quebec since 1981, so for 36 years they've been dealing with different situations. And I'll remind you that in Quebec, both employers and employees really appreciate this program and being able to benefit from preventative withdrawal. So, given that experience, he came to make 3 recommendations, and I'd like to share those recommendations with you, Madam Speaker. First of all, he spoke to how the right to a preventative withdrawal is not a right to to maternity leave. And so by going into the EI fund, the EI program here, we're dealing with the maternity program, but a maternity benefit, a maternity leave program is not the same as a preventative withdrawal. Again, because it's the working conditions that are the cause of the preventative withdrawal and not the pregnancy itself. And that's an important distinction. And so that's why this is a labor conditions issue. And as I've said again, the costs of this system in Quebec are paid for by the employers because they control the working conditions and they make the decision as to whether or not the worker can continue to work or not. So I followed the argument closely. It's not the EI program that is the best vehicle for this program if we really want to help pregnant workers, because again, the EI program is something that employers and employees pay into along with the government, and so it's an insurance program if you lose your job. And as we continue to widen the scope of the EI program, well, that goes against the basic foundation of that program. And the bill also doesn't say anything about the process which will allow us to administer such a program. In Quebec, when the employer makes a request for preventative withdrawal because there's a risk for the pregnant worker, well, doctors from the CLSCs do a study because there's a need for a real medical risk evaluation, a risk assessment. So what happens, for example, if a doctor's note, medical certificate is contested? Is it agents from EI who are going to have to look at that? Because when it comes to preventative withdrawal, it's really important to have a process that is specific and which is specific to the medical field. And it also requires particular expertise that the EI program and its administration doesn't have. Second, there's little use if in putting in place a preventative withdrawal program for only 12 or 15 years prior to birth, because in Quebec, 90% of preventative withdrawals are given before the 23rd week of pregnancy, because in many fields, it's at the beginning of the pregnancy. For example, future mothers aren't immunized against certain diseases or illnesses, so a preventative withdrawal at the beginning of pregnancy is necessary. It's clear that also that if we want to really help the pregnant worker with the EI program, well, the worker will be financially penalized because the worker is only going to receive 55% of their salary and not 90%, as is the case in Quebec. And it also means that the worker is going to lose their maternity leave benefits sooner. So to conclude, Madam Speaker, it's important to not give the illusion to women that they're going to have a longer leave with this program. We really need to support the provinces in the creation of a real preventative withdrawal program if we want to help women. Those consultations must be undertaken as quickly as possible. You know, we have a program in Quebec that's been working for 36 years. The consultations don't have to be very long. All we have to do is go and have a look at how things work in Quebec. So why wait 3 years? So at the NDP, we're concerned that this is a workplace health and safety issue that shouldn't be within the EI program. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Family, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks very much. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to speak about Bill C-243, C-243, put forward by my colleague from Kingston and the Islands, and to commend him for the work on this bill and raising awareness on this extraordinarily important issue about equity and equity for women in the workplace. And I think it's a sign of the times and a generational change starting to happen in this as we see men step up in ways that I think are extraordinarily progressive and find imaginative ways to address not women's issues, but societal issues that have a gender component to them and a gender analysis that's required to start creating a more equal society, and also bring women into places where they perhaps wouldn't have had the opportunity to work as a result of some of the challenges, especially younger women in their child-bearing years. This bill focuses on health and safety of pregnant workers in the workplace. In particular, this bill mandates the government to invite the provinces and the territories to extend the conversation to make sure that the provisions in this bill are seen coast to coast to coast as we move towards a national maternity assistance program. Just a couple of quick notes of response to the previous speaker. A doctor's note, one of the things this bill does is it's moved through the process of introduction, through committee, through the budget process, now onto the floor for the third reading, is that a doctor's note is no longer a mandatory requirement as part of this provision. As a result, the issues raised and the concerns that were highlighted have been dealt with through the collaboration of Cabinet, talking to the private members bill, but also the committee that heard some of the excellent evidence to make this bill a better bill. Additionally, some of the flexibility that took away the pressure on the need for royal consent have given the bill actually more flexibility, and in doing so have also accommodated the situation where an unexpected pregnancy, which also produces a child more quickly than expected, can now be accommodated in a way that protects the woman's rights to making sure that income continues to come into the household so that the family is sustained and supported properly. And additionally, on top of all of that, we have also taken a number of other steps around EI reform and revision to make EI more flexible, but more importantly, more easily accessible in terms of the time from application to receiving the benefits. And this, too, is an important component that was added to the process as we were seized upon this issue, in large part, as I said, because of the presentation from the member from Kingston and the Islands. We are looking to support pregnant workers in the workplace. We are also making sure that we minimize and deal with the risks to their health and the health of their unborn child, and also making sure that when the employer is unable to accommodate them through reassignment, that there are mechanisms in place to support the family, the mother, and the child. And today, I'd like to begin the remarks by again stating that the government does in fact support Bill C-243 as amended by the Standing Committee, and also take a few minutes to talk about some of the other measures, as I said, were contained in Budget 2017 that also dealt with this issue, that work to protect the health and safety of detained workers, especially those who are pregnant, nursing employees, which is also an important issue, which our government, our caucus, is seized of. So starting in 2017-2018, $886.4 million will be spent over 5 years and $204.8 million per year to make the employment insurance, caregiving, parental, and maternity benefits system more flexible to meet families in all of their diverse needs. There is more to this issue than simply just the situation facing pregnant workers. With Budget 2017, we're helping working parents face the challenges that come with a growing family, and we're offering more flexible arrangements for pregnant workers. What we're proposing to do is make employment insurance parental benefits more flexible. Budget 2017 introduced choice and flexibility for parents. Parents will be able to choose the option that best suits their needs based on their work, their family situation, and their child care circumstances. Under the proposed changes, parents will have 2 options receiving EI parental benefits over a period of up to 12 months at the existing benefit rate of 55% of their average weekly earnings, or an extended period of up to 18 months at a benefit rate of 33% of their average weekly earnings. In either case, eligible parents will receive roughly the same level of support. Investing in EI parental benefits to make them more flexible is expected to amount to about $152 million over 5 years, starting in 2017-2018, at the rate of about $27.5 million a year. Parents will continue to be able to share these benefits, and that's an important component as well. As for caregiver benefits, Mr. Speaker, through Budget 2017, we also proposed additional supports for caregivers. We proposed to create a new employment insurance benefit that would last up to 15 weeks. This new benefit will allow Canadians to care for an adult family member who is critically ill or injured. Benefits will be paid to people caring for an adult family member who is critically ill but is not at the end of their life. This is a first for employment insurance. And any of us who have dealt with family situations with complex illnesses know that the severity of those illnesses don't necessarily give you a prescriptive timetable in which to take time away from work. This flexibility, this acknowledgement of some of the challenges facing Canadian families is part of how we're making EI more accessible, more flexible, more fair. I must add that this new benefit supplements the existing compassionate care benefit, which continues to provide up to 26 weeks of benefits for those who leave work to care for family members in end-of-life situations. Parents of critically ill children will continue to have access of up to 35 weeks. They will now be able to share these benefits with more family members as part of the flexibilities, and to implement these measures in Budget 2017, we propose to amend the Employment Insurance Act. Additionally, our government is also proposing to amend the Canada Labour Code to ensure that workers in federally regulated sectors have the job protection they need while they are receiving caregiving, parental, or maternity benefits. Of particular interest in the present debate is the proposal in Budget 2017 that will also allow pregnant women to claim EI maternity benefits up to 12 weeks before their due date, up from the current 8 weeks if they so choose. And this is how we've worked with the private member to make sure that his goals are realized. This investment in additional flexibility is expected to be about $43.1 million over 5 years, starting in 2017-2018, and about $9.2 million a year thereafter. The collaboration between the member for Kingston and the Islands and our government and our members from both sides of this House was valuable in advancing this private member's bill's policy agenda. And for those of us who have watched private members' bills move through this House, sometimes with friction, sometimes with quite easy support, I think that the work that the member on this particular bill did to make sure that this bill not only got represented in the budget when it ran into some difficulties around the financing issue, but also worked with the committee and his colleagues to make sure that he had an impact with this private member's bill. I think it speaks well to not only the focus, but the integrity and the hard work of the member in question, and we thank him. In fact, families across this country owe this member a debt of gratitude. Mr. Speaker, we're making these changes to the employment insurance system because we care about the well-being of Canadian workers. We made those improvements because Canadians themselves asked us to make these changes. Last year, the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development and the member for Kingston and the Islands launched online consultations with Canadians on employment insurance around maternity, parental benefits, and caregiving benefits. They asked how people felt about the idea of developing more flexible maternity and parental employment insurance benefits, but we also requested their views on the idea of offering more inclusive benefits and leave provisions under the Canada Labour Code for Canadians caring for family members. This was all part of the process to develop this bill and make sure that we got as much input as possible. Consultation matters. It's not just a buzzword. It actually is something we do to improve legislation with Canadians for Canadians. When we asked about their challenges while being in maternity or parental leave, they mentioned that finances were their main concern, especially those who are on single-income families and those with twins and multiple births. Difficulties finding suitable and affordable childcare, problems qualifying for benefits while being self-employed or working on contract were also brought up. More than half the participants said that they would prefer taking longer combined maternity and parental leaves of up to 18 months at a lower EI benefit if we could make that happen. In terms of caregiving benefits and leaves, participants mostly talked about the financial, personal health, and emotional burdens of having to deal with these things without proper government supports. Our government also hosted a stakeholder roundtable last November. Participants included representatives from the medical community, health charities, family advocacy groups, unions, and business associates. With respect to maternity benefits and leave, one of the things we heard that was early maternity leave is a health and safety issue. It's a human right. We also heard from stakeholders that changes to caregiver benefits and leaves were needed to make those less restrictive as well. Mr. Speaker, we made sure to consult on potential changes to employment insurance with our partners, including the public and numerous stakeholders. And the implementation of Bill C-243 will have us engage provinces and territories and relevant stakeholders regarding the prospect of a national maternity assistance program. Canada's employment insurance benefits can be special benefits can be support to eligible Canadians through important life events. Each year, these benefits help thousands of eligible Canadians prepare for and care for a new baby. We're happy to help. We're happy to partner with this member to support this bill, and we want these benefits to remain appropriate for Canadian workers to help them balance their responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, I believe that our government, this government, is on its way to make fundamental change to the landscape for working women and men in this country, all for the better, and in particular for this country's children. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. You're right. I just stepped in here, and the honourable member for St. John Ross. The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you. As a lot of my colleagues know, I don't wear ties often, but I certainly would put one on today for this great occasion. Mr. Speaker, it's great to be here on behalf of my riding of St. John Rothsay. As you know, I love my riding. It's an industrial riding, a union riding, and it's a privilege to be here. I'm here today to speak on Bill C-243, put forward by my colleague from Kingston and the Islands. This bill raises important issues such as health and job security, Mr. Speaker. Just as important for our government is our commitment to help the middle class and those working hard to join it. To respect this commitment, we have to give all workers in this country an equal opportunity. The government recognizes that pregnancy should not be a barrier to full employment. We recognize that we must ensure workplace health and safety for pregnant workers. The Canada Labour Code has provisions that guarantee safe working conditions to all workers in federally regulated sectors, including pregnant and nursing employees. We also believe that pregnant workers should be able to benefit from more flexibility when the time comes to take their maternity leave. This is particularly true in cases where pregnant women have to stop working earlier than expected because of the risks their job could pose to their health or that of their baby. Mr. Speaker, if you will allow, I will take a few minutes I have to talk to you about what our government is doing to help these workers, as well as their families across the country. In particular, I would like to elaborate on the measures proposed in Budget 2017 to increase the flexibility of EI special benefits. The special benefits under the EI program help parents balance work and family life. Each year, this program helps thousands of eligible Canadians prepare and care for a new baby or take care of a family member who is critically ill. It is our responsibility to ensure that these measures remain appropriate and accessible for Canadian workers seeking to balance their professional careers and personal lives. Let's start with parental benefits. Starting a family presents certain challenges, especially for working parents. Measures set out in Budget 2017 offer these parents flexibility. Parents will be able to choose the option that best suits their needs based on their work and family situation. Under the proposed changes, parents will have two options. For the first option, which corresponds to the standard 35-week period for parental benefits, claimants can receive EI parental benefits at the current rate of 55% of their average weekly earnings for a period of up to 12 months. For the second option, the extended 61-week parental benefits period, claimants can receive EI parental benefits at a rate of 33% of their average weekly earnings over a period of 18 months. These changes represent an investment of $152 million over 5 years, starting in 2017-2018, and $27.5 million per year. In addition, parents can continue to share the benefits. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, we are proposing to allow pregnant women to apply for EI maternity benefits up to 12 weeks before their expected delivery date, if they wish to do so. This means more flexibility compared to the current standard of 8 weeks. Mr. Speaker, this additional flexibility is expected to amount to $43.1 million over 5 years, starting in 2017-18, and $9.2 million per year. Under Budget 2017, we are also offering more support for caregivers. We are proposing the creation of a new EI benefit for a period of up to 15 weeks. This new caregiver benefit will allow Canadians to care for an adult family member who is critically ill or injured. These benefits will be provided to people caring for an adult family member who is critically ill, but not at the end of life. Mr. Speaker, this is a first for employment insurance. We're very proud of this. I must add that this new benefit supplements the existing compassionate care benefit for people caring for family members who are critically ill and in end-of-life situations. Parents of critically ill children will continue to have access to up to 35 weeks of benefits. They will now be able to share these benefits with more family members. Mr. Speaker, for some time now, we have wanted to increase the flexibility of the different types of parental benefits to better respond to families' needs. We made sure, Mr. Speaker, to do this right. That is why we work together with all of our partners. I'm talking about Canadians and numerous stakeholders. Together, we studied the possible changes to employment insurance. Most of all, we listened to them from coast to coast to coast. The changes we are making are the ones they asked us to make. Last fall, we held online consultations with Canadians. We asked them how they felt about the idea of offering more flexible EI maternity and parental benefits and leaves under the Canada Labour Code. We also asked them for their views on the idea of offering more inclusive caregiver benefits and leaves for Canadians caring for a family member. We also hosted a stakeholder roundtable last November. Among the participants were representatives of the medical community, health charities, family advocacy groups, unions, and business associations. Mr. Speaker, we made a commitment to take measures to improve EI benefits, and that is what we are doing. These changes will ensure greater financial security for Canadian workers and their families when they need it the most. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that our government is making a real difference for workers, especially female workers, across Canada. We are taking this action because their well-being, health, and safety are of the utmost benefit and importance to us. By giving everyone an equal opportunity, the middle class and those working hard to join it will be better off. And, Mr. Speaker, I can certainly tell you firsthand from the riding of St. John Rothesay that the response to this bill has been outstanding. There are workers come into my office every week that are thrilled with these proposed changes, and I'm honored again to speak on behalf of these changes, on behalf of my riding in St. John Rothesay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and what a pleasure it is to rise again and address what is a very important piece of legislation that my colleague has brought forward. And I first must just applaud my colleague for really taking an issue that is not only important to his constituents and the individuals that he is trying in a very effective way to advocate for, but just to indicate that he, along with the others that helped him bring this thing forward to where we have it today, has done just an incredible job in making sure that we have advanced this debate. And my understanding is because of those efforts, that we will continue to see this discussion take place in the weeks and months ahead, as the minister responsible will have the mandate of going out and doing the consultation that is so incredibly important, because as we move forward, we want to make sure that we're moving in the right direction on this very important issue. You know, for many years, we often talk about the EI and the benefits and the way in which we have actually evolved from a time where someone would be laid off or be released, and they would have virtually no benefits whatsoever. And then we had a government that ultimately brought in a national program. As some provinces attempted to deal with it, we had a national government that recognized that there was a need to work with Ottawa in an attempt to bring forward a program that is really there for the worker. And when I think of the many different programs that government administers, that government is ultimately responsible for, I like to think that this is one of those programs that is probably at the very heart in protecting the interests of workers. And over the years, what we have seen is changes that have been made to tune it up, to improve the program to the degree in which we have something here today that is actually progressing that debate, that ongoing discussion, with the idea that we will see some very tangible actions in the not-too-distant future, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's with pride when we think of the last budget and some of the things in which we have already incorporated into the EI program, Mr. Speaker, something in which we all, I believe, would like to see enhanced in whatever way that we can. And it is important to provide opportunities for individuals to have that choice as to when it is in their best interest to be able to start to receive those benefits. You know, I understand, and I'd like to be able just to read a couple of very tangible points that were introduced in the last 2017-2018 budget, dealing with how we've enhanced EI benefits and the corresponding leaves for parents. It's important to recognize that the Government of Canada is moving forward on those commitments to better support Canadian families by increasing the flexibility of maternity and parental EI benefits to better reflect the needs of Canadian families, Mr. Speaker. This is something in which we have seen in a number of different measures, but to this hour to focus on some of those specifics. These changes will provide more flexibility to pregnant workers to better take into account their particular health and workplace circumstances when choosing when to begin their maternity benefits, Mr. Speaker. That's the type of flexibility that will have a real, tangible impact for many Canadians in all regions of our country. In fact, Mr. Speaker, according to Employment Insurance, monitoring and assessment report in 2014-2015, there were approximately and these are just to give a sense of what kind of numbers we're talking about, Mr. Speaker. Imagine 169,000 maternity claims that were paid $1.1 billion in benefits. 191,000 parental claims, of which 86% of those claims were by women and 14% by men, that were paid $2.5 billion in benefits, Mr. Speaker. Just to give kind of a sense of the type of numbers, the number of recipients of this particular program, to the amount of dollars that both worker and employers are contributing into what I believe is a very worthy program. Between October 6th and November 4th of 2016, consultations were held to hear Canadians' perspectives on more flexible EI, maternity and parental benefits, and corresponding leave provisions under the Canada Labour Code, as well as their experiences in balancing work and care for newborns and recently adopted children. A roundtable discussion with stakeholders was also held in November 2016. A summary of those of the consultations was posted online just in last February of 2017, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, I like to emphasize the importance of flexibility. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, the difference between a time in which you are pregnant and you now have the flexibility to claim earlier before the child is being born. And then, I've heard and listened to many members talks about the importance of that flexibility or that working environment that often women find themselves in. Whether it's on a work floor, a cement work floor on a factory, or it's behind a welding machine, or whatever other type of work, Mr. Speaker, that is taking place, in which the individual or the pregnant woman is feeling, whether it's herself or through the advice of medical professionals that are saying that it might be in your best interest to take more time, use more of those maternity benefits before the child is born. And this is something, in fact, Mr. Speaker, that does take place. And we recognize that in the last budget. And that's one of the reasons why we made that change, that flexibility, which is so critically important. That's one of the reasons why we saw 8 weeks going to 12 weeks, to build in that additional support, Mr. Speaker, because, again, at the end of the day, we need to recognize that not all pregnancies are the same. Not all employment and the manner in which women are engaged in employment are the same. And as you can tell, Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, when we look at other issues surrounding parents nowadays, more and more we are seeing fathers getting engaged and becoming wanting to be at home, providing that care. And I think that was one of the encouraging things that when I was provided the numbers of parents, where it was roughly 14%, and that was back in the 2014-2015, Mr. Speaker. And I suspect that what we're seeing is an increase in terms of fathers wanting to take those early years, because they are so very important. I know in politics, and having been in politics for many years, one of the regrets that I do have is that I didn't get as much time as I would have liked with my now young adults when they were, in fact, infants, Mr. Speaker. So having that additional flexibility, allowing both parents the opportunity to be able to share those life experiences of after the child is born, or providing that mother the opportunity to be able to have those additional weeks prior to the child being born, for whatever reasons, Mr. Speaker, we see as a very strong positive. One of the common themes that we've seen by this government is an attempt to assist Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of that, Mr. Speaker, in a very tangible fashion. And some of those actions within this last budget do make reference specifically to EI and the way in which we can make the changes that are necessary. So let's bring it forward to what it is that we're, again, talking a great deal about today, and that is that there is always areas in which we can improve. We can, in fact, do better, Mr. Speaker. And I think that that is one of the things in which I believe that my colleague has provided for us tonight, is to be able to have that discussion, explore, maybe listen to what other members have actually said on the record, look what has been said in committee. We understand that there have been some amendments and some changes since the bill was before the House at last, Mr. Speaker, and that's one of the ways in which we believe that standing committees can play a very productive role. And I see you're trying to get me to sit down. I appreciate the opportunity to share a few thoughts and in words on this particular piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A right to reply, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I won't say much other than to thank everybody who participated in the debate this evening, as well as the people who have taken the opportunity to do it leading to this point. This really is about trying to set the dialogue in place to change the discussion that we're having about women in the workforce, and in particular women who work in hazardous jobs. And I hope that this bill will pass and that that discussion can begin. Thank you.
La Chambre est-elle prête à se...
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows.
By Mr. Robillard. Moved that Bill C-243, an act respecting the development of a national maternity assistance program strategy, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No. Yes. All those in favour, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. Okay. I believe the yeas have it. Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 30th, 2017, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 14th, 2017, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day.
Government orders. For second reading of Bill C-45, Cannabis Act, and on the amendment of Mr. Nicholson.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West. Oh, sorry.
I'm out of time, but thank you again for allowing me to speak on this, Mr. Speaker.
I believe these late hours are taking their toll on all of us. I got that. Yes, thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable, pardon me? Yes, questions. That's what we're up to. Yes, questions and comments. The Honourable member for Spadina Fort York.
Before we engage in the members, the private members' business, I listened attentively to my colleague from Edmonton and heard him talk about the need to consult very closely with municipalities, which I'm glad the government does that on this side as a matter of not just habit but good governance, and I'm glad the Conservative Party has suddenly realized that talking to municipalities has a value. Especially when they tell you good things and give you good advice, and you can build a great country with them. My question to the member opposite, we've been talking with municipalities, and we have been talking about the need to support them with both the enforcement, maintaining standards around this, law enforcement around this issue, and particularly in those areas where municipalities run their police forces. I was just curious, having met with the Mayor of Edmonton on this precise issue and other issues related to this, and having met the Mayor of Calgary as well, if there's any other mayors or reeves or local politicians in Alberta that they think we could talk to who also support this bill with a great deal of clarity to get the advice around revenue streams, the advice around other components of this, so that we actually do make sure we reflect all of the municipalities and incorporate their perspectives into this process as we move forward with the best legislation around this issue this country's ever seen.
Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad the honourable member made his way out west. He asked who else we could speak to. He could talk to the mayor of Morinville, who is the president of the AUMA, who we met with in Ottawa just a month ago, who expressed absolute disdain for this bill and how this government has not once picked up the phone and spoken to anyone in a rural area. She was absolutely disheartened by this government offloading all of its costs on the municipalities, providing no support for policing, no support to the provinces. So there's a lot of people in Alberta you can talk to. First, that the member can talk to, but he could start with the head of the AUMA if he's asking.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, in this late hour, I'm pleased to rise to ask a question to my colleague from Edmonton West. My specific question is on the enforceability of many portions of the Act. So it's fine to write legislation, even if it's very poorly written, as I think C-45 indeed is. But there's lack of enforceability for sections such as how will you actually enforce the limit on 4 plants in a dwelling? How will actually this marijuana tracking system that the Liberals have proposed in the legislation, there's no real money assigned to it in the budget, and we don't really know actually how it's going to work. So how will they track marijuana produced privately in someone's home, or are they even thinking of tracking this type of information? We know this means thousands of joints that could be out there that a person could then sell perhaps illegally on the market. There's really no way to enforce many of the provisions of the Act. So to the member for Edmonton West, how does he think the government actually intends to enforce many of the provisions in this Act?
Honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank my wonderful colleague from Calgary-Shepherd for the very thoughtful, well laid out question. I don't think the government actually knows itself how they're going to regulate or track this. Right now, we've got a system or a bill that will allow every household in this country to have 4 pot plants that can produce up to about over 3,000 joints. There's nothing in this legislation on how they're going to track that. There's nothing on funding for this. One of the other issues is I used to work in Burnaby, and I was great friends with the head of the Burnaby RCMP. There were such rampant problems with grow-ops in that area, as they did not have the resources, even go after grow-ops right now, much less before every single household is able to have their own grow-op. There's nothing in the legislation explaining how the government's going to stop people from having 5 plants, 6 plants, how they're going to separate it in apartments, if it's a duplex, if it's an upstairs, downstairs. They've left so many holes in this legislation, you could drive an 18-wheeler full of pot right through at any time.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of constituents in the great riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke to highlight 4 problems with the PM's pot law. This is a major piece of legislation the government has decided to push through Parliament. The government says the rush is so weed will be legal for Canada Day in 2018. I'm sure they want to have a great party next year, but I suspect there are other motivations behind this rush. Whether you're opposed to legal weed or support legalization, I think all Canadians agree once they learn the details, the PM's pot law is a bad trip. As it currently stands, there are 4 fatal flaws in the Prime Minister's pot law. First, the age restrictions are shameful. Second, the silence on edibles is deafening. Third, the costs being downloaded onto municipalities. And fourth, who will be benefiting from the PM's pot law is a problem. Those 4 problems must be corrected at committee, and none more so than this bill's treatment of young Canadians. Despite all the available medical evidence, the PM's pot law will legalize marijuana for Canadians over 18. Now, until the age of 25, the human brain is still growing and developing, and science shows that marijuana has a detrimental impact on that development. All the medical experts, including the Canadian Medical Association and the Canadian Psychiatric Association, agree that anyone aged 25 to 21 should not be using marijuana due to the side effects on their brain's development. So, let me quote from the CMA. The government appears to be hastening to deliver on a campaign promise without being careful enough about the health impacts of this policy. If Parliament that truly cares about public health and safety of Canadians, especially our youth, this bill will not pass. And here's what Dr. Prasad, president of the Canadian Psychiatric Association, had to say. There is strong evidence base showing that early and regular cannabis use can affect cognition such as memory, attention, intelligence, and the ability to process thoughts and experiences. The experts agree this law fails to protect young Canadians by making it legal for young Canadians 18 years and over to buy up to 30 grams of pot. Of course, that doesn't even address the bigger problem with the PM's pot law, which is how it deals with Canadians under 18. The pot bill makes it legal for Canadians between the age of 12 and 18 to carry up to 5 grams of marijuana in public. That's 15 joints. All the doctors recommend an age of at least 21, if not 25. But this government decided that 12 years old should be the real cutoff. The PM's pot law needs to be changed to protect the minds of young Canadians and prohibit pot possession for youth under the age of 21. My constituents were angry to learn this bill legalizes 5 grams for kids 12 and up. But when they found out how this bill fails to protect children 12 and under, they were rightfully outraged. They learned the PM's pot law is silent on edibles. The legalization of marijuana in Colorado and Washington state has revealed a disturbing trend. Once legalized, the fastest growing market for marijuana was consumable food products such as cookies, brownies, lollipops, chewing gum, and gummy candies, the exact type of products which appeal to children. The PM's pot law has no controls or regulations on these products. Our previous Conservative government banned flavored tobacco products for the reason that they're aimed primarily at children and teenagers. Similar restrictions and regulations must be brought into place on marijuana food products to protect children under 12. Left unregulated, edibles will fall into the hands of small children. Now, the cost of caring for children who ingest edibles will not be paid by these Liberals, but downloaded onto our provinces and local municipalities, which brings us to the third problem with the Prime Minister's pot law. The pot law will place new burdens on local services, starting with policing costs. Municipalities in Ontario already struggling with an infrastructure deficit as a result of Toronto Liberal policy that treats rural communities unfairly, have seen their costs skyrocket with policing. Ontario municipalities pay the highest policing costs in Canada. Liberal policy has shifted the burden onto smaller municipalities from towns and cities. In my riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, the municipality of Greater Madawaska saw its police bill from the provincial police jump 192%. The township of McNabb-Braeside has seen its policing costs rise about $650,000 in the last 2 years alone. Barry's Bay is looking at an increase of $200,000 a year in policing costs. In the words of former Renfrew County Warden Peter Emon, not only are the policing costs unnecessarily borne upon the residential tax base, we're paying to enforce statutes which our municipalities did not enact. We're having real struggles accepting costs where we're footing the bill with federally initiated legislation. The cost of enforcement to municipalities will be astronomical. In this example, currently there is no roadside test for drug-stoned drivers. The current test can only confirm the presence of drugs, not the level of intoxication. So just the additional cost of testing required to determine the level of impairment alone will add hundreds of thousands of dollars to policing costs. In fact, The bill increases the role of police in pot enforcement, as officers will now be required to, among other things, measure the height of marijuana plants at private residences to ensure they're within the regulations. Residents will end up paying for the Liberal pot laws in one way or another. Demands on health care services, addiction treatment, and mental health services will also increase. All these increased burdens on our municipal services comes with no new funding, meaning that our rural townships and small municipalities will be forced to choose between fixing roads and measuring pot. Failing to protect children and downloading costs to provinces and municipalities are fatal flaws in this legislation. Those problems can be fixed by changing the legislation, but no amount of amendments can change the Prime Minister's real motivation for legalization. With this current government, all it takes is being one of the Prime Minister's billionaire buds to have preferential access to government funding and contracts. The PM's pot law will have the effect of transferring the profits from the marijuana industry from organized crime to organized Liberals. Just like what happened with the Green Energy Act in Ontario, well-connected Liberals stand to make millions of dollars from the legalization of marijuana as owners of medical marijuana companies, law firms, and distribution shops. Just look at some of the Liberals already profiting from the PM's pot law. George Smitherman, a former Ontario Liberal cabinet minister, is now a shareholder in a medical marijuana grow-op. Chuck Rafisi, former Liberal Party financial officer, co-owns a marijuana grow-op. Mark Zakulin, former senior advisor to Liberal ministers, now the CEO for a medical marijuana grow-op. Even this government's own pot czar attended a fundraiser hosted by medical marijuana grow-ops. We've all heard the term cash for access, but this is cash for hash. I wish I could tell Canadians all of this is so outrageous as to be unbelievable, but really, this is just business as usual with the Liberals. The only thing that's surprising is how the Liberals are not actually liberalizing anything. The regulatory hurdles facing prospective growers are designed to only be navigated by well-connected corporations. Farmers who have some experience with growing plants will need to buy a lot more tickets to Liberal fundraisers if they're going to have any hope of getting a permit. The Liberal Party is falling behind on fundraising. That's why they're rushing through this legislation. It's obvious this is not about protecting teenagers and young adults. Otherwise, they'd raise the age limits. This is not about protecting children. Otherwise, they'd have legislated rules for edibles. This is not about saving taxpayers' money. The costs are just being downloaded to the municipalities. This is about Liberals helping their friends, lining their party's pockets.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Well, I just got off the telephone with the head of the Alberta Municipal Association, the mayor of Morinville, Mayor Lisa Holmes, and I asked her whether or not the question that came from the opposite way was true, that she opposed this bill. She doesn't. In fact, what she said was that she wanted it passed faster so that municipalities could start getting the bylaws and the enforcement process in place. She also mentioned that she's had several consultations with this government, including the parliamentary secretary on this file. And I guess the question is this: as the other side puts up these sort of pretend arguments, reefer madness 2.0 perhaps, if they put these pretend arguments up here about the responsible, the fundamentally important way we are regulating and legislating cannabis is all this happens, and they pretend that there are mayors and municipal associations that oppose this when, quite frankly, they don't. All you have to do is talk to them, and you get that message. When they hear all of this, is there somebody else they'd like us to make a telephone call to contradict everything they had to just say?
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I know the downtown, the big city mayors get plenty of infrastructure money, so they may have money left over for the increased policing costs. But I can tell you there's not a mayor, reeve, or even the warden of our county who supports this legislation.
I'm very fortunate sitting next to the honourable member, and I can hear her very well, but the people sitting at the back end, because of the bantering that's going on, I'm sure they're having a hard time hearing. So I just want to remind the honourable members that we do have rules. If they could stick to them, and if they have something to say, it's nice to see both sides getting along. Maybe just come together and sit on one side and whisper rather than yelling at each other across the floor. I'll let the honourable member finish her response.
Thank you. So already, before this terrible law reared its head, municipalities are facing 100-fold, 200-fold increases in their policing costs. They cannot afford to have more policemen hired just for the sake of policing this new law.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her contribution to the debate. It's a debate that is extremely important. It's a debate that divides Canadians a lot more than the government wants to recognize, because for them it would be impossible to say that there's any doubt concerning this policy. They're always right. They're always right. They're the natural governing party, so they show up with their nice legislation on pot saying, oh, it's all good, sunny ways, we're all going to smoke pot, it's all going to be great, there'll be no more mafia, young people are protected, perfect, all good. They spin it that it's going to be easy, that everyone agrees. No. I can tell you that in Quebec, we don't agree. The government's going to launch its own consultations. There are a lot of surveys that have shown that in Quebec there are people who are concerned. The government doesn't want to listen to those, they just want to go forward. And it's true that the source of funding the money that's going to go to the buddies of the government is very concerning here. But the government here is just spinning this the way they want to spin. The truth is that you're leading the entire country into... I'd like to remind the honourable member that he has to speak through the speaker. I'm sure he's not saying that I am doing all this. No, the other way. I'll let him continue. He has about another 20 seconds. Thank you. So, you're leading the entire country into a series of consultations that are quite troubling. So my question for my colleague, does she not get the impression that she's faced with a communications program that the government is spinning, but at the end they're just raising money for their own friends?
Seeing Pembroke.
Okay, so I agree. They're spinning, rolling, whatever they do with the marijuana to enrich their friends. In fact, this is what happened in Ontario all over again. First, it was big contracts to wind turbine owners, one of which was happened to be the president of the Ontario Liberal Party at the time. So they awarded all these contracts, and we, as a consequence, our constituents have to pay far more per kilowatt hour for hydro. Now, all this is doing is enriching their friends by providing them with the contracts, them with the grow-ops. That's how they're making the money. And of course, because they're Liberal friends, well-connected, they get the permits. In turn, when the profits start coming through, they'll be making donations to keep this party going.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to rise today to speak to this important piece of legislation, a bill that legalizes and regulates the possession and sale of marijuana in Canada. And I might start by saying the NDP has been calling for the decriminalization of marijuana for 45 years, and we support the legalization of marijuana as long as it is not marketed to children, as long as it generates reliable funding for public health programs, prevention and the treatment of addictions, and funding for health research, and that there is also an effective impaired driving strategy. Now, since the impaired driving piece is dealt with in a separate bill, C-46, I won't say anything more about that, but it certainly has been something that the RCMP members and other concerned citizens in my riding have impressed on me as an important part of this project. And we in the NDP support the legalization of marijuana primarily because its criminalization has been a failed policy. The possession and use of marijuana has been illegal in Canada since 1923, but what has that accomplished? And I'd just like to point out some facts. 30% of Canadian youth have tried cannabis by the time they're 15. 12% of Canadians over the age of 15, that's over 2 million Canadians, used marijuana in the last year. And I can say that through my door-knocking experience in South Okanagan, West Kootenay, that I would back that up. And in fact, use in my riding may well be higher than the national average. There were over 100,000 drug offences reported in Canada in 1 year in 2014. 2/3 of those related to marijuana. That's over 60,000 drug offences with regards to marijuana in 1 year. So the present law regarding cannabis has done little or nothing to stop young people from using marijuana. It has given thousands of Canadians criminal records and has created a huge underground economy, much of it dominated by gangs and organized crime. So it's clear that the status quo is just not an option. But at the moment, we're in a state of purgatory around marijuana legalization. The Liberals promised this in the last election, not the legalization. They were elected 18 months ago, so Canadians have been anticipating the legislation since then. And despite that, people are still getting criminal records for simple possession. More than 15,000 people have been charged for marijuana possession since the Liberal government took office. 15,000 people. And now it is clear that the government won't complete this action for another 15 months, and thousands are still suffering under these criminal records. These records severely impact people's lives. They have trouble getting jobs, they have trouble finding housing, they can't travel across international borders. So we are calling for pardons for all Canadians who have criminal records for the simple possession of marijuana. This bill will legalize marijuana for that purpose, and we have thousands of people whose lives have been tainted by these criminal records. And we're calling on the government to implement an interim policy of decriminalization so that no more Canadians receive criminal records for something that will be legal within months. These actions impact young people disproportionately, young people who will face a lifetime of difficulties if they are convicted of simple possession. And these actions also fill our courts with pointless prosecutions. Even the Liberal Party of Canada website states that, and I quote, "Arresting and prosecuting these offences is expensive for our criminal justice system. It traps too many Canadians in the criminal justice system for minor, non-violent offences," end quote. And these pointless prosecutions add significantly to delays in the court system, sometimes to the point of serious cases being dismissed. Since the Jordan decision on trial delays last July, over 800 accused criminals have been freed simply because their trials were taking too long, some of them charged with murder. Filling the courts with marijuana possession cases only exacerbates this unacceptable situation. So again, the NDP supports legalization and calls for immediate decriminalization for the possession of small amounts of marijuana. Now, I want to just cover a few points on what this bill sets out regarding legalization and regulation. First, it states that an adult over the age of 18 can possess up to 30 grams of dried cannabis and grow up to 4 mature plants in their home. And as other people have pointed out, there's regulations around the size of those plants. Provinces, of course, will be free to set a higher age limit if they so choose. An obvious strategy would be to harmonize the age of use with that for alcohol in the province. But provinces may wish to have a higher age limit, as there have been concerns about the effect of cannabis on the development of young people up to the age of 25. And I can add that I was just talking to a friend the other day who's in his 40s now, but he said, you know, when I was young, I used a lot of marijuana and it really affected my memory. It really has affected his development, and so he was pushing me to make sure that I stated that it would be better to have a higher age limit. This bill allows for punishment up to 14 years in prison for any adult providing cannabis to a minor. And some may consider that overly harsh because it's the same punishment for producing child pornography or attempting to leave Canada to commit terrorism. What the bill doesn't spell out clearly is what the tax structure around marijuana sales will look like and how these would be shared with the provinces. And the tax system is important because it would be best to keep taxes low enough so people aren't tempted to buy from the black market, from the gangs, the organized crime, but high enough to generate important funds that could pay for the programs, first of all, that are generated by this legalization process, but also programs such as public health education, particularly around drug and alcohol use, obviously, addiction treatment, and health research. You know, my riding, and I'm sure across Canada this is the case, there are several programs that help people with drug and alcohol addictions and help these people regain their health, help them return to their families with whole lives. But all these programs in my riding are struggling for funding, and they could do so much more if they had the necessary resources. And I assume that, again, this is the case across the country. So this would be an important goal, I think, of any tax measures around marijuana, in my view. I think we need to generate proper funding for these programs that deal with addiction prevention and treatment. And also research on the health effects, both positive and negative, of cannabis are very poorly known. And this is in part due, obviously, because marijuana has been illegal for the past almost century. And Canada could play an important role in elucidating these effects. And I've met many people across my riding who use cannabis for medical purposes, for the relief of pain, for insomnia, to help reduce seizures. Many of them have had to experiment with dosages themselves to find out what works for them. And we really need research to give us a better idea of what dosages, what ratios of CBD to THC work best in each circumstance. So again, the legalization of marijuana combined with a revenue stream specifically for health research into its effects would be very beneficial. So to conclude, I would just reiterate that I support this bill at second reading, and I trust that the committee will do its due diligence to answer some of the many concerns of Canadians. Many of these we've heard here today. We certainly cannot go on with the status quo, and I think Canada could play an important role in the world as it does this important work. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his remarks and his conditional support for Bill C-25. Mr. Speaker, the member suggested that he would like to see as an interim measure the implementation of decriminalization. Decriminalization is a process by which the criminal penalties that enforce the prohibition would be removed and replaced with civil penalties. And so I would just simply ask the member if he's given any thought, and perhaps he could share with us his ideas on what would then be required to implement such a system. What legislation would have to be passed? If he has any sense of how this new administration of civil penalties might be administered, what it would cost to establish this system. There is no existing ticketing scheme that could be used, so something new would have to be invented, and how much training law enforcement would require. I'd like to ask the member if he has any sense of how long this would take, how much it would cost, and how much work would be involved. And has he thought of that in his recommendation that this might be done as a simple interim measure?
Honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, obviously, the member across the way, Mr. Speaker, has more experience in the law enforcement side of things than I do. But I can say right now there are law enforcement agencies across this country that are arresting people, charging them with possession of marijuana. We could, I'm not a lawyer, but we could change that system. We could send out a directive to law enforcement agencies, just let's lay off those simple possession charges. This would free up the courts. It would keep people from getting these criminal records. And we could have a pardon, we could explicitly have a pardon built into this so that all people with charges for simple possession in not just the last year, but people that have charges across this country would be pardoned so that they could get on with their lives and really take part in society as they should, instead of being saddled with criminal records.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for an excellent speech. You know, I think Canadians, when they elected the Liberal Party with a platform to legalize marijuana, I think they were expecting that an adult would be able to smoke marijuana without a criminal offense. I think that's what they expected. I don't think they expected that we would make it easier for children to have access to marijuana. I don't think they thought that we would see the 32% increase in impaired drug driving that they've seen in other places without addressing that with a plan. I don't think they were thinking that we would have a 30% increase in schizophrenia and psychotic diseases among youth. And I certainly don't think that they thought this government would abdicate their responsibility and download everything to the provinces and the municipalities without any money or resources to guarantee that public safety is protected. So I think these are unintended consequences, and I wonder if the member would agree.
Excuse me. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for her comments. I would say that right now, marijuana is very easily accessed by young people across this country. I've just raised 2 kids who've done very well, but I know from them and their stories how easy it is to access marijuana in our community. And I don't know whether this law will hopefully make that more difficult. It may not, but right now we have a status quo where it is very easily accessible. We have a status quo where people drive smoking marijuana. We don't have any adequate testing for that. So right now, as I say, the status quo is not acceptable. We have to legalize marijuana. We have to regulate it sufficiently. We have to have mechanisms to do roadside checks for marijuana. But right now, all this is happening anyways, and I don't see a huge increase in the use of marijuana because of this. What I see is basically Canada admitting the fact that 30% of its citizens, have used marijuana, and we should stop the criminalization of this act. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for point of order. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, forgive me for rising at this late hour to raise this point of order, but I believe we don't have quorum in the House in order to continue the government's business, which I thought was the purpose of these late sittings.
You're right. Ring the bells. Ring the bells. No. We now have quorum. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, for Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I was preparing to give my speech here, I'd like to thank my honourable member from Calgary-Shepherd for calling in an audience for me. I really appreciate that. Especially the member from Northwest Territories. I know that he'll be listening with bated breath as I deliver my speech. So I really appreciate his presence in here as well, although I'm not supposed to mention presence or absence. Either way, thanks for the opportunity this evening to address the issue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to my estimation, pardon the pun, this legislation seems to be sucking and blowing at the same time. We are sitting at the point where the stated goal of this legislation is to keep marijuana out of the hands of children. That's the stated goal. That this government has repeated that line over and over and over again, stating that we need to keep the marijuana out of the hands of children. Well, Mr. Speaker, my premise is that if something is illegal, that sends a signal to children that there's something wrong with this particular product. If it's illegal, that sends a signal that you probably shouldn't be doing this. So if speeding is illegal, we say you shouldn't go over 100 kilometers an hour. People do go over 100 kilometers an hour. But it still is illegal, and it indicates what is the norm, essentially. And so when we have a product that's dangerous to children's health, that's dangerous that has multiple complications, that the medical community is saying, hey guys, step back, take a look at this. Youth, when youth are consuming this, specifically under the age of 25, we have things that happen that aren't good. We have psychosis that comes in, schizophrenia that has been tied to marijuana use, all these things, mental health issues, in general, addiction issues, all these things coming into play. That is what we currently have, is that it's illegal. And so when we say to our kids, you shouldn't smoke marijuana for X, Y, Z, you could suffer from paranoia, you could suffer from schizophrenia, it could lead to bipolar disorder, all these kinds of things. Then we also say, and it's illegal. So if this doesn't convince you, if this doesn't convince you, if this doesn't convince you, maybe the fact that it's illegal will convince you. Now, what ends up happening is now we're going to be legalizing it, but working to keep it out of the hands of children. So that's where I get, Mr. Speaker, the idea that we're sucking and blowing with this. We're saying one thing one moment and the next thing the next moment. We're saying we want to keep it out of the hands of children, but we're going to legalize it. In my world, those two things don't compute. If you're wanting to keep it out of the hands of children, you'd restrict it and more. And maybe we have to work on some of the other things. Maybe we've got to work more on the education file. Maybe we're going to work on some of the other things. So that's my opening point for sure. The other thing I want to talk about a little bit, I'm going to harken back to some things that I've read in my past, and I'm going to work from the work of C.S. Lewis, and he talks extensively about a vast array of things. But one of the things that he talks about is how we function as a society, the rules that aren't necessarily laws in the society, but the rules that allow us to operate cohesively as a society. And he says that there's three aspects of when we operate in a society that we have to take into consideration. And he references this, he gives an example in his book as a fleet of ships. We should think of our society as a fleet of ships traveling across the ocean. And he says we have to look at all the rules in society as if we were a fleet of ships. So he says, first of all, we need to make sure that the things inside of the ships work good. He says we have to make sure the engines are running. He says we have to make sure that the rudders work properly. He has to make sure that the hulls are intact and there's no holes in them so they don't sink. We have to make sure that the navigational systems are working properly. All of these things are very important. And he says we have to, as a society, we have to ensure that the things inside of people work well as well. So we got to make sure that their health, their physical health is good. We got to make sure that their mental health is good. And we got to make sure that they're safe from the outside. So that gets to the second point that he makes, is he says we can't have these ships crashing into each other, right? He says we must, if we're going to make it to our destination, if we want to keep our ships without leaks in them, if we want to make sure that our steering systems still work, we can't have ships crashing into each other. If we crash into each other, we could damage the steering system. We could damage the hull and have a leak in it. And so therefore we have to make sure that we have rules to keep, we have systems in place that keep the ships from crashing into each other. On the other hand, he says if we're a fleet of ships and we wander apart from each other, there's no point in us being a fleet of ships anymore. We would just be one ship in the night, essentially. So he says that's as important as the other, is that there's two things that we have to be very careful with, is that we don't drift apart, but we also don't crash into each other. And that's tied in, again, going back to the first level of where you have to make sure all the things inside the ships are working properly. And then finally he says we need to make sure that all the ships in that convoy get to their destination. If these ships are going to New York, Mr. Speaker, if they're going to New York and they've left Bristol, they're going to New York, and they end up in Sydney, well, they haven't accomplished what they were planning, what they set out to do. So if the end goal, where these ships are going, is just as important as the navigational systems. If the navigational systems aren't working, they probably aren't going to make it to where they need to go. So it's important that all three levels, so what happens inside of the ship, what happens between the ships, and that the ships make it to where they're trying to go. All of these things are very important. And I guess what I want to draw is, when we're dealing with this, the issue of legalizing marijuana, all three of these levels come into play. It's very important. Typically in this debate, we only talk about we typically only talk about the interplay between the ships, and we say, oh, if you use marijuana, there won't be really any collisions between the ships, and so we'll probably be okay. But that doesn't take into effect the idea that perhaps the ships will drift apart. I think that's something that we don't often consider, but I think that the society drifting apart, or individuals within a society drifting apart, is just as dangerous and tragic as if they crash into each other. So that we have to look at that as well. The other thing is we have to look what happens within the ships, what happens within individuals. And I've mentioned some of those things already before, is that the particular people that use marijuana, especially the youth, the Medical Association has been strong on this, is that schizophrenia, bipolar, paranoia, depression, a lot of these things come from marijuana use. And so therefore we would say you must keep your ship in order, keep your navigation systems working properly, keep your steering systems working properly, and therefore we would say don't use marijuana. We might also say marijuana could affect your relationships. It can affect your relationships with your parents, with your spouse, with your children, and so therefore we would want to make sure that your marijuana use takes that into consideration. As a society, we would say be careful that you're not drifting apart. And finally, we would say, in terms of where we're going, we as a society, we want the best for our people in our society. We want the best for them, and so that is why we're having this very discussion. We're saying we don't think that children should be using marijuana because it's bad for them. We say that later on in their life, they will regret their actions of using marijuana, and therefore we should be discouraging marijuana use. And so I think I've laid it out in those terms, and I think that gives the idea of why I think why we are opposed to this sucking and blowing that is essentially happening here. To say we want to keep it out of the hands of children, but we're going to legalize it. So that is. I hope I've laid it out in a picture of using C.S. Lewis's picture of morality and ships. I think that it's a good picture in this instance as to why we want to ensure that we make it to New York. We make it to a fulfilled life that I'm concerned about. Mr. Speaker, we all know individuals who have struggled with marijuana use, and it has had detrimental effects in their lives. And when they were 15, they began smoking marijuana, and now they're in their 40s, and they really struggle with the marijuana use, and also where their life has gone. They've felt that life has passed them by, so to speak. For example, a gentleman named Mike Strawn. He's 35 years old and he's of Toronto, and he says he's part of a generation who grew up smoking current strains of marijuana, which have been genetically selected to produce a powerful high with THC levels of 20%. That's up 7% from the 60s and 70s. From his age of 13, he got high almost every day till he was 30. He said he was into sports, but he wanted to do stuff at school, but he couldn't make it to practice. He couldn't make it to tryouts, because he was either up at night selling drugs or trying to get them, falling into a drug-induced coma, and then waking up in a mess. Mr. Speaker, I see that my time is up. I started my timer late, so I'm sorry about that. I appreciate it. I hopefully I can finish this in the questions and comments. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Well, I was drawn back to the debate because I thought we were talking about the Federal Marine Act for a while there. The analogies and the nautical references and the shipping descriptions left me a little confused. And then I heard at the end the member get back into harbor, I guess, with an issue which he could actually tether to a dock and leave it. What I can never understand from the Conservative Party, and perhaps the member opposite can help me, they describe a drug that they see as so profoundly dangerous it can only be left in the hands of criminals to give to children. And if it's as dangerous as the member says it is, if it it has consequences, and we believe it to be true because this bill seeks to prevent it getting into the hands of children, in the same way that we don't let alcohol, even though it's been legalized, be sold to children, in the same way we don't let young people drive cars, even though it's legal. We put firm rules in place, we enforce those rules, and we keep roads safe, keep people away from alcohol, hopefully keep people away from cannabis that, quite frankly, I agree with them, should not be indulging. So the issue is this: if it's so dangerous, the current situation has led to the horrible story he told. The current situation is the medical evidence, and the illegal manufacturing and production of it is what's led to these incredibly strong strains, because we've left it in the hands of criminals. Why won't that member now support a process that strictly regulates the chemical content, strictly regulates who shall and shall not have it, and remains illegal for young children to smoke? Why would that person suggest that leaving it in the hands of criminals is more safe?
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that gets back to my opening statement is that this is about sending a signal to society, and I don't think that we're sending the right signal when we say it in one breath we want to keep it out of the hands of children, and in the next breath we're going to legalize it. But I'm not the only one that's a little bit confused about what we're trying to achieve with this legislation. The Canadian Medical Association, Dr. Diane Kelsell, she said there's a number of things wrong with this legislation, but if it was truly an intent to produce a public health approach and protect our youth, this legislation isn't doing it. So the medical world doesn't even believe the whole we're trying to keep this out of the hands of youth by legalizing it. It's an oxymoron position. I think if we wanted to keep it out of the hands of youth, legalizing it isn't achieving that end. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Merci. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I hear him talking about cohesion in society through his images, and when I hear the government opposite not taking the precautions necessary with the provinces, not putting in place programs to get drugs off the streets, not to listen to what experts are saying. Well, there's no program that's been put in place to prepare anyone. This is being offloaded on the provinces. Then we hear the Prime Minister during question period saying, oh, well, look, decriminalizing simple possession. No, we need to first comply with the Act. He said the law is the law, but what that means is that all of a sudden, oh, it's legal. There'll be more users. But they're not doing anything with prevention, with respect to prevention. I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments on that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his rapt attention while I was giving my speech. I really appreciate that. It's always easier to speak when I have a little bit of a response. To his point, the idea of prevention, I know that during the last government, we had implemented programs to reduce usage of marijuana, and we had seen some movement on this, specifically the age group from 15 to 25. We had seen some significant reduction in the usage of marijuana, and so I think that was an avenue to go. There may have, if we were interested in reducing the usage, there may have been some avenues, specifically or particularly when we have this massive deficit. If they wanted to put some more money into things like that, I'm sure they could have found some money with this massive deficit that they are running. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be joining this debate at this late hour, and also the debate on the amendment that was proposed by my colleague from Niagara Falls, seconded by the colleague from Kitchener-Conestoga. I wanted to start, maybe unusually, not with a Yiddish proverb, but actually with a quote by H.L. Mencken, who once said that for every complex problem, there's an answer that is clear, simple, and wrong. And this legislation is just that. It's wrong. Not wrong on principle, but it's wrong in its execution of its goal. And the problem of recreational use of cannabis is not addressed by this legislation. In fact, it does the complete opposite. It will make it easier for people to use it for a recreational purpose. Now, before I continue, I should probably be clear. On the principle of the matter, I am not opposed to ending or reducing prohibition on non-synthetic narcotics, specifically on marijuana. As I actually held a teletown hall yesterday evening with constituents in my riding, and it was made very clear to me that there's a great deal of users who use it for recreational purposes and another group of people who use it for medical purposes. And what I want to do in the time I'm afforded here in this House is to go piece by piece through different sections of the legislation to point out both errors in drafting, mistakes on principle, poor execution, and bad goals, simply put. Now, in the preamble, it doesn't even cover the black market. There's actually nothing in the preamble that deals with the black market. And I've talked about this before. I've asked members on the Liberal caucus who are not members of the cabinet why that was. Section 7 under purpose actually only uses the word deter. It doesn't use the word eliminate the illicit market, illicit activity. So because it doesn't say that, I very much feel you're failing from the very beginning. The goal of this should have been always to eliminate the black market, not deter it, not reduce it, eliminate it. That should have been the goal from the very beginning, and the government fails from the very beginning because it doesn't have that goal in there. Now, decriminalization and or legalization must be about ending the black market. It also has to be about making it as difficult as possible for those who are involved in illicit activities today to whitewash and to be able to transfer the asset they have illegally obtained into basically legal assets that they can then maintain, use to continue a business activity into the future. Now, whether this was assets that they've procured, bank accounts that they have, whether it's simply activity, a business that they've created for themselves, they should not be able to continue that business with the same assets in the future. So I really think deter is the wrong word to use in Section 7 of this Act, and the government is already failing from the very beginning. Now, there's also poor drafting in this legislation, and I want to point this out because I really feel Parliament should not be granting justices, the court system, the ability to levy unlimited penalties on organizations, corporations, or persons, and that's exactly what it does in Section 8, 2A3, where it says it's up to the discretion of the court. There's actually no limit on the financial penalty that can be levied on an organization. Now, sure, an organization will be found guilty by the time this comes to the point of sanctioning them with some type of fine or a penalty, but I don't think it's right for this Parliament to say it can be an unlimited penalty to be determined by a judge, and he or she will simply decide what the penalty will be. I just don't think that is good legal drafting. I don't think it's a good legal concept. I also don't think it's right to do it in such a way that doesn't give businesses the certainty on how the law will be applied and affords much too much leeway to the justices. On international treaties, this is something I've raised before in this House. I remember a previous late sitting where I asked the questions about the 3 international treaties that Canada is party to. And I find Section 11.1 of particular interest here, because again, I think it goes back to the principle is wrong on a section and the drafting is poor. It says, unless authorized, basically goes on, no import or export of cannabis. Now, Canada is a party to the Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs of 1961, the Convention on Psychotropic Substances of 1971, and the United Nations Convention Against Illicit Traffic in Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances of 1988. Now, we haven't received any clarity from the government, actually any member of the government caucus, on when they're going to pull out of these treaties. When are they going to give notice to our international partners that they are indeed going to pull out of them? And if they're going to be seeking amendments to the treaties or an exception from Canada, they should say so. They should tell our international partners. We have an international reputation that over the previous 9 years when a Conservative government was there, we actually improved. People knew that Canada, when it stood on the international stage, stood on principle. Now, people may not have liked the principle that Canada was standing up for, and that was fine. But they knew that when Canada spoke, we spoke on principle. And what kind of principle does this enshrine when we say one thing and do another? That's Liberal government policy, but it very much should not be the government of Canada, when it's speaking to its international allies, to our partners, to be saying, well, we signed this treaty and we ratified it, we agreed to its content, but we're not really sure if we're going to back out of it. So we say one thing, we do something else, and now we don't know. But specifically on this section 11.1, it says, unless authorized by this act, no import or export. I very much feel the act should simply say no import, no export. What possible export market could there be? Is this part of the revenue generating aspirations of the government? Potentially find an export market for Canadian cannabis, perhaps charge a licensing fee, maybe they'll charge an extra customs fee. I mean, really, Parliament should be approving an act that will say no export, no import from any other country. The production should be in Canada, it must be, and this is the direction that the government has taken. On drafting, again, another portion of the act I find very peculiar, and it's the cultivation, propagation, harvesting, young persons and organizations. And it says, unless authorized under this act, it is prohibited for a young person or an organization to cultivate, propagate, or harvest any cannabis plant or any other living thing from which cannabis may be extracted or otherwise obtained, or to offer to do any of those things. That's a popular word of the Prime Minister's, those things. But on this particular point, thank you. And on this particular point, I find it interesting because what's going to happen if parents have in their homes, let's say 4 plants, which this legislation will allow for it. Can dad call home and ask his 15-year-old, can you water the plants for me, son? Or does this section actually make it illegal? And if they're not supposed to be doing that, because they're not supposed to be interacting with these plants, because the government keeps saying, this will better protect kids, this will better protect children. Does this portion of the act actually make that illegal? And how are you going to enforce this? How is that actually going to work? How does that make it any better than before? I have 3 young children, and I'm one of the younger members of the House, obviously, and I remember my times in high school, and this is often a comment I hear from other members in this House, especially in the government caucus, and they say, well, it's so easy for kids to obtain it today anyway, so really, there's really no difference between the legislation and maintaining prohibition as it is right now. And I don't think that's the point. I'm talking about the specifics of the legislation. There's poor drafting, poor execution, and that's where it matters. 33 regulations, Mr. Speaker. This is a half draft. This is actually half-baked. You got a portion of the legislation that's already there in place that we're voting on, and then 33 regulations that meet the content, the actual execution of the matter is going to be left up to Executive Council, the members of the Cabinet to decide. And I don't think that's right. We should be voting on a complete piece of legislation, not just on the little tidbits that the government wants to allow us to. Now, too much is left up to the executive. And, Mr. Speaker, I know you gave me notice I only have 2 minutes, so I do have a Yiddish proverb. A guilty man is always self-conscious. And I really do hope members of the government feel guilty at this point. Because the points they've made on the legislation, the reasons why they're doing this will not be achieved. None of their stated goals will be achieved. And we've seen in the PBO's report, they have said that, in fact, they predict an increase in consumption for 15-year-olds and older by 2018 from 4.6 million users to 5.2 million users by 2021. In fact, they even predict that the price necessary to generate enough revenue for the government of Canada to actually make this worth it and to destroy the illicit black market will be so high it will never happen. The revenues will never be generated in the volume that the government actually expects. So why are we doing this? If we're not going to be eliminating the black market, why are we going ahead with such legislation? Why isn't it in the purpose? Why isn't it in the preamble? Why haven't they made it an effort to actually draft complete legislation that doesn't require 33 regulations, orders, and councils so they can complete their work? Mr. Speaker, I simply can't support this legislation.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member opposite for sharing his perspective on this important bill. I just wanted to suggest to him, first of all, that one of the important functions of this bill and of federal legislation is to create a regulatory framework for the development of a robust system of regulation to control production, to control distribution, and to control the consumption of this drug. We are talking about strict regulation. The regulation doesn't necessarily appear in this bill, but this legislation does begin the process of enabling Health Canada, for example, to build out a robust system of regulatory control to ensure that we have strict control of the production within that regulatory framework. It also enables provinces to introduce their regulations, to control the distribution of that substance, and finally, provinces and municipalities to put in place strong regulatory controls so that we might have safer, healthier, and more socially responsible use of this drug than currently exists. I would simply ask the member opposite. I know he agrees with me that the current situation is unacceptable. We have the highest rates of cannabis use among our kids. It's completely controlled by organized crime. We have to do a better job. And if we're not going to strictly regulate this drug, what would the member opposite do? I can't imagine that the status quo would be satisfactory to him.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his question and for the points that he raised. And I have had conversations on the side with him. I do appreciate the fact that as the former police chief for Toronto, I know I got it wrong before, but I will get it right this time. And he raises good points. Prohibition on cannabis has been hit or miss, successful in some situations and a failure in others. I remember my time in high school, long ago, I'll assure the member long ago, where it was easy to find the dealer at the high school. It was easy for people to figure it out. But the execution is in the legislation. And this is a typical politician's dilemma. There's a problem, I must do something. The government has proposed this as doing something. This is not doing anything. This is not achieving the goals the government has set out for itself. This is just delay. 33 regulations will have to be passed. And as a former member of the Joint Standing Committee on Scrutiny of Regulations, I remember how tedious it was to go through every single government regulation that's being proposed and to go through it to assure ourselves that the contents were correct, that met the 13 principles set out when the committee was formed. And I simply don't see this being achieved through this legislation. It's a failure from the very beginning. Now, I will mention that, it's interesting that the member says it won't be a strict regulation. We heard the complete opposite from the member from Spadina, Fort York, said this will be strict regulation. So they got to decide, is it strict or is it not strict? Are they going to be telling the provinces what types of regulations to pass or not?
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member, l'honourable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very hard for them to be consistent in their decision-making because they're improvising as they go along. The Prime Minister today said we have to respect the law as it stands. When we're talking about legalization there and the fact that a lot of people have criminal records, well, all they have to do is abide by the law until it gets changed. But there are going to be people who have these records, and I'd like to ask my colleague if the Liberals had an interest in firms that are doing outreach, that are doing awareness raising about the dangers of smoking. Are they just, is this all just happenstance that they're going ahead with this?
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for that excellent question and his comment as well. Of course they're making it up as they go along. We see this in the budget. We see it in the way cabinet members are appointed. We see it in the way they decide what they're going to do for question period, whether the Prime Minister is going to be here or not, whether he's going to take questions or not. It's a very good point. I think the government has spent a few $1 million on a public education program on the effects of cannabis in young people, but in Colorado, I think they spent $45 million on an outreach program. So before passing legislation which gives access to young people, one would have expected there to be an educational program for young people to show them that cannabis is not exactly the best way to spend their free time in high school. I'd also say that will the next budget have money for education, cannabis awareness among young people? They're just making it up as they go along again, Mr. Speaker.
All right, we'll resume debate. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure here to rise on this bill and to talk about C-45 with regards to the Cannabis Act and what's taking place, not only with this bill, but the complications it will create and the planning that's necessary, and more importantly, what should be done for many Canadians during this process and time as this moves to full legislation that's actually implemented. So I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, that one of the things that concerns me the most is the mere fact that we will continue to have criminalization of Canadians that will be quite substantial for their record, especially given the fact that our neighbour to the south, to the north we're in Windsor, but to the south in general for Canada, being the United States, has a much broader definition and determination of the criminal record related to marijuana possession, despite state movements to even legalize or decriminalize. The mere fact that the border complications become an impediment to this with regards to the criminalization process. And I don't think that the Liberals actually even appreciate or even care about the substantial repercussions that this takes place. There's an indifference to them about how significant a life can be changed by a criminal charge that is federally done and the consequences for the rest of their life. And what's more interesting about this, Mr. Speaker, is the mere fact as we move in this way, we see a culture that becomes a little bit more emboldened until the law changes. You see it every single day out there in the streets. So you have people that may accidentally get pulled in this. In fact, the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice, mentioned one of those things where if you happen to be around it, and he mentioned a case where they now have a federal criminal record, and he's concerned about more of those. Well, Mr. Speaker, that can happen, and the consequences in border communities, and especially given the fact that 80% of Canada's population lives close to the U.S. border, we will have implications. So in my area that I represent, we have 10,000 doctors and nurses that commute daily across the border. We have thousands of auto workers that commute across the border on a daily basis. We have now an aging population and a first chance in a while for some of them to actually get good paying jobs with benefits, career-oriented, and the return of investment that they have made on their education. Now, if they now have either make a mistake or around it or somehow get caught up in a charge as we're making this transition, which can be done. Let's not confuse what could be done right now, and decriminalization can be done right now independent of what we're doing here. Simple as that. So, we choose not to, most importantly, the Liberals choose not to do this, to hang those people in the interim out to dry. Out to dry because, say for example, Mr. Speaker, if a truck driver, a nurse, or a doctor happens to actually have a teenager or somebody else have marijuana in their household, or they're around it, the smell, any of those different things, they could be implicated at the border. Worse yet, if they have a charge on them already, I know many professionals that we have to deal with on a regular basis that are so important for the Canadian economy that they will forever need constant management on the border. And that's what we do out of our office. We are in constant over and over on certain cases where they have no other criminal record, no other consequential involvement, only good working employment records and contributions to the community, where they have no problem. And this is where the bitter irony resides from this moment on till we actually finally move to legalization, and all those victims in between the chaos, either the ones that are just emboldened to do it anyways, the other ones that get sideswiped during this, the other ones that get a crackdown on it, they will have their lives altered. Meanwhile, this Prime Minister will walk free and clear. So he could do that because, oh, well, I guess it's just a popular thing for me to say. He's been elected as a member of Parliament, and he talks and he brags about the fact
that he smoked marijuana, a criminal offense in Canada. So, I mean, I guess the mere fact, doesn't it feel a little bit ironic that he actually has security detail around him? And the known fact that he has participated, willingly expressed, and the fact is we still to this day know where that marijuana came from. Where did the marijuana come from where the Prime Minister smoked? Where did it come from? Did it come from a friend? A family member? Where did it come from? But the fact of the matter is, his life never changed that consequence. In fact, he used it as a political opportunity versus the people that I represent, that they can't get their record cleared, and they are working day in and day out with no other problems that are affected by this. Could be 10, 20, sometimes 30 years ago. So as we go down this road and this path to do this, we will continue to have those people that are caught at a disadvantage because they're not the elite. They're not the ones with the family name. They're not the ones from the political corridors of this chamber and other chambers. Despite this being the House of Commons, it has been for many decades, very much less so. We will see them suffer a different fate than that of our own Prime Minister during this entire thing. And that's a problem, Mr. Speaker. That's called elitism. That's called elitism because you are separate or above the law. You can flaunt it for your own political game. You can flaunt it. In fact, the political game is an economic gain. But if you happen to be a truck driver, you happen to be a business person, you happen to be anybody else, you have that blemish on your record forever. So why can't we fix that right away? They simply don't want to. And it's interesting, Mr. Speaker, because we've heard the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice, talk about criminalization, organized crime related to this, which is very true and very important to deal with. But he's the same as with the Prime Minister that voted against single event sports betting, which has $8 to $10 billion of organized crime and offshore betting accounts stuffed to the limit because we don't allow to. It happens in bars, it happens in basements, it happens in the click of the mouse off of your phone. All those different things that happen, and it goes offshore. No taxation, around $8 to $10 billion are modest estimates. They voted against even putting that to committee. The bill was supposed to at least get to committee. It had been actually passed in this chamber before, and it actually failed in the Senate. So they decided this time to stuff it down right here and to not even to send it to committee. So there's very little credibility that's left with that argument for them. And I think it's interesting, as Canadians, and especially I think those that are actually arrested, no matter where you're from the day of the tabling of legislation here until the day it's not, will have to ask themselves, and they will get an opportunity to reflect, why is it okay for some to puff up their chest and smile the bravado and say, hey, you know, I'm so cool, I smoked marijuana, and I understand you, man, and do it for their own interests, whether it's political or otherwise, and not get a record, not be held to account. At the same time, they face a record that includes a criminality that will affect them and their life just because they weren't the elite. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And frankly, I've asked a similar question earlier, but I got a somewhat a difficult response that I didn't really understand. So I'd like to ask of this member, there has been a number of people from his end of the bench that have been suggesting that we should, as an interim measure, decriminalize cannabis. And decriminalization, Mr. Speaker, is simply replacing the current criminal sanctions to enforce a prohibition with civil penalties. It maintains the prohibition. It does not allow for any kind of regulatory control of production, distribution, or consumption, but it imposes a system of civil penalties. It requires legislation. It requires a new infrastructure that would enable law enforcement to enforce those new penalties with a ticketing scheme. It would require substantial investment in training of the police officers. Given all of that rather complex requirement, I'm wondering if the member could advise me if he's given any thought of how he might go about implementing decriminalization as an interim measure, given that it would require legislation, a significant investment in infrastructure and in training for police officers, if he has any thought of what it would cost and how long it would take.
Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and sure, I'd be happy to share with that. First of all, I wouldn't ram legislation like this minister and his colleagues through an omnibus bill. I would actually do it separate, and I would actually bring that testimony of those witnesses through our parliamentary process. That's what could have been done a long time ago. A long time ago. Doesn't have to take place now, so his throwing that back on us because of their incompetence and lack of political will, and the fact that their own prime minister is sitting in his own trap on this issue. His own personal electoral trap has come back to bite him on this, and hence that's why he's doing it. And as for the costs and all those things, Mr. Speaker, related to that, that's always the Liberal excuse for something that they don't want to do, but they always find the money for their friends, and similar to this, the Prime Minister. And I would ask that member, as a former law enforcement officer, in terms of talking about role models, how is it the role model of the Prime Minister gets away scot-free when ordinary citizens in my riding that pay his taxes and his salary don't do so? What does the minister think about that?
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his comments tonight and for bringing up an issue that is also of concern to me in my riding. I am also in a border community. We have people that work on both sides of the border and go back and forth, and a lot of cross-border transit there, including trucking. And, you know, I don't understand why, when President Trump has been clear he's not going to legalize marijuana and Canadians are going to be seriously impacted when they cross the border, this government has done nothing to address that issue, in addition to the multiple treaties that they're going to be in violation if they don't take any action on that. And so it just appears to me that this government is in a huge hurry without addressing any of the things that will be of main concern to Canadians, and I wonder if the member could comment.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is why I take this issue extremely serious, is because I've witnessed job after job disappear in manufacturing and on value-added jobs, and I've witnessed those lost opportunities for Canadians by no fault of their own. And here we have, and I have cases where we actually have to continually help individuals because the officers change, or the department changes, or the way that the Trump administration decides interpretation changes on the border. Most recently being his immigration ban put a number of people related to hospital procedures that would go to the United States because the Ontario government cannot perform them in our area, and they do not send them to London because their life and death or their child birthing issues or whatever into the United States became a problem. So at any given whim, those can be discretionary by the U.S. Border Patrol Agency. And so we see honest, law-abiding citizens that have a criminal charge against them on this one thing only, and it's not even distributing, it's possession of a nominal amount when they were with their friends at a party, or it was in a vehicle, or it was wherever it might be a long time ago, and they suffer continual problems from henceforth, and they feel the bitter irony of a place like Ottawa where only the elite get away with doing what they pay for.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of speaking on this Bill C-45. Sure.
I'd like to remind the honourable member that we'll be stopping in about 5 minutes in order to move to the vote, so I just wanted to point that out to you.
Mr. Speaker, as several of my colleagues have already noted, the current approach to cannabis is not working. It has allowed criminals and organized crime to profit while failing to keep cannabis out of the hands of Canadian youth. In many cases, Mr. Speaker, it's easier for our kids to buy cannabis than cigarettes. And the evidence shows that Canadians are using cannabis in greater numbers. In doing so, they engage with criminals and take on the added health risks associated with consuming an unregulated product. In addition, they put themselves at risk of a criminal conviction and of the lifelong consequences of a criminal record for possessing even small amounts of the substance. Enforcing a total prohibition on cannabis occupies the valuable time of the police and criminal justice system and diverts resources from more important priorities without any appreciable public health benefit. Mr. Speaker, an unintended consequence of our current prohibition approach to cannabis is that it criminalizes our children. I am certain that the intention of the 1922 legislation was not to criminalize children in future generations. Getting caught with cannabis and being charged opens a door to the criminal justice system. And for many, stepping through this door is a one-way journey, especially for vulnerable and marginalized communities, and it has lifelong consequences. It's important to ask the question to members in this House, is it the position of the Conservative opposition that Canadian adults between 18 and 25 lack the maturity and intelligence to make an informed choice about their own health? They can get married, get a mortgage, build a career, start families, and yet the Conservatives think that these Canadians can't make an informed choice about their own health. I would say, Mr. Speaker, that we need to look at some parallels in the past. When I was growing up in the 1970s, Canadians had two choices if they wanted to gamble, and the first choice was to go to Las Vegas. The second choice was to stay here and to go and participate in illegal gambling dens. If you looked around the country, police forces had active units of anti-gang units within their police forces. Why? Because they were responsible for curbing the illegal behaviour of Canadians. Now, one of the great things about Canada is that our country has enshrined the rule of law. And what's important is that Canadians respect the rule of law. The laws that we pass in this chamber matter. And, Mr. Speaker, when Canadians have a safer, legal, more socially accepted option, they choose it. And so what happened in the 1970s? Governments made policy changes. They legalized and they regulated legal gambling. And what happened is Canadians quickly changed their behaviours and stopped going to the legal gambling dens and started participating in regulated legal gambling. And what happened is that changed the way that the criminal-controlled element of gambling was able to hold a stranglehold on that sector. And governments competed, governments drove down the price, people voted with their feet, and governments the criminal gangs could no longer compete with governments. And what happened? The criminal gangs left the sector. And more importantly, Canadians who have addictions to gambling can now get the supports they need, paid for in part by the revenues that this legal regulated gambling now generates. It would be hard to find any police force in this country today that contributes any significant resources to curbing illegal gambling. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because policies changed and governments regulated a former illegal activity. And the parallels to what is happening right now with resources that police forces must spend to curb illegal drug use and possession are stark. And so, Mr. Speaker, the work that our government is trying to do is to strictly regulate and legalize cannabis in small amounts of 30 grams to make sure that our children are protected, and at the same time we are boosting the criminal penalties for illegal possession, illegal distribution, illegal trafficking of this substance. So not only are we going to have faith in Canadian adults to make choices about their own health, not only are we going to work with provinces and territories to strictly regulate the production and distribution of this substance, we're going to make sure that protections are there for our children, because that is what we promised to do, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly what this government will deliver.
It being 7:55, pursuant to an order adopted on June 6, 2017, it is my duty to interrupt proceedings and to put all questions necessary to dispose of second reading of Bill C-45. The question is the following.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Ms. Chager, moved that Bill C-45, an act respecting cannabis, and to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Criminal Code, and other acts be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Monsieur Nicholson, appuyé.
Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Albrecht, moved the following amendment: that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following.
Decline to give second reading to Bill C-45, an act respecting cannabis, and to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act, the Criminal Code. May I dispense? No, I may not dispense. And Substance Act, the Criminal Code, and other acts, since the bill makes homegrown marijuana more accessible to children. The question is on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? Tous ceux qui sont en faveur.
All those in favor will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. My opinion, the nays have it.
Je déclare. Okay. Excuse. Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 30th, 2017, the division stands deferred until Thursday, June 8th, 2017, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day. Oh, point of order from the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of National Revenue, that in relation to Bill C-24 and an act to amend the Salaries Act and to make a consequential amendment to the Financial Administration Act, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration of the second reading stage of the bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at the second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successfully without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will be a 30-minute question period now. I invite the honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise in their places so that the chair has some idea of the number of members who wish to. I'm sorry? Okay, very good. I'm afraid I'm going to have to step back. We have something. I have to reread the motion so that we're all clear on exactly what the Honourable Government House Leader said. That the. I'm sorry? Yeah, I'm good with that. And who's seconding? Okay. Moved by Ms. Shager, seconded by Madame Boutillier, that in relation to Bill C-24, an act to amend the Salaries Act and to make a consequential amendment to the Financial Administration Act, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration at the second reading stage of the bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at the second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of this bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Now we move on to this one. Pursuant to Standing Order 61.7, there will now be a 30-minute question period. I
invite honourable members who wish to ask questions to please rise so that the chair has an idea of the number of members who wish to participate in this question period. Very good, thank you.
Questions et commentaires? The honourable
questions and comments.
Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, it is disappointing that we won't be able to continue to debate this bill. We actually have had very little opportunity to debate this bill. And I want to ask the government the question that really is our biggest concern. Now, we recognize that the government is making changes in terms of salaries for ministers, And while at the same time that we feel a bit frustrated and it's a bit disingenuous to say that they're going to give women important ministerial portfolios while not giving them the full resources to do those full ministerial roles, that seems to be kind of the Liberal way of doing things. There's the flash, and then there's reality. But here's what we are concerned about, more than that. It's the fact that they are taking away the regional economic development ministers from Western Canada, Quebec, Northern Canada, Atlantic Canada, every one of the regions, Mr. Speaker, that have economic development ministers in those regions are now being stripped away and centralized in the Prime Minister's office under the direction of the Minister from Mississauga. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have seen even ministers from Atlantic Canada complain about how slow things like ACOA are being processed, applications to ACOA, and decisions are being made. How can this government justify stripping away economic development ministers from the important regions of our country and from the ministers who know their regions and should be making decisions in their regions?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to rise and to hear that the member wants to debate this legislation. We too recognize the importance of this legislation. We recognize the importance of a one-tier ministry where a minister is a minister is a minister. In regards to the member's questions, in regards to the regional development agencies, they do important work. We recognize that they need to be brought together to be able to work together. When the Prime Minister says that we are strong not in spite of our differences, but because of our differences, and that diversity is a strength, we're also talking about the regional diversity of our country. This is something that is important to us. We will continue to advance it. When RDAs can work together, share best practices, and also share their challenges, we know that more Canadians benefit. And when Canadians benefit, the country benefits. When the country benefits, all Canadians benefit, and the country will be better off for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Honourable Député d'Outremont.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Since I've been here under the new Liberal government, so many times now, they have put a gag on a debate, regardless of the fact that these issues are very important. We're talking about a very significant changes to our society. For example, legalization of marijuana. We would have liked that decriminalization to happen much sooner. We know that there are at least 15,000 Canadians who are going to have criminal records for the rest of their lives because they're doing this in an inadequate way. Now, I have page and page and page of quotes before me.
The Deputy House Leader of the Liberal Party, just before the last election, the government, by once again relying on a time allocation motion to get its agenda passed, speaks of incompetence. It speaks of a genuine lack of respect for parliamentary procedure and ultimately for Canadians. It continues to try to prevent members of Parliament from being engaged in representing their constituents on the floor of the House of Commons. Now, I listened to the good words of the Government House Leader a few moments ago. She talked about the diversity of our country. Not everyone in Canada agrees with the legalization of marijuana. Even if we know that it's a reflection of a change in our society, it has to be done right. And that's why we're so upset to see that the government is once again cutting off debate. You don't use a guillotine to cure a problem. You continue debate because these are complex issues. We in the NDP know that we're heading to legalization. We support that, but we also support the rights of parliamentarians to a full debate. Canadians expect no less. Vous savez, Monsieur le Président.
You know, Mr. Speaker, legalization doesn't just happen on its own. Now, we've seen with the behavior of the Liberals in Quebec with respect to constitutional affairs, where Quebec is just asking to open up a conversation. And what do the Liberals do? They just slam the door shut. The same thing is happening. There are many families who are worried about what's happening, and they want us to take the right amount of time to find good, proper solutions, and not just a quick fix. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Response. I just want to remind the honourable members there is quite a few people who want to ask questions. If we can keep our questions and answers as close to 1 minute as possible, it would facilitate it for everyone. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our goal is to have an efficient House of Commons where all parties can work together and can consider legislative measures in the higher interest of Canadians.
Together in this place, and when it has come to this government, we have taken unprecedented levels of consultation to ensure that all voices are being listened to. We took on an ambitious agenda to ensure that we are representing the best interests of Canadians, and for us to do that, it is important that we hear from Canadians, with a diversity of opinions so that we can better represent them to ensure that the legislation works in their best interests. That is exactly what we're here to do. So I agree with the member that we can work together better in this place, that the diversity of opinions is needed and is appreciated. I look forward to continuing to work with him, his party, as well as all members in this place. Thank you.
Questions? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am just astounded at the incompetence of this government that has mismanaged the legislative agenda. The time that has been wasted up to this point, I can remember talking for days about minor environmental changes to Rouge Park that the average Canadian could probably care less about. Meanwhile, we have significant issues here that have to do, in this case, on this particular shutdown, with creating jobs. What could be more important to Canadians, Mr. Speaker, than creating jobs? And how do we create jobs? By looking at all the opportunities across the country. And how many sets of eyes do we want to have in charge of that? We want to have regional economic development people, but instead we've consolidated it to one person who's now the bottleneck preventing job creation across the country. And now instead of talking about that and having the time to have an accurate debate on that issue, we have the government shutting it down and then introducing frivolous motions through the week of things that have already been discussed in this House and voted on. And so their incompetence is no excuse for shutting down the debate.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
It's unfortunate that the member has to use such language in a place that really should be above that. And for the member to imply that it was a waste of time to talk about Rouge Park, something that was really important to that people in that community, is unfortunate. And what's more important to note, Mr. Speaker, is that this year we celebrate Canada's 150th anniversary. This year we have opened up national parks, we have opened up conservation areas because we know the importance of them. When it comes to the tourism industry, Mr. Speaker, 1.7 million jobs. Jobs that everyday Canadians care about, because that's what supports their families. That's what puts food on their tables. Those are the people that we are working hard for. It's unfortunate that the member finds those jobs and those people not worthy of the time in this place. Mr. Speaker, this government and I will always fight for those communications. We find every single voice in this House important, regardless of what we are debating, because we know that the voices of Canadians matter, and we committed to ensuring their voices would be heard in this place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you know, this bill was originally put on notice back in June of 2016. But yet it's been languishing, unloved and unmoved pretty much ever since. But at the same time, these ministers in questions have been receiving their payment. And how have they been being paid, these extra salaries? Through the estimates, through a process that I would argue, that not only myself would argue is inappropriate, but the other place itself argues it. The other place, the National Finance Committee argues, our committee is concerned about the recurrent practice of using supplementary estimates to pay certain ministers' salaries prior to the enactment of amendments to the Salaries Act, and raises this question in the context of Bill C-24. So here we have a bill. It's been here for over a year. The minister's been getting paid through the back door, through the estimates. Why does all of a sudden, here in the dying days of this session, all of a sudden they see this as a priority? Why, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to rise in this House and to respond to the member's question. And we know that this government has been working on many legislative priorities for Canadians in their best interest. And all members of the ministry have had equal status since our first day in office. And I am pleased to have introduced this important legislation to ensure and formally recognize that a minister is a minister is a minister. And it's interesting that the member would talk about the back door. Under the previous government, there was important measures that were often brought through the back doors, not providing members of Parliament the opportunity to debate them because they knew that they could put in the quick fix, bring it in the back door, not provide all members in this place the opportunity to be able to debate and represent the voices of their constituents. Mr. Speaker, we committed to Canadians that we would do things differently. We promised a more open and transparent government. I can understand that the members opposite.
Questions. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't believe I'm hearing the House Leader tell us that it's okay for them to do it because somebody did it once before in another government. You can't really believe that the rhetoric that we hear in this place is being heard as genuine to Canadians. It's so shallow and so repetitive now that it is becoming a joke. And frankly, it's very insulting to be here sitting till midnight as committed and dedicated as we all are for the kind of substance that is being thrown at us by the governing party. This is really, really upsetting to hear. You can hear they're convincing themselves of their own argument. This brainwashing and this rhetoric is very, very frustrating. Canadians are seeing it, and I'm starting to feel like this is some kind of a joke and there's got to be a hidden camera somewhere. This is ridiculous. I want all Canadians listening to know they can look up in the House of Commons procedural affairs. There's a definition for ministers. And what is happening here, removing the ministerial title for regional economic development, is very severely counterintuitive to what the House Leader is saying tonight.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Place that there is a lot of talking and sometimes there's not enough listening, and I do believe that the member of Windsor-Tecumseh has been mistaken. That was not the comment that I made, and I encourage her to check the record so that she can see the comments that I made. I have never said because the previous government did it that it's okay to do it. What I am saying is that it's important that the ambitious agenda that this government has received from Canadians be advanced. We know the importance of the portfolios and the ministers in these positions. We know that a minister is a minister is a minister. And when it comes to the regional development agencies, we know that when it comes to the economic diversity of this country, it is important. We know that they need to work better together. We continue to support the important work that RDAs do. We know that they need to be supported so that the economic benefit of all Canadians is in the best interest of the entire country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions. The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in listening to the government House Leader's response to the member from Outremont, she said what she said was just so absurd that it couldn't go unchallenged. She talked about so-called unprecedented consultations and waxed, I don't know, I would say more aimlessly, I guess, about the importance of hearing the diversity of opinion while we are debating a time allocation motion that prevents the diverse opinions that are here in this House from being heard. It is absolutely ridiculous, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like her to maybe try it one more time. Let's see what we get.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity once again. I have no doubt that perhaps the member doesn't understand that we are at second reading and this legislation will be advanced to committee. Committees do very important work in this place and for the process when it comes to legislation. We know that the previous government had no appreciation for committees so that they could actually do the independent work that they do, to hear from witnesses, to study legislation clause by clause, phrase by phrase, but this government represents and knows the important work of the importance of committees. That's why we have increased their resources, because they have to do important work. They can look at this legislation, they can actually hear from witnesses, they can hear from stakeholders to recognize why this legislation needs to be advanced, and I hope the member is part of those that process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions. The Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Speaker, you know, I'm very proud of our Prime Minister, who was very courageous, wise, and forward-thinking when he appointed a cabinet that had gender equality. I'm very, very proud of that. And now here we're talking about a situation where all ministers are going to be equal. So no matter what your gender, what your title, it's equality that you're going to experience. And I believe that that is the only fair way in terms of working together and having a working relationship where everybody is respected and should be treated fairly and equally. So what I'd like to ask the House Leader, the Government House Leader, is how is this going to impact the working relationship in a very positive way so that everyone at the Cabinet table feels heard, feels equal, feels valued? I'd appreciate the House Leader's comments on that question.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, that is an excellent question. I appreciate the ability to be able to respond to that question. And what's interesting is to be around the Cabinet table and to really be able to hear the diversity of opinions matters. And when the Prime Minister appointed a cabinet where there was the same number of men as the same number of women, that was a really empowering moment for Canadians. And I will tell you the number of people that I speak to that aspire to want to actually run to be part of this place. We know that we need more women in this place. We need representation for more underrepresented groups. That's part of the mandate that I have received. And I know that is important. And this legislation really treats a minister like a minister as a minister. And why shouldn't the Minister of Status of Women or the Minister of Science or any other minister be equal to any other minister? We know that the work that they do is imperative to the well-functioning of this country. We will continue to advance that. And I, too, agree that the actions that the Prime Minister has taken are unprecedented, and they were needed, and Canadians are appreciating it. Thank you, Mr.
Questions. The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
As a former Minister of State for Seniors, I think I have the most powerful authority to tell the other side, the government side, what exactly this Bill C-24 means. If the Liberals really believe in elevating women, they should have been given full ministerial positions. Is the government claiming the only way to elevate women is by appointing them to an inferior position and then elevating that position? When you talk about equal work, equal pay, without giving them equal resources, like a deputy minister, like a full budget, how can you call that equality?
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you would call that equality, because what's unfortunate is that the previous government did not recognize that, but this does. When we talk about our seniors, we're talking about the largest growing demographic. We know the numbers, and we know that their voice should be equal to any other portfolio around that table. The member speaks about nuances and details. What's important is the ability to represent stakeholders, to be the voice for the people that need to be represented around the Cabinet table when the decisions are being made. And we know that is exactly the case, and that's why we are saying a minister is a minister is a minister. It is important that we treat all ministers equally, especially when it comes to seniors, Mr. Speaker. This population has contributed to the best interest of our country for a lifetime, and it's important that they be treated equally.
Order. Order. Remind honourable members that when another honourable member has the floor, that members should not be interrupting them when they're trying to make their comments. It's also difficult for other members to hear the answers and/or questions, as the case may be. So I implore honourable members to keep the noise to a minimum when another member has the floor. Questions? The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just in reference to the honourable Government House Leader's comments there that a minister is a minister is a minister, that isn't actually quite the way it is, because not all ministers have equal portfolios, have equal resources to deal with in the dispatch of their duties. And that needs to be recognized, and it has been in previous parliaments. But we know one thing for sure, that a Liberal is a Liberal is a Liberal. And eventually a Liberal behaves like a Liberal. And a Liberal displays those attitudes of arrogance and unethical behavior. And when they talk about paying their junior ministers a senior minister's salary, they do it through a back door through the estimates, and that's just plain unethical.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to rise and speak to the member, through yourself, obviously, in regards to recognizing the importance of the work that we do in this place. Ministers have portfolios to advance the best interest of their stakeholders and Canadians. just like every member of parliament has a role in this place. And we know under the previous government there was a huge differentiation between cabinet ministers and their backbenchers, and we knew that the opposition at that time had no voice, but we see things differently because we know that every member of parliament has a role to play. We welcome those perspectives, and we want to ensure that all Canadians are represented. And the member talks about Liberal. This government represents Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We are the government of Canada, and that's partly, Mr. Speaker, why I ran. Because I was tired of the previous government representing Conservatives alone, not having my voice heard or listened to, and I will make sure that we represent all Canadians and listen to perspectives, whether we agree with them or not. It's important that we listen to them when we make decisions. We will continue to represent them. Thank you, Mr.
Questions. The honourable deputy.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, I was listening to my colleague opposite, and I wanted to come in quickly to be able to speak. My colleague spoke about Liberals. She's saying that everyone here speaks on behalf of Canadians. Well, let's talk about Canadians. We were also elected to represent Canadians, and we also want a voice. There's not just the Liberal Party that speaks on behalf of Canadian men and women, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Party also does that. So she should do her homework. She should know that on this side of the House, we have the respect of Canadian men and women. And when we're talking about transparency, well, what we want is discussion. Not just on behalf of the Liberal Party, but on behalf of all parties, because all parties have a voice in this House, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable House Leader. Mr. Speaker, that's what I was saying, that every member of Parliament works for their constituency. They work for their riding. We need to do the work. We want this bill to go to committee so that it can be looked at, considered. Every party has that responsibility. I know that experts can be called as witnesses, and our purpose is to have an efficient House of Commons where all parties can work together and consider legislative measures in the higher interest of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, Mr. Speaker, for the spokesman for the Liberal Party, we're talking about ministers. Ministers, 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 all equal in the words of our esteemed colleague across. So are you telling me and the Canadian public that every minister that you're going to appoint is going to get a vehicle? He's going to get a deputy minister? A secondary deputy minister? Is he going to get a staff equal to every other minister? And are you going to charge those finances to the Canadian public so that every one of your ministries has a full, complete staff of deputy ministers, etc.?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I have said, we believe that a minister is a minister is a minister, and that every minister has been treated exactly the same way since we took office. We recognize the importance of their voices. This legislation is currently at second reading. We would like to see it go to committee where it can be studied. The committee can call in experts. They can study the legislation clause by clause, phrase by phrase, to really recognize the importance of this legislation. We welcome that opportunity, and I will tell you, the previous government would not perhaps see myself as an equal minister. I am an equal minister, and it's not about just the resources. I can tell you, when I have a voice at the cabinet table, that voice matters. And as the Minister of Small Business and Tourism, we know that small businesses are the backbone of the Canadian economy. We know that they employ 99% of the private sector workforce. When it comes to the tourism industry, we're talking about a $90 billion industry. We're talking about 1.7 million jobs. And if the member does not recognize the importance of the work that these Canadians do, it is unfortunate. But I think perhaps he too should be part of committee to recognize that our small business owners are crucial to the best interest of Canadians and to this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just a very simple question. I must have missed it, but perhaps the government House leader could inform the House when legislation was brought before the House to make the Department of Tourism and Small Businesses a standalone department outside of the Department of Industry.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for the first time in the history of this country, and we're talking about the 150th celebrations this year, we have a full Minister of Small Business and Tourism. We have an equal voice at the Cabinet table. We are talking about 18 departments and agencies working together on a regular basis to ensure that their voices are being heard. We recognize who the job creators of this country are. We know that they are small businesses. We recognize the importance of the tourism industry. We're talking about a $90 billion industry. We're talking about 1.7 million jobs across this country. And when you talk about the tourism industry and the backbone of the tourism industry is small business, every single community across this country benefits from the tourism industry. And when we talk about inclusive growth, we're not just talking about urban centres, we're talking about rural, remote areas as well. We know that we can do better. We will continue to improve those conditions so that Canadians can succeed. And when Canadians succeed, this country succeeds, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know back when the Prime Minister first formed Cabinet, there was a great deal of anticipation in terms of who was going to be in Cabinet and who might not be in Cabinet, but there was this huge sense of pride that took place, and the Minister is a part of a historic Cabinet. The first cabinet in the history of Canada that was in fact appointed where there was just as many women as there were men, Mr. Speaker. That was a very powerful statement. The other thing is the Prime Minister indicated that all ministers were going to be treated equally, so that when they sit around the table, they might have different portfolios, but when they sit around that cabinet table, that they are all, in fact, equal. And my question to the member is, because of her insight of being a part of that historic cabinet, if she can reflect in terms of just how important that message was given to Canadians and that sense of pride that followed.
Well, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what a thoughtful question. It is appreciated because I do recognize the value of it. And I will tell you that I am born and raised in Canada. I have been in the Waterloo region my whole life. Did I ever believe that I would be part of a cabinet with gender parity? Many Canadians did not, nor did I, but I am living to be part of that team. We will continue to advance the best interests of Canadians, and I will tell you, I visit many schools, as do many members in this place. It is something that gives many Canadians great pride to be able to recognize the diversity in this chamber. And when this government talks about diversity, we are not only talking about the diversity of the shells that we occupy, we are talking about the diversity of experience. We are talking about the diversity of knowledge. We are talking about the diversity of where people come from. It is such an exciting place. I know that one of our members is the first female engineer to be elected to this place. I know that gives engineers a lot of excitement, a lot of pride, because they too know that they belong here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions. Probably the final question. The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
The previous government recognized the importance of representation for Canadian seniors. And uniquely, there are more Canadian seniors than youth. Mr. Speaker, in the mix of Canadian seniors, there are more women than men Canadian seniors. Now, I was really honored that the member right in front of me was the former Minister for Seniors. My question, and Mr. Speaker, appropriately, a woman, a talented woman. My question is to the member, why are Canadian seniors being ignored? Why are they not appointing a minister and a minister for seniors? And why is it not a woman?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, we are taking the whole of government approach. Every minister has a responsibility to represent all Canadians. What the member has perhaps was not present at the time, but even his colleague referred to herself as a Minister of State. They saw the Voice of Seniors as a junior ministry. That's something that this government does not see. We do not see two tiers. We see the importance of a one-tier ministry to ensure that every voice is represented. And Mr. Speaker, when it comes to seniors, we know the largest growing demographic. I know the hard work that seniors have contributed to building this country. We will represent their voice. We will represent their best interests. We know that we need to treat them better. Unfortunately, under the previous government, the Stephen Harper Conservative government, as they were known for, that voice was not heard. It is heard today, and we will continue to voice for them. Thank you,
That will bring the 30-minute question time to an end.
It is my duty to interrupt deliberations and to put forth the motion before the House. The question is as follows.
Ms. Jagger, seconded by Madame Leboutillier, that in relation to Bill C-24, an act to amend the Salaries Act and to make a consequential amendment to the Financial Administration Act, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration at the second reading stage of the bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at the second reading stage of said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea.
All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
Never seen whips so popular. Wow. The question is the following one. Shall I dispense? That was easy. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Shager. Ms. Shager. Mr. Hare. Mr. Hare. Ms. Qualtrough. Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Goodale. Madame Jolie. Madame Jolie. Mr. Morneau. Mr. Morneau. Mr. Bryson. Mr. Bryson. Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Mr. Macaulay Cardigan. Mr. Macaulay Cardigan. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Bibeau. Madame Bibeau. Mr. Hussain. Mr. Hussain. Ms. McKenna. Ms. McKenna. Mr. Baines. Mr. Baines. Ms. Haidu. Ms. Haidu. Ms. Bennett. Ms. Bennett. Ms. Mahichuk. Ms. Mahichuk. Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester. Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester. Mr. Easter. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Ms. Fry. Mr. McKay. Mr. McKay. Mr. Nault. Mr. Nault. Ms. Scrow. Ms. Scrow. Mrs. Romanato. Ms. Romanato. Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Monsieur Rioux. Monsieur Rioux. Monsieur Lightbound. Monsieur Lightbound. Mr. Holland. Mr. Holland. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Leslie. Mr. Leslie. Ms. Gould. Ms. Gould. Ms. Monsef. Ms. Monsef. Monsieur Rodriguez. Monsieur Rodriguez. Mr. Sohi. Mr. Sohi. Monsieur Garneau. Monsieur Garneau. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Monsieur Duclos. Monsieur Duclos. Ms. Murray. Ms. Murray. Ms. Cara. Ms. Cara. Mrs. Caesar Chavan. Ms. Caesar Chavan. Monsieur Cormier. Monsieur Cormier. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Wilkinson. Monsieur Lametti. Mr. Lametti. Mr. Cuzner. Mr. Cuzner. Ms. Jones. Ms. Jones. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Bagnall. Monsieur Paradis. Mr. Paradis. Mr. McGinty. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpaleja. Mr. Scarpaleja. Mr. Sims. Mr. Sims. Ms. Ratanzi. Ms. Ratanzi. Mr. Jesneski. Mr. Jesneski. Mr. Shifke. Mr. Shifke. Mr. Varani. Mr. Varani. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Beach. Mr. Beach. Ms. Rudd. Ms. Mr. Rudd. Duguid. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Lamoureux. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mr. Vaughn. Mr. Vaughn. Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Blair. Mr. Blair. Monsieur Poisson. Monsieur Poisson. Mr. Pescasolido. Mr. Pescasolido. Madame Mendez. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Oliphant. Monsieur Dubourg. Monsieur Dubourg. Mr. Aldag. Mr. Aldag. Ms. Alislev. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Amos. Mr. Amos. Mr. Anna de Sangre. Mr. Anna Sangre. Monsieur Arsenault. Monsieur Arsenault. Mr. Aria. Mr. Aria. Monsieur Ayoub. Mr. Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Chan. Mr. Chan. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bertina. Mr. Bertina. Mr. Breton. Mr. Breton. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Ms. DeBruzen. Ms. DeBruzen. Ms. Demoff. Ms. Demoff. Ms. Dillon. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur Diorio. Mr. Diorio. Monsieur Drouin. Monsieur Drouin. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Zerowitz. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Mr. Assassi. Monsieur Ed Coury. Monsieur Ed Coury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Ailson. Mr. Ailson. Monsieur Fergus. Monsieur Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fregascatos. Mr. Fregascatos. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Housefather. Monsieur Yakino. Mr. Yakino. Mrs. Jordan. Mrs. Jordan. Mr. Johari. Mr. Johari. Mr. Kung. Mr. Kung. Ms. Khalid. Ms. Khalid. Monsieur Lefebvre. Monsieur Lefebvre. Monsieur Lemieux. Monsieur Lemieux. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Levitt. Mrs. Lockhart. Mrs. Lockhart. Mr. Long. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Maloney. Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Matisse, Matane, Matapédia. Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Matisse, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. May, Cambridge. Mr. McKay, Cambridge. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Madame Nassif. Madame Nassif. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Oliver. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. O'Regan. Monsieur Wallet. Mr. Wallet. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson. Monsieur Picard. Monsieur Picard. Monsieur Robillard. Monsieur Robillard. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rumi. Ms. Soda. Ms. Sohoda. Mr. Saini. Mr. Saini. Monsieur Sanson. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Sarai. Mrs. Schultz. Mrs. Schultz. Monsieur Sede. Monsieur Sede. Madame Shanahan. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masquis, Fraser Canyon. Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masquis, Fraser Canyon. Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South. Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South. Mr. Secan. Mr. Secan. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Vandal. Mr. Vandal. Ms. Vandenbeld. Ms. Vandenbeld. Mr. Whalen. Mr. Whalen. Mrs. Zaid. Mrs. Zaid. Mr. Rhoda. Mr. Rhoda. Madame Fortier. Madame Fortier. Madame Lambropoulos. Madame Lambropoulos. Ms. Ing. Ms. Ing.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins-Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Aboutieff.
Monsieur Aboutieff.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr.
Monsieur
Calkins.
Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yodega.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jennis. Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Harder.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wong.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Monsieur Munkar.
Monsieur Munkar.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr.
Ms.
Rankin.
Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur
Monsieur
Aubin.
Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Nays pour, 158, 158. Nays contre, 113, 113.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Using on consideration at second reading of Bill C-24, an act to amend the Salaries Act and to make consequential amendment to the Financial Administration Act, resuming debate on the amendment of Ms. Berger.
Order. I ask all honourable members who wish to continue their conversations to make their way to the respective lobbies. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to rise and address the chamber. I find that Bill C-24 is one of those pieces of legislation that one would expect that all members of this House would get behind and support. And I want to highlight three aspects to the bill that I think are really important so that members across the way understand exactly what it is that they're voting against or, we hope, voting in favor of. One of the things that I'm especially proud of is the fact that this government has recognized the importance of infrastructure in Canada in a very real and tangible way. One of the things that this legislation does is it reinforces that. And it does that, Mr. Speaker, by recognizing that we will now have a Minister of Infrastructure and Communities and Intergovernmental Affairs. That's going to change. That's now going to change to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities. As we all know, the Prime Minister deals with intergovernmental affairs, and I'll provide a brief comment on that shortly. But I want to pick up on the issue of infrastructure. You see, I've always thought that all parties in this House have recognized the value of infrastructure. The Stephen Harper government talked a lot about it. Their actions didn't really follow through on the talks, but let there be no doubt, they talked a lot about it. The NDP have also talked a great deal about infrastructure. And for the first time, not only do we have a government that talks about infrastructure, but we understand the benefits of investing in Canada's infrastructure, and we're doing it in record amounts. Never before in the history of Canada have we seen so much money allocated out to Canada's infrastructure. So it shouldn't be any surprise that we have a Prime Minister that has acknowledged the need to say we need a minister that is responsible, dedicated to the infrastructure of our country. And that is something in which we as a government or as a caucus have recognized and really believe in, because we understand that municipalities for years have been talking about the importance of investing in that infrastructure. And it's not only municipalities. We can talk about provincial jurisdictions. We can talk about the many other different stakeholders that are out there that recognize that if you don't invest in our streets, in our bridges, in our community center, in green projects, in housing, that is not a way in order to advance our communities in every region of our country. So for the first time, we have, through the Minister of Infrastructure, a solid, tangible commitment to reach into the many different communities in all regions of our country and invest in Canada's infrastructure. One could talk about the very direct benefits. You know, here's X millions of dollars that's going to be committed to that particular community, and through that we're going to see the construction of something. But we can also talk about the indirect benefits. By investing in the infrastructure, we are enabling our businesses, both small, medium, and large, I guess that's all three, Mr. Speaker, being able to have a higher level of commerce. We can talk about our community centres or the many other investments that we are seeing in Canada's infrastructure and how they will benefit. I think it was really telling when the Minister of Infrastructure, I believe it was just last week, talked about the difference between this government and the former government when it comes to real investments and announcements in regards to improving Canada's infrastructure. You know, in the month of May, we made more announcements and investments into infrastructure than Stephen Harper did in 4 years, Mr. Speaker. And that is significant in every region of our country. And in areas where there's concern, like many of the Alberta MPs have been standing up saying, well, we want to see more action with the Government of Canada with respect to Alberta. Well, Mr. Speaker, they started asking those questions well after the Alberta members of Parliament in the Liberal caucus were lobbying and suggesting that we needed to be able to get at the ground floor in terms of making sure that Alberta's needs were being taken care of. And that's why we saw special attention at the very onset in terms of how it is that we can work with the province of Alberta. And it's not to say that Alberta will get more. We understand the importance of treating every region of our country equally. So whether it's in Atlantic Canada, Quebec, Ontario, the Prairies, or BC, or the Territories, we are seeing incredible amounts of investment of public dollars into our infrastructure because we recognize just how important that is, Mr. Speaker. And it's not just announcements. We're talking about real, tangible dollars that are going to have a real desired impact. Now, I can tell you that with this legislation that we are passing, we are sending a very clear message. And that message is that given the importance of infrastructure, not only for today, but going into the future, that we need to make it very clear that we have a standalone Department of Infrastructure that has the sole purpose of ensuring that Canada's infrastructure is moving forward in a very aggressive and progressive way. And we have seen a minister do an outstanding job in not only using those public dollars, but looking even beyond that in terms of ensuring that we maximize the benefits. So, for example, with the investment bank, Infrastructure Investment Bank, we now have the opportunity for organizations such as organized labor to be able to assist in investing in our infrastructure, as opposed to looking outside of Canada and using those union dollars, for example, in infrastructure in other countries outside of Canada. So it's because we singled out the importance of infrastructure. And I'm very glad that we've taken the time to introduce that aspect to this legislation. Mr. Speaker, another very important aspect of the legislation, and I had the opportunity to ask the government House Leader a question on this very important issue. You know, I recall so vividly after the last federal election where the Prime Minister introduced the federal cabinet to Canadians. And I think that we are all so very impressed with what it is that we saw. We saw gender equality. We saw an equal number of women as men in cabinet, and that is historic, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that we have not only a Prime Minister that talks about being a feminist, but is actually a feminist, Mr. Speaker, and he does us all proud by the type of actions that he takes day in and day out in order to reinforce just how important it is that we recognize that women's role in society is not for tomorrow, it is for today, and where we can take action, we need to take that action, and we saw that as one of the very first announcements that this Prime Minister has taken. And, Mr. Speaker, I know that when we look at this legislation that we have today, it wasn't just good enough to say that we are going to have a cabinet that's gender equal. We are also going to have a cabinet where every minister is treated the same. It is a one-tier, it's a one-tier cabinet. And that is something in which we, again, understand and appreciate. Because, you know, whether you are the Minister of Status of Women or you are the Minister of Finance, when you sit around that cabinet table, Mr. Speaker, you are equal. It's one vote. And I know that the Minister of Status of Women is just as strong as a personality as the Minister of Finance or any other of those colleagues, and should have that equal voice around the cabinet table. So I'm very proud that we have a Prime Minister that has recognized that we need to have one level of cabinet minister, and that ensures that there is that sense of equality. And that doesn't take effect, Mr. Speaker, once this legislation passes. In fact, that took effect from day one when the cabinet was actually sworn in. And as the government House Leader has reminded me, the issue of pay equity. You know, this is something that we all talk about a great deal. You know, there was an interesting quote, and I heard this, and it was from one of my New Democratic MPs across the way. And I want to repeat what it is that she had indicated. And this is when we were talking about pay equity, Mr. Speaker, just about a year ago, maybe just over a year ago. I believe it might have been an opposition day. But I'd like to quote the member, in which she had stated that in 1981, Canada ratified the Convention on the Eliminations of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, which recognizes women's right to equal remuneration and to equal treatment in respect of the work of equal value. Mr. Speaker, continued to go on. It has been 40 years since Canada committed to these three foundational documents, and we are still not where we need to be. And, Mr. Speaker, I agree that we do need to improve, that we can do better. You know, it was groundbreaking pay equity commitments that were made back by the then government, Pierre Trudeau, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, this is something in which one of my New Democratic colleagues from across the way had highlighted. Well, it has taken a while. But within this legislation, what are we saying? We're saying that ministers all should be receiving the same pay. So when we talk about pay equity, there is a statement that needs to be heard in regards to that. And that's why, you know, I'm not too sure in terms of exactly where members are going to be voting, but here we have legislation that takes that into consideration. And I would suggest to you that it's a wonderful opportunity when, instead of just talking about it, that we can actually place a vote on the issue. And again, I want to highlight, you know, we have 5 ministers of states which we are saying are actually full ministers. So it's Minister of Francophonie, Minister of Science, Minister of Small Business and Tourism, Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities, and Minister of Status of Women. Those are the ones in which we are saying ultimately have to change, and we're bringing them into full minister positions, ultimately arguing that it is just a one tier. And, Mr. Speaker, I truly believe, whether it's sitting around the cabinet table or just taking a look at the departments, and if you wanted to do a department-by-department cross-check, that one of the most important departments, and I've made mention of this before, you know, if you think in terms of tourism and small businesses, and the minister stood up earlier today and talked about how small businesses are the backbone of Canada's economy. And when you think in terms of the future of growth for our country, small businesses have got to be at the table. And we have not a minister of state responsible for that. We have a minister that when she sits at the cabinet table is treated in the same fashion as any other minister. And along with businesses comes tourism. And we have seen incredible increases in the last year in tourism. We're talking about millions plus of additional tourists that have come to our country in the last year, Mr. Speaker. That would be 2016 over 2015, I believe, was where I had originally got the quote a while ago, Mr. Speaker. But think in terms of the jobs. Ask Canadians what they're concerned about. You know, those in our middle class and striving to become part of Canada's middle class, they're concerned about jobs. Think of the jobs that are created when you get 1 million plus additional tourists coming to our country. That creates opportunities, Mr. Speaker. We take that very seriously. And that minister dealing with small businesses and entrepreneurs, dealing with tourism, is just as important as any other minister that sits around that cabinet table. And that's why I would challenge members across the way when they start saying, well, you know, there's the two-tier and they tend to favor that, or they have questions about issue of pay equity, you know, if they have concerns about infrastructure. These are all good reasons as to why it is that the opposition should be voting in favor of this legislation. Now, another component is dealing with regional development. We have a number of different agencies, Mr. Speaker, that ultimately we are looking at and bringing them under one ministry. The Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, the Western Economic Diversification in Canada, the Federal Economic Development Initiative for Northern Ontario, the Economic Development Agency of Canada for regions of Quebec, Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario, and the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency. Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, I shouldn't say I don't quite understand it. I'm somewhat sympathetic to what some of the opposition members have said with respect to this, but let me encourage them to take a broader approach at the benefits of having the minister or one of the ministers that leads the whole issue of innovation and technology and development and has a multitude of different programs that, in this case, he happens to be responsible for and who's doing an incredible job. All you need to do is just take a look at some of the numbers that have been coming in, and the trend looks fantastic. Being responsible, ensuring that those agencies continue to be not only as effective, but where we can actually make them more effective, that we have a government and a ministry that is better coordinated to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. I believe that that is, in fact, the best way to approach, because we have a minister, you know, and we have a minister of health, and I'll use health as an example. All different provinces, you know, it's provincial jurisdiction and the administration of health care. I don't hear members across the way arguing, well, we should break it down into regions and then have those regions report into the Minister of Health nationally. No, we have a single Minister of Health that has the responsibility of health and all the components, whether it's mental health, hospice care, emergencies, you name it, all of that responsibility, the healthcare accords, and so much more. Even though there's differences in the different provinces and territories, and she's able to pull it together and come up with some wonderful things. I would suggest to you that we have another wonderful minister that is able to look at Canada as a whole, respecting the importance of investments in our different regions, and can support it not only through those regional agencies, but also has his hands and his fingers on a multitude of different programs in ensuring that they're working as one so that these organizations will be healthier at the end of the day. I don't know about the other caucuses. I can tell you that our caucus and the ability for my caucus colleagues to communicate the importance of their individual regions and let alone their own constituencies, Mr. Speaker, to the different ministries and advocate for them, it's very strong. I don't believe that we are losing out by moving forward on this particular bill. So, for many reasons, I would encourage members across the way to have an appreciation that this particular bill is a bill that is worthy of supporting. If I can conclude my remarks, Mr. Speaker, because you're telling me I'm quickly running out of time, is to say that, you know, and I've made reference to this before, and I've had other members address the issue in terms of why it is that we're using time allocation. And, you know, when I look at time allocation, and I said this in opposition, at times there's a need for government to be able to use time allocation. And I said that when I was in opposition, Mr. Speaker, because I recognize that. I also recognize, because I voted in favor of sitting till midnight, even when Stephen Harper had us do it, Mr. Speaker, or requested that we did it. It's because we're prepared to work hard in order to make a difference in the everyday lives of Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and that's why I do it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member talked about all ministers are now Tier 1 ministers, but of course we know that's not true. The responsibilities don't match amongst all of them. Some of them have deputy ministers, some of them don't. Some of them have junior portfolios, and some of them don't have far greater responsibilities. The great thing about Parliament is we're all Tier 1 members of Parliament. We all have an equal voice. Of course, it does happen that the government then uses time allocation and shuts down debate on us, allows their members to have a say within their caucus to influence government legislation. But now we also know why there'll be these 3 mystery ministers added in C-24, because of course they'll make, I'm sure the member for Winnipeg North has worked hard to join the cabinet. The Minister for Disinformation would be a fine title for him. I want to introduce a private sector concept based on my human resources background. Pay for performance. Performance-based pay. And I know that the former Minister for Democratic Institutions didn't meet the requirements of her mandate later, insulted the Electoral Reform Committee, and failed actually to achieve what the Prime Minister and the electoral platform they ran on was set to do. So wouldn't he agree with me that we should introduce performance-based pay for all ministers of the government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, I have to disagree with the member and really challenge him possibly to revisit the way in which he might be considering voting on this legislation. And let me just use one example. He points out in terms of the deputy ministers, well, you know, do ministers have deputy ministers? You know, the Minister of Status of Women, this is one in which the members made reference to. You know, at the end of the day, the Minister of Status of Women does have a deputy minister. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, if the member was aware, he would know that this is one of the most senior Indigenous women on as the deputy for that particular department. In terms of getting the job done, we have seen the minister, along with other ministers within within this government, that day after day after day have demonstrated that they know how to get the job done. That's something in which Stephen Harper's ministers were challenged at the best of times.
The
Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague won't have much work to do to convince me of the basic principle of equal pay for equal work. The question I do ask myself, however, is where are the job descriptions? And I get the impression that quietly and slowly they're trying to disguise ministers of state into ministers. Let me give you an example. When I ask about pyrrhotite that affects many families in my riding, and I put a question to the Minister of Science, it's the Minister of Science and Innovation who answers me. Therefore, at least in terms of form, if not substance, there's a hierarchy that seems to be at play. So if there's a hierarchy, there's apparently not the same job description, and if that's the case, it's not equal work. Therefore, it's not an equal salary. So I think that this is a cosmetic operation where a government appointed many women but didn't give them important departments and is trying to backpedal by saying we'll pay everyone the same salary regardless of their job description. And what they're basing this on is that around the minister's table, every minister has one vote. So I'd like some clarification about the job descriptions of various ministers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, the member across the way, I think, maybe he doesn't recall, but there was a commitment by this Prime Minister to be more transparent and more accountable. And let me use his question as one of the ways in which we can demonstrate that. You know, we all know that Stephen Harper, as a former Prime Minister, used to have ministerial mandate letters. It's something that's fairly common. What you didn't necessarily realize back then, and I know my colleague across the way was here when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, is that was a private issue between the ministers and the Prime Minister. Along with the gender equal cabinet that was announced, along with the announcement that there is only one level of cabinet ministers that sit around this particular government, is that we also made public and transparent the ministerial mandate letters. So a good starting point for the member might be to review some of those publicly and they're out there to be found. If the member has a challenge in finding them, I'm sure that we can assist them on it. But I can assure them, in a very transparent and open and accountable way, we have a Prime Minister that shares with the public every minister's mandate letter. So that is something in which we see as a positive thing.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for York Centre.
I want to thank the honourable member for his remarks this evening. Priority areas not just for this government, but priority areas for Canadians. We see it in each one of these titles. We see it in the performance of each one of these women, in what they're performing, in the sense of duty that they're bringing to these jobs. And I have to concur. The effort level, the requirements for what they're filling, this type of a one-tier cabinet is absolutely essential. These are priority areas for all of us. And I'll tell you, as the father of a 15-year-old daughter, as the son of a single mum, I'm proud every day to come to work with these fine ministers, and I see no reason that they should not be on an equal par, and I'd like to know if the honourable member can comment on that. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question, especially the fact that it comes from my colleague. It kind of gives you a bit of a mindset in terms of the importance of the issue of pay equity amongst Liberals. Earlier today, I had the minister responsible for the status of women say to me that, look, we're aggressively looking at ways in which we can ensure that there's more pay equity amongst federal workers. We know that this is a very popular discussion that takes place a great deal within our caucus, and I've had opportunity to comment on it in the past. I know others have had the opportunity to comment on the past, in the past. But I can assure you, on the issue of pay equity, it's not only the member that just stood in his place to raise the issue. I've heard from him today. I've heard from the Minister of Status from Women, and I suspect this is one of those issues, Mr. Speaker, that is, I would suggest to you, is a very popular discussion point in many circles, and I can assure you it is within the Liberal caucus.
Est-ce un commentaire? La députée pour Longueuil Saint-Hubert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, look, it's not that I'm tired of hearing my colleagues' speeches, but I was due for a fix. I hadn't heard him for a while. It's nice. We're in the Commons. We know that. He's there. So what I'd like to ask him is he aware of the fact that once again, the government during the election campaign promised anything and nothing, and then they came here and said, this will be great, we're going to have gender balance in the cabinet. But don't you see, as I do, Mr. Speaker, that in the cabinet, ministers of state are women, and now they're backpedaling and saying, no, they're the same because we're paying them the same. But can't they see that it's women who are ministers of state? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, the member across the way would never convince me that the minister responsible for small business and tourism, given the fact that small businesses and medium-sized businesses and so forth are the backbone of Canada's economy, is a junior minister. I would suggest to you that Stephen Harper had it wrong. That if in fact he genuinely believed that the small businesses was as important as it is, he would have done what this Prime Minister did. And I would have gone further to say I would have treated the Minister of Minister of State for Status of Women the same and elevated that. They should all be equal, and that's what this legislation does. We should be proud of that fact.
I have time for one more short question. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, Prime Minister Harper at a time lowered small business taxes, which is that's the best way to actually help small businesses, not adjusting the pay of ministers. But I want to go back to my performance-based pay example. I actually want to ask a question to the parliamentary secretary. It seems every time the Liberals talk about openness and transparency, it winds up fleecing the taxpayer some more and triggers parliamentary investigations or the failure to appoint potential candidates to, say, Official Languages Commissioner. So I want to ask the question, why are we talking about raising the pay of certain ministers to that of others instead of lowering the pay of all of them to that of the ministers who aren't earning as much? Why is it always the taxpayer winds up paying more instead of paying less?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, given the amount of time I have, I'm going to pick up on 2 points. The member made reference to taxes, and he made reference to small businesses. And need I remind the member that when we reduced the tax on the middle class of Canada, hundreds of millions of dollars, affecting over 9 million Canadians and their families, the Conservative Party voted against that. Now, what that did is it put hundreds of millions of dollars back in the pockets of Canadians. By doing that, you increase the disposable income of those Canadians, and by doing that, you had more Canadians spending money in small businesses. What does a small business want more than anything else? A customer, Mr. Speaker, and this government has delivered on all points.
Yes, indeed. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Canada has historically drawn a distinction between ministers of the Crown and ministers of state based on the scope and scale of the work in their portfolio. For example, small businesses and tourism are important components of the Canadian economy. Indeed, they are. Important enough to warrant a voice in Cabinet dedicated to representing their interests. However, speaking up for small business and tourism during policy discussions in Cabinet is not the same as overseeing the volume of casework, which, for example, the minister responsible for Service Canada supervises, nor is it the same as being responsible for the budget overseen by, say, the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship. The distinction between full ministers of the Crown and ministers of state is based on the requirements and responsibilities of the position, not how useful or how important a given policy area is, and certainly not on demographic characteristics of the office holder. But this distinction is lost on the Liberals. In this bill, they're attempting to justify officially changing the title of various ministers of state to full ministers. And they claim that just changing the names and salaries, but not the responsibilities of ministers of state, somehow make them equivalent to full ministers. So this is not only disingenuous, but it's actually insulting to the ministers of state in question. So when this bill first came up for debate, the opposition House Leader accurately observed that it insults someone to actually appoint him or her to an important but subordinate position, a position without a deputy minister, without a dedicated department, and without the sort of budget that accompanies a full ministry, and then tell him or her simply that the positions are equal because they're going to have the same title and the same salary. It makes the position appear equivalent on paper, but not in fact. And this government should be honest with its ministers of state and be honest with Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, the discussion around equality between ministers is a distraction from the much more pressing matter contained in this bill. The more substantial concern raised in this bill is democratic accountability by ministers for funds they're supposed to supervise. Indeed, it's a shell game. It's a bait and switch, mere window dressing meant to cover for their plans to reduce democratic accountability by rolling 6 regional development agencies into one minister's office. Before I continue, I will mention that I plan to share my time with the member from Richmond Centre. So these 6 agencies represent very different regions with unique challenges and opportunities, which is the core reason why these agencies exist. I don't question the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development's capabilities. He seems like a talented and capable man. But being responsible for so many areas at one time will pull him in too many directions, and that reduces ministerial oversight. If the minister himself cannot direct sufficient attention to these disparate portfolios, the task will end up falling to unelected staffers and unelected civil servants. Mr. Speaker, that is not democratic accountability. Canadians elect members of Parliament who serve as ministers. They don't elect staff and they don't elect civil servants. If staffers and bureaucrats end up mismanaging funds for regional development, it will then be as a result of this minister not being able to have adequate oversight and democratic, and thus there's no loss of democratic accountability. So, Mr. Speaker, accountability for tax dollars is not just important to Conservatives, it is indeed important to all Canadians. And the real effect of the proposed changes to the Salaries Act has nothing to do with salaries. It's a bait and switch. It has everything to do with centralizing power, spending power in Ottawa, and reducing democratic accountability for the spending. Earlier in this debate, the member from Yukon actually expressed his disappointment that the House is devoting significant time to debating it at all. And he said way back in October that he couldn't, thought that we wouldn't need to talk about this bill and was surprised that the opposition was prepared to debate it. I wonder what he would have thought then that we're debating this at 9:45 on a Wednesday night in June. But, Mr. Speaker, tinkering with salaries and titles for positions may seem like small potatoes to some members. But these seemingly small changes do matter to Canadians, and people will inevitably wonder why newly elevated ministers of the Crown have no departments, have no deputy ministers, and have no designated budgets. Canadians are not impressed and won't be impressed by empty honours and titles without commensurate responsibilities. So the measures in this bill and the disdain for discussion, which the member opposite had displayed during the first period of debate, further provide evidence of the current government being out of touch with Canadians. Instead of heading regional department agencies with ministers from the regions, Liberals are handing significant spending power to unelected civil servants and one overworked minister from Mississauga. They say that they want more consultation and consensus. Then they say they want to listen to Canadians. Then they say they want to cooperate with the provinces and municipalities. And then they go and abolish the regional ministers that keep these communication channels open. So, Mr. Speaker, rolling these development agencies into one minister's portfolio also abolishes regional voices in cabinet. Previous governments routinely appointed these regional ministers as liaisons between the cabinet, the provinces, and municipalities. Living in the regions and in the municipalities gave regional ministers skin in the game, which distant bureaucrats and one single member from the GTA will necessarily lack. Without regional ministers, mayors and councillors will not have a dedicated regional level person with whom to provide their perspective on the needs and opportunities of their jurisdictions. For a government which constantly boasts of holding consultations, abolishing regional ministers demonstrates a lack of interest in actually listening to local advice on how best to allocate funding. In fact, when this government says that it's holding consultations, it increasingly looks like a stalling tactic, delaying actually making a tough decision. When this government wants to get something done, they usually just put the bulldozer blade down and do it, like when they ran over the mortgage and housing industry with mortgage rule changes in October, which were done without consulting anybody. And yet, when they want to delay a tough decision and maybe not make a decision at all, they can hold consultations that last for months at enormous expense to the Crown, such as they did with democratic institutions before breaking that promise. Previous governments knew that regional ministers strengthen our federal system by giving regions a voice at the cabinet table. So, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-24 also asks Parliament to let them create 3 new ministerial level positions with portfolios to be determined later, and they want us to authorize spending without knowing what it will fund. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's asking for a blank check. It's asking for a sizable loan and telling the bank that, well, I have no business plan, I have no major purchase in mind, but I'm sure I'm going to find a way to spend the money if you'll just lend it to me. Mr. Speaker, we can't do this with this government at a time of out-of-control spending, broken promises on deficits, mounting debt, completely abandoning their election promise to balance the budget by 2019. We're not going to give this government any more blank checks. Canada does have precedents for ministers without portfolio. These could be appointed as needed. They did not have to have space carved out long in advance, just in case the government wanted a particular minister at a particular time, at a time when they are demonstrating that they cannot be trusted to manage public funds prudently, we can't agree to these new created ministries. So, Mr. Speaker, Canada doesn't need fully staffed ministries for sport, democratic reform, small business and tourism with whole departments and deputy ministers backing them. These are important areas, and it's important that there are cabinet voices at the table, but they are well served by ministers of state. Canada does not need retroactive paper equality in its cabinet, nor do we need ministers with blank portfolios to be filled in later. Instead, we need democratic accountability, financially transparent ministers whose work we can understand now. We don't need an ever bigger, more centralized government ruling distinct regions from Ottawa. We don't need unaccountable and unelected staffers and bureaucrats directing funds for regional development. Instead, we need attentive ministerial oversight on spending. We need responsible representation from regional ministers with strong ties to the communities they serve. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the member from Yukon was right. We ought not to spend a whole lot more time while we're in extended sitting hours on this bill. We should just defeat it promptly and move on to other areas of priority.
Well done.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
I want to thank the member for his speech, but I have to say I find it a little rich when he talks about regional ministers and ministers of state, because I recall when it was the Stephen Harper government back then, and they had a name by the guy. James Moore was the regional minister for the Western for Western Canada, and we knew we never went to the Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification. We went to Colin Metcalfe in British Columbia. Or let's talk about Ontario, for instance. Yes, we had a Minister of State for FedDev, but nobody went to the Minister of FedDev. They went to Stella Ambler, who was the Director of Regional Affairs, who worked for the Minister of Finance. So I find it a bit rich that he says we need a regional minister, but back then we still went to staff, and we didn't go to an elected official. They went to staff. So I want the member to explain, what does he have against having ministers recognized at the cabinet table on the same level playing field as their other colleagues? I just find it a bit rich that the members talks about unelected officials being non-accountable.
The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's the bait and switch. This isn't really about who's equal at the cabinet table. It's about centralizing power. And in this government, the only place you go to get a funding decision is to Gerald Butts.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I think that indeed one can scratch one's head trying to find out what motivates the government. We have something here that's just smoke and mirrors. That's quite clear. It's not clear to me. I want to make sure that for my colleague, this was urgent. And I hope, at least, that all political factions understood that gender equity in cabinet is a priority, both in terms of ministers and designated ministers.
Honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, certainly the ministers, I mean, it shouldn't matter what the gender of a minister or a minister of state is. If they are a minister with the responsibilities of a minister, they should be paid as such, and if they do not have those same responsibilities, they should not be paid as such if they don't have departments to run and all of the things that attend with that. Much of this bill is just simply a distraction for what they're really doing with consolidation of decision making. And but if I understood part of his question right about the urgency that with this, here we are, the bill that was tabled in June, debated a couple of times and then pushed down in October. Here we are following a couple of days of debating motions on legislation that's already passed while under extended sitting hours. So here we are moving on into the middle part of the night, talking about something that with better House management we could have perhaps dealt with much earlier.
I have time for one more question. Questions and comments. The honourable member for York Centre.
I'm wondering if the member through you, Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear. It's been a priority for this government that we believe we've got a feminist prime minister. we've laid out gender equity. We've laid out gender equity as a priority for this government. It's a priority for Canadians. We've got a gender-balanced cabinet. We've got a pay equity bill. Why should the Minister for the Status of Women not be on an even par with other ministers? This is clearly a priority for this government.
Good question. Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, of course, by that logic, you could simply lower everybody else. I reject the premise that everything always has to be about raising salaries. But this is, again, the distraction. It's not the point of what the department is or the gender of the holder of the office. It's about having a minister paid to do a minister's work or a minister of state doing the work of a minister of state and being paid as such.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Hear, hear. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise again this evening to speak to Bill C-24 regarding the Salaries Act. This bill aims to change 5 important aspects of ministerial roles and designations. These include the creation of new positions, the removal of several important positions, the creation of legal backup for departmental support for these new and mystery positions, the transfer of authoritative powers, and the correction of references to the Minister of Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, there are 2 prominent aspects of this bill that I would like to speak to tonight. The specific changes proposed in C-24 that I will mention are particularly relevant to me, my riding, and my province, and also my experience as a parliamentarian. In the previous government, I served as a Minister of State, the role in question in this legislation, and I represent Richmond Centre, a riding in British Columbia, which used to have a regional ministerial representative at the cabinet table until the Liberals came to power. As a result, this legislation directly impacts my riding, and I believe that my own experience has allowed me to have a good understanding of what is at stake in Bill C-24. Let me start by addressing the first prominent aspect, raising the salary of ministers of state who are women in the current Liberal cabinet to be equal with the full ministers. But there should be more than that to be truly equal. Here's my own experience. As the Minister of State, I had my own team and budget, but I worked closely with the Minister of Employment. The most notable difference between a minister and a Minister of State is that the latter does not have a deputy minister devoted to the file. Additionally, a Minister of State does not manage the same departmental budgets or have the same authority as a minister. The Liberals are claiming that the changes in this legislation are just simple changes aimed at addressing equal pay. The reality, however, is that this is just Liberals being Liberals, just like a duck which quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, and is a duck. I'm always supportive of equal pay for equal job. I wouldn't mind being paid more as a Minister of State. And I did an excellent job, not because of the pay, but because of an excellent staffer. And also because of the fact that my passion is there. I was able to protect the seniors. I was able to create legislation with the help from the Prime Minister to make things really happen. It doesn't matter if you call me a Minister or Minister of State. As long as I'm doing the job, I'm proud of my ministerial position. I'm always supportive of equal pay for equal work. Unless these roles are made to be full ministers with the authority, responsibility, and departments that are required of all other files, I do not believe they will accomplish the true equality. Moreover, we believe in a merit-based system. We believe in giving women an equal chance based on their hard work and abilities, not by appointing them to fill a quota just because they are women. This legislation shows the government is only seeking to elevate their positions and salaries for political purposes, rather than using a merit-based system that will actually mean much more to helping empower women. I will also add that the government chose to appoint only women to the Minister of State's roles. That was their decision, and it does not exactly fall in line with their gender parity rhetoric. Had they thought about that even before they appointed all the ministers, they should have appointed all the women full ministers. If the Liberals really believe in elevating women, they should have been given full ministerial positions, as I said. Is the government claiming the only way to elevate women is by appointing them to an inferior position and then elevating them to that position? Now, let me discuss the other issues in the same bill. Under this Liberal government, they are neglecting the unique challenges and needs of regional issues in British Columbia and truly across the country. My province of British Columbia provides tremendous opportunity, and we are proud of the role we play as Canada's gateway to the Asia Pacific. However, with this great potential for growth, we are also presented with challenges that other parts of the country do not face. British Columbians are eager and also eager to overcome these barriers, but they don't see a government willing to support their efforts. Stakeholders of our terminals are looking forward to exporting resources while remaining committed to balancing economic growth with caring for our coastal waters. In addition to opportunities presented with exporting resources, tourism and the tech sector are also expanding rapidly. We have a younger generation that is underemployed but educated and eager to join the workforce. By not recognizing the need to address these issues by appointing a cabinet minister to take on this role, the Prime Minister is failing the people of British Columbia. He has also failed all the Western provinces. We share similarities in the resources and challenges and the need for strategic planning in the economic growth. I know that my province and region is not the only one feeling the effects of a lack of representation at the cabinet table. There has been sufficient discussion regarding representation of the Atlantic provinces and the apparent lack of funding and opportunities. In a report put forward by the Liberal Atlantic Caucus, the members acknowledged that people have indicated that standard processing times have tripled due to the wait on ministerial approvals for things like programs or funding. I fear this will only continue for other regions. I would encourage the government to listen to their own Atlantic members and bring back proper regional representation. We are always open to hearing ways to make government operate more efficiently. However, removing key regional ministers is a failure to recognize the unique needs of the different regions of the country. The Liberals' top-down approach to governing does not make government more efficient. Rather, it is neglecting those they claim to be helping. Local jobs are at stake in BC, and the Liberals are playing politics to make cabinet fit their agenda, rather than listening to the needs of local people. I will also note that the removal of these positions are counteracted by the addition of new roles, some of which we don't even know the titles of. I still remember the days when we were in government, how wonderfully our Minister for Western Diversification has been working tirelessly for all the 3 or more than 3 Western provinces. And that is the time when we could market our products collectively overseas. And that was the time we were able to create record-breaking full-time jobs. Trade is the #1 job creator. And small businesses, as it has been mentioned, are depending a lot on our trade opportunities. Mr. Speaker, let me get back to the first prominent aspect of the bill. The Liberals are claiming equality to justify this bill. Equality has nothing to do with it. If the government truly wanted equal position for every minister, this bill would have included the other appropriate changes. Simply changing the pay doesn't change the role or level of work. In Bill C-24, the Liberals have also opted to leave out regional representation for no apparent reasons. I believe my experiences show exactly why the changes outlined in C-24 are unnecessary. And I strongly urge the government to reconsider their decision to eliminate the role of regional ministers. I believe it is irresponsible to assume that a single minister from Ontario can appropriately represent all of the regional specific concerns, despite what I presume are his best efforts. I hope the government will recognize these concerns and choose to continue with the appointment of regional ministers, as has been the tradition of many decades. Let me quote someone. Pat Carney, who was Brian Mulroney's BC regional minister in the 1980s.
I'm afraid the honourable member's out of time. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been listening through the course of this discussion to try and understand the viewpoint from the other side. I think what we have is contrasting management systems, Mr. Speaker, with what was known as the Stephen Harper Conservatives' top-down approach, comparing it to the current Government of Canada approach, which is across all regions of the country, gender diversity, all backgrounds, all at the table together as one voice, and then treating that, recognizing that formally through what we're proposing in Bill C-24, where all ministers have not only equal voice, but equal pay for equal work. So maybe could the member look at what we're seeing from our side and maybe comment on a model of equal pay for equal work?
Member for Richmond Centre.
As I mentioned earlier, I have no problem with equal work or equal pay. However, C-25 has not addressed the other equal supports. If you only raise the salary and then without giving these now full ministers really the true support they need, all they have done is just window dressing. This is why I think we should actually have taken this out of this bill and discuss it in greater detail. However, being Liberals, they were very good at lumping everything together so that if you vote against one thing, it means, and vote against the whole bill, then you're voting against, for example, in their, reference as pay equity or equity for women. Had they been really serious right in the beginning, they should have already put all these ministers of states who are women into full ministers, giving them the full support. Why wait 18 months to do this?
Here. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think she's just answered my question. I was going to ask the member if she believes, and I think she's just said this, if she believes that if the Prime Minister were a true feminist, if he really believed in gender equality, then from the very outset he would have appointed them to departments with all powers rather than just appoint them as ministers of state with reduced powers. The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable member for this very meaningful question. This is exactly where the point is. They have been saying that they are feminists, they value women. But right in the beginning, when they appoint women to these ministerial positions, they have already carved out some ministers, women ministers, who are not good enough to be full ministers, and put them aside. Oh, now that they say, there's something wrong with it. And then they put together the C-24 attached to something else. That shows that they are not even serious about that. So this is exactly why I say that the Liberals are only lip-serving, saying that they want to pay equal respect for women, but this is exactly what they have not done.
We have time for a very quick question. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank this honourable member for the incredible work that she did previously as the Minister for Seniors. As I brought up earlier, there are more women seniors in Canada than men seniors, and it's the largest growing demographic in Canada. And so the previous government recognized that, was working hard on seniors, and I want to thank her for the incredible work that she did. I also feel disappointed that she's been ridiculed and belittled by the Liberal government and the so-called feminists, and I was wondering, does she feel that this government that calls themselves feminists really are feminists and are really standing up for the dignity of all women? Thank you.
The honourable member for 60 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is exactly what I've been saying. They only have lip services. The fact that they don't even have a ministry for seniors or a minister, be they Minister of State or full minister, for the benefit of seniors, shows that they don't care. So this is exactly why we say we again and again wanted to really have more debates, and they're now cutting the debate hours to only 5 hours. I mean, we all represent our own constituencies. This is why I stand firm, and I'm standing up to fight against this because of my own riding, my own senior women friends, and also myself. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to speak tonight on such an important bill. I wish to say hello to all the viewers at home tonight that are paying attention attentively to what we are debating and doing the good work of all Canadians and what Canadians sent us to do here. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise to speak to the second reading of Bill C-24, an act to update and modernize the Salaries Act. I would like to emphasize a few points made by my colleagues who have spoken before me. They bear repeating, Mr. Speaker. The bill will update the Salaries Act to reflect the structure of the current ministry by adding 5 titled positions. It just makes good administrative sense that let the legislative framework should reflect the operating reality. The 5 positions to be added to the Salaries Act are already occupied by ministers who are working on the important priorities for this government and for Canadians in science, small business and tourism, status of women, la francophonie, sport, and persons with disabilities. The amendments formally recognize, Mr. Speaker, that these are full ministers with equal status around the cabinet table. I think something we should all be applauding. Mr. Speaker, I wish to focus on the status of women portfolio because I think our party and our government under the Prime Minister has much to be proud of. Yes, I am a feminist as well, as my Prime Minister states. On our recent trip to Italy, I was proud to hear our Prime Minister speaking to the Italian deputies and speaking to the important role about having a gender-balanced cabinet, having young women be proud in their government and look for opportunities when they go through school. Our government believes in putting an agenda forward that it has gender equality. If we look at the policies we have adopted in terms of the Canada Child Benefit, which removes approximately 40% of children out of poverty, which helps single mothers, that is something we need to be proud of. If we look at our recent EI changes, Employment Insurance changes, and the Budget Implementation Act, which gives women a choice to extend, or men, to extend their pat leave from 12 months to 18 months, flexibility. If we look at the Canada Caregiver tax benefit, where we amalgamated 3 tax measures, again, family-friendly. And for the most part, we know that women do a lot of the work at home, and they take care of their loved ones. We know that. Those are facts. And we have put forward an agenda that reflects that. Again, when I was in Italy with the Prime Minister, his comments to the Italian deputies and the trade delegation on the importance, I knew and I saw the reactions from the Speaker of the House in Italy, Laura Baldrini, how happy she was and how they commented about there's a Prime Minister in this world standing up for women and putting gender equality first. Mr. Speaker, I have 2 daughters at home, and I'm proud to say I look at their future and I say they have a wonderful future ahead because they have a government that's paying attention to their needs, to all Canadians' needs. And I think that's something that the opposition party can learn from. Mr. Speaker, our investment in childcare, our funds that we've set aside and our work that we're doing with the provinces. Again, groundbreaking and again, helpful for working moms. We need to get that labour force participation rate up for women at home who wish to enter the labour force and give them that flexibility and that choice. That's good for the economy, and that's good for Canada, and that's good for our future. Mr. Speaker, on infrastructure, Bill C-24 formalizes the naming of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Community. You know, one of the things we ran for on our platform was to invest in Canada and invest in Canadians through infrastructure. I'm proud to state that we're investing over $180 billion over 12 years, Mr. Speaker, something that we can be proud of, something that's growing our economy. And you look at our jobs numbers that have come out in the last 7-8 months. Look at our growth rates, which have easily surpassed the last 10 years of the Harper government when they were in power. Look at the jobs numbers. We're leading the G7 in job growth. We're leading the G7 in GDP growth. Our unemployment rate has fallen, something to be proud of, almost a full percentage point. It was 7 and change. Now it's down in the 6% range. Again, something to be proud of. In the city I call home, the city of Vaughan, in my riding of Vaughan-Woodbridge, we're going to be getting a wonderful subway, again, through investments in infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. And our GO Transit system in Ontario, again, the Prime Minister was in Etobicoke 2 or 3 months ago, investing a $2 billion investment in GO Transit. Again, getting people home quicker after work, getting them home to their kids' soccer game, their kids' hockey game, to their piano lessons. Those are the priorities of our government, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to be part of that government. That is why Canadians elected us. That is why Canadians sent us here and gave us the mandate to invest in Canada and Canadians from coast to coast to coast. That is something that I'm very, very proud of, Mr. Speaker. I think about the announcements we've made on clean water, wastewater funds in York Region, where I was proud to stand with my York Region colleagues. Just 2 or 3 weeks ago, we put over $50 million in projects in York Region in water and wastewater treatment facilities, so Canadians can be assured, and people in York Region can be assured, that their infrastructure is up to date, it's modern, that we have clean drinking water for our families. Those are investments that pay off today and pay off tomorrow and for the years to come. That is something that we need to be proud of, Mr. Speaker. On the infrastructure side, investing in buses, regional transit, our ports, services.
Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been listening carefully to the member's speech, and I failed to see how any of that infrastructure spending is related to the Salaries Act debate we're having right now on ministerial pay. And if I could just have the member perhaps return to that subject matter. I've been trying to figure out how it's connected. So, Mr. Speaker, I just leave it to you to determine whether it's still relevant.
The Honourable Government House Leader has something to respond to this.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is definitely relevant. Within the legislation, there's a change in the ministries. One of the changes is it establishes a Minister of Infrastructure. And I would suggest to you any topic related to infrastructure.
I believe we're moving into the area of debate. As I've said before, when the Speaker is up here, you hear stories and you often hear things said that you wonder how they're going to be relevant or wonder where they're going. But there's 338 members in this House who I believe that their constituency have put them here to speak about their constituency and represent them. How they represent them, I will leave them up to them. And hopefully they'll bring it back and it will be relevant. I have a lot of hope in all these 337 members, other than myself, and I'm sure it'll all work out. So I'll let the honourable member continue, and I'll keep an ear open. I want to thank the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you.
The honourable member for...
Look at the name of Minister of Infrastructure and Communities. Isn't the irony communities, because that's what Canada is made up of, communities from coast to coast to coast, and that's what we're doing, and that's what our minister is doing, and I'm proud to stand beside him in this House to invest in Canada and Canadians, Mr. Speaker. On the status of women, I just go back. Chapter 5, you know, we've created an equal tier of all ministries. Chapter 5 of our budget, for the first time, and this is why status of women is important to be a full portfolio, which it is, and which it is, of course. Chapter 5, a gender-based analysis, gender-based view in our budget for the first time ever. I think women make up 52% of our population or something like that, and it's our government that put forward this agenda, a feminist agenda, to ensure that women are participating in the labour force, Mr. Speaker. Small business and tourism. Tourism, the numbers are going very, very well for Canada. We are attracting more and more tourists. People around the world, you hear that. You travel the world, and they'll tell you, we want to come visit Canada. We want to see what you're doing there. We like it. We like the direction this government is going. Again, a full ministry. Very much so. Small businesses, SMEs as I like to call them. In my wonderful riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, small businesses are the driver of economic growth. They employ thousands of people in Vaughan, thousands of people in York Region, and we need that focus on small business. And the one thing we've done is when we cut taxes for the middle class and we raised them 1%, we created aggregate demand. So people felt better about themselves, felt better about their future, became more optimistic, and they went and spent, and they went and invested in their families, in their regions, in their communities. So yes, a full ministry for small business and tourism. Tourism continues to be an economic driver for Canada. We need to do more. We will do more. We are investing in our marketing agencies and so forth. So when I look at these changes, these 5 title changes and what's in the Salaries Act, I say to myself, we are going the right direction. Our focus on status of women, on small business and tourism is exactly the direction we need to go in as a government, and I'm proud to be part of that government. These updating exercises are not new, Mr. Speaker. The list of Salary Act ministers has been amended several times in the last decade, most recently in 2013. In each case, the changes align with the priorities of the times and with the Prime Minister's preferences with respect to the composition of his ministry and the organization of the government administration. The bill will also modernize the Salaries Act by introducing a measure of flexibility to cabinet making going forward. It does that by adding 3 untitled ministerial positions. These positions will provide room for Prime Ministers at a future time to appoint entitled ministers to reflect and respond to the changing priorities of their day. To me, that's smart planning. I worked in the private sector for 25 years. The world is evolving, a lot of global uncertainty. Things are evolving at home. We want to make sure the government has flexibility to introduce ministers or ministries as they see fit and to respond to changing circumstances. Makes sense to me. That's what we would do in the private sector. I like that, and we bring it here to government. Members on the other side have asked what the Prime Minister's plans are for these cabinet posts. Why are they needed? Why are they not named? To that, I would say that this change looks to the future. It builds in a degree of flexibility in the structuring of future ministries to reflect the priorities of the day. This is a government that looks to the future and that values adaptability to change in big ways and smalls. This is small, but an important way, Mr. Speaker. It will enable a modern, adaptable ministry well into the future. There are safeguards too, Mr. Speaker. This bill does not enable the installation of an oversized cabinet, and we all know what that looks like from the past administration. The proposed increase in the number of Salaries Act positions will be offset by the removal of 6 regional development positions. The maximum number of ministers that may be appointed under the Salaries Act, including the Prime Minister, will increase by 2 positions, from 35 to 37. I've heard the comments from the members of this House on the removal of the regional development positions. To them, I would like to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that removing these positions from the Salaries Act in no way affects the status of the regional development agencies themselves. Let me re-emphasize that point. FedDev, Alcoa, the regional development ministries continue to operate, continue to do a great job for the regions they represent. They continue to invest in Canadians from coast to coast to coast. You know what, Mr. Speaker, I grew up in a small town in northern British Columbia. I understand what it means to come from a region where the next town is 2 hours away, or 144 kilometers, if I remember correctly, and you feel like you're far away from a big city, whether it's Vancouver or Toronto, and you're there, and you want to make sure your voice is being heard, and you want to make sure there are investments taking place in your area of the country. And, Mr. Speaker, this Salaries Act does not change the prerogative or the role of the regional development agencies. It is misleading to suggest otherwise. The regional development agencies will continue to be a vital part of this government's economic development work and will be overseen by a minister. Regions are not being ignored under this government. Accountability is not being ignored under this government. These administrative amendments to the Salaries Act change none of that. Finally, I would like to correct a misconception about this bill that has been asserted in this place. It has been suggested that its effect is merely to authorize a raise for the 5 ministers who were appointed by the Ordering Council on November 4, 2015, as ministers of state to assist other ministers, and that those Ordering Council make it clear that these are junior ministers subordinate to other ministers and therefore not deserving of the same salary. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. To those comments, let me say first that all ministers have been paid the same salary since day one. Equal pay for equal work. That is what we believe in, Mr. Speaker. This bill does not change that. There is no raise for any minister under this bill. Then let me say that I believe our government has been clear in explaining that the legislative framework in place on November 4th, 2015 prevented the appointment of full ministers to these 5 positions. Use of the Ministries and Ministers of State Act allowed ministers to be appointed to those positions and to get to work on the priorities of this government and Canadians on day one. The Prime Minister committed to introducing legislation that would formally equalize the status of all members of his ministry. Promise made and promise kept, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to be part of a government that keeps its promises to Canadians, that's investing in Canadians, and we see that handsomely in the recent months with our economy growing at a rate of over 2.5%, which had never been achieved under the Conservatives, or which had not been achieved under the Conservatives, from my understanding. We see job growth taking unemployment rate down, Mr. Speaker, to the 6.2% range. We see income growth. We see exports rebounding. We see business investment starting to show green shoots. All things that we can be proud of as a government, Mr. Speaker. And when the full ramp-up of infrastructure spending takes place, which it will, and it is, we'll see further gains in employment numbers across the country, coast to coast to coast. This bill fulfills this commitment. When it comes into force, the orders in council that appoint these ministers as ministers of state to assist other ministers will be repealed. They will be in law, as they are in practice, full and equal ministers. In closing, Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left? Great, thank you. In closing, Mr. Speaker, let me repeat what I said at the beginning of my remarks. The Salaries Act amendments are administrative in nature. It makes good sense to update and modernize the legislation to reflect the structure of the current ministry and to enable flexible and adaptable ministries now and in the future. I hope all members will join me in supporting this bill. Mr. Speaker, when we look at our government's agenda, including Bill C-24, Canadians sent us here to do the good work that they wanted us to, and what we told them we do so in our platform. And we fulfilled many of those promises, Mr. Speaker. And I looked at Canada Child Benefit, our middle-class tax cut, and our investments in infrastructure. And I say to myself, where are we taking Canada? And I look at these changes in C-24, where we appoint full ministers to status of women, the Francophonie, small business and tourism, especially with my finance background. And it tells me our government is taking Canada to a place where we need to go. We're not only passing the puck, we're going to where the puck is going to, if I made that analogy correctly from our ice hockey days. We are going to score the goal, and we're going to continue scoring the goals. And for me, scoring the goals is making sure and ensuring Canadians have a brighter future, that Canadians find the job that they're looking for, that they come home to their families quicker in the evening, and that we continue to invest in them. And that's our mandate of our government. Frankly, for me, it's to ensure that my 2 daughters who visited Parliament here yesterday, Eliane and Natalia, have a bright future. There's nothing more important for myself and for my family when this privilege may end, and it's not going to end for a long time, I tell you, that they have a bright future ahead of them. Mr. Speaker, I'll close my remarks off there, and I look forward to answering any of the questions from my humble colleagues.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Hochelaga.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member started by talking about programs for women. I'd like to talk about real stuff, such as a low-cost childcare service. That would really help women. It would help them get back to work and would balance out women's chances to get a better salary on the labor force. We don't have any bill like that on the table. So rather than have this fake bill like this, why not bring forth a real bill that would truly help women, like low-cost childcare?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Hochelaga for the question. Our investments in Canadians and in our investments in Canadian families and specifically women, to me, are groundbreaking. If you look at the Canada Child Benefit, which increases benefits for 9 out of every 10 families, an average of $2,300 a year more than what they were receiving. Incredible. If you look at our investment in childcare, which is approximately $500 million a year, creating about, I think it's 40,000 annual spaces in childcare for the most, frankly, the most low income folks and middle income folks that really need childcare, that really need the help. We are working with the provinces, we are working with Canadians, we are working with women groups, and we're listening. And those investments, just 2, and I can name off another 5 or 6, are 2 that are going to make a difference in families' lives from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for La Salle-et-Mar-Verdun.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his speech. He touched on some interesting points, and as Parliamentary Secretary for Innovation, Science and Economic Development, I see the impact firsthand of removing the old ministers of state for the regional development agencies. And I echo his comments about the fact that we have created a much more lean and efficient ministry and department, and that the departmental functions of each of the regional economic development agencies has in fact not been impaired, but I would argue improved with standardized practices. And I would just invite the honourable member to elaborate on the fact that this is reflecting a reality in good governance, making government more efficient and making the regional development agencies more effective.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank the Parliamentary Secretary and member from La Salle-Verdun for his question. You know, about 2 months ago, 2 or 3 months ago, I was able to make an announcement in York Region where FedDev provided I believe it was a $3 or $3.5 million repayable loan to a commercial aircraft part supplier. High-skilled jobs that paid well north of $100,000 a year. And we made that announcement, and I thought, FedDev, we are making an announcement in a manufacturer that is providing good quality jobs in York Region, that is competing against companies globally, and those type of investments are the investments we need to grow the economy. We need to grow key sectors. In this instance, it was the aerospace sector, and it was something I was proud of. I spoke to the owner that morning, and he thanked us for being partners with his company. He thanked us for that repayable loan, or if you want to call it a grant, but it was a repayable loan. And I said, you know, I remember this conversation vividly. I said, we are investing in high tech, in high margin industries, in industries where we see growth. And here was a company in York Region manufacturing parts for the Boeing 787 and the Airbus 330 and 320, and something we can be proud of. And that was provided by FedDev. And I agree full-heartedly on governance. I come from the private sector. Governance is very important for me. I wouldn't invest in a company if they didn't have good governance, and I wouldn't believe in government if we didn't have good governance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his contributions to the debate so far. I know we've had lots of conversations about the Kurdish issue and the Parliamentary Friends of the Kurds group that we were on together. But what I want to ask him about is these late sittings that we've had. We're considering C-24, which is a bill that was introduced pretty much a year ago. And this is really the urgent matter that the government wanted to have debated in evening sittings, a salary increase for Liberal cabinet ministers. We could pretty much retitle this the pay raise for Liberal cabinet ministers. So why is this such a critical, important issue for the government when we could be debating lowering taxes on small business, actually getting control of the budget and reducing the deficit down to zero, actually following through on infrastructure, completion of projects instead of just announcements and more press releases? So I asked the member, why are we having late sittings to debate Liberal cabinet pay increases?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend for that question. I will say that I do want to correct something. Bill C-24 does not increase and does not result in any new spending or any new salaries. The salaries were effective the date that these ministers were appointed, so the salaries are unchanged. There is no new incremental or no new spending in place with this thing. So I do wish to correct that. I think my friend had mentioned that. So I do wish to correct the record on that, because he is incorrect, actually. What I will say is our government. Well, I'm here to work. I was sent here by my residents to work, frankly, and if I have to stay here till midnight every night to work for their priorities, I'll be here. That's what we get paid for. We get paid for by the taxes that our constituents and Canadians pay, and I'll be here every night to work till midnight if I have to get the good work done of all the voters across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to, I know there's a lot of people watching here tonight, and I just want to say to all the Canadian daughters that are being spoken of very proudly by the fathers, and rightfully so. I'm a proud daughter who learned from my father not to get schmoozed and to not worry about the names you might be called if you're smart or assertive and you're applying your critical thinking to some of the things that people say. So I would say to these same daughters who are watching tonight to think about this, and maybe here's a couple questions and maybe the honourable member would like to answer them. So does this mean that these ministers of state are now going to have power and responsibility equal to the ministers as under the definition of the House of Commons Procedure and Affairs and Practices? Does this mean they're going to get ministries of state now? Does this mean that we're so serious about gender equality now that we're going to implement this legislation that's been committed to? Does this mean that people who are taking on roles and responsibilities in senior positions are going to be equally men and women? Does this mean that the word feminism is more than just a charade? What exactly does a minister of state do equal to the power of a minister of a department if they don't have a ministry?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the question from the member from Windsor-Tecumseh. I will say that the responsibilities for each of these ministers is laid out in the mandates letter provided by the Prime Minister. And I look at the status of women ministry, and I think to myself that's the right direction our government has to go in, and that's the right direction that all Canadians wish us to go in. We want to make sure, and for me personally, I want to make sure that labour force participation rates for women across the country increase up and match those of men. That's important. I want to see this globally as well. Women empowered, and that's very important for us. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a very brief question. L'honorable député de Guelph for
the honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think finally I'm starting to see agreement on both sides of the aisle, but that might be because our honourable member is from a different party than the other people on the other side of the aisle. We have been discussing issues of governance, and you mentioned your private sector experience. And right now we are talking about governance. Could you expand on the range of governance that we're now introducing with equal say around the table?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge. Before he begins, I just want to remind the honourable members, I'm sure you meant the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge, not my own personal experience. I just want to clarify that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend and colleague from the wonderful riding of Guelph, which I had the chance to visit a few times. I will say governance is very, very important, and transparency. And with this C-24, the first thing it does is it equalizes the ministers, and that's very, very important. Equal pay for equal work, and that's supremely important. And the responsibilities are laid out in the mandate letter by the Prime Minister, so there's full transparency there in what each minister is directed to do. And then there's also full accountability by the mandate letters, and that's also very important myself, and very important to my voters back in the beautiful riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, which I hope to visit soon enough and get back to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pleasure that I rise in debate tonight on Bill C-24, an act to amend the Salaries Act. I have a few problems with this bill. First of all, I want to speak to two aspects of it. I'm going to start in my former capacity as the Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification. So my understanding is that if parliamentarians vote in favour of this bill, essentially what would happen is all of the economic diversification agencies in Canada would formally come under the auspices of one minister. And that minister is from Mississauga. Now, nothing against Mississauga. It's a wonderful place. I was just there a couple of weeks ago. However, Mississauga is not Western Canada. And the reason why we have and one of my Liberal colleagues applauded that. I'm not sure why they would applaud that Mississauga is not Western Canada. Oh, it was somebody from Western Canada, so fantastic. Good to know. So now that we've established that fact, and there seems to be some enthusiasm for that fact, Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that economic diversification agencies, or they were created to
essentially understand or to underscore the fact that while here we try to come up with national economic development policies or national economic policies, Canada does in fact operate under a heavily regionalized economy. There are differences between the different regions of our country, and in order to ensure that we function as a cohesive unit, these agencies work to bolster the economies of each part of our country to essentially ensure that we're greater than the sum of our parts. Now, when I was the Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification, I came in. My background, Mr. Speaker, is in intellectual property management. I spent most of my career prior to politics in several fields, but the last position that I occupied had some role in managing the intellectual property portfolio to a certain extent of the University of Calgary, as well as managing its sponsored research portfolio. So I actually had the privilege of working with some of the great public servants who are in this department prior to entering politics. So I came in with a certain level of domain expertise. It was really interesting to be able to marry some domain expertise with an understanding of why it's so important to use an agency like this to incent innovation and bolster different parts of the economy to see long-term economic growth in that region of the country. Now, I am a Winnipegger by birth, and I'm a Calgarian by choice. I know, much to the chagrin of some of my colleagues, but the point is that I have a deep understanding of Western Canada. I was appointed as a minister to help bolster the economy of Western Canada, and I'm happy to speak to some of the successes that I had there. The point being that it was important to have a Minister of State at the Cabinet table who was not only responsible for grants and contributions and managing the process related to grants and contributions to Western Canada, but also meeting with stakeholder groups and taking that opinion in terms of an economic minister up to the Cabinet table and formulating economic policy for the entire nation. What this bill would do if we adopt it is essentially lose that very fundamental linkage of a regional minister and a regional economic development agency with the Cabinet table for expediency's sake. I want to speak about the specific needs for why we need an economic diversification or an economic development minister from Western Canada, but I'm going to actually speak to some of my colleagues' concerns from Atlantic Canada. I read a report that came out of, I believe it was Industry Committee earlier this year, that talked about how the Atlantic Development Agency, ACOA, was actually seeing close to 12-month delays, I believe, Mr. Speaker, in seeing some of their innovation grants being approved because of the bottleneck that was going up through the minister from Mississauga. We've heard, many of my colleagues here across party lines have heard great frustrations from stakeholders in Atlantic Canada saying, look, this 12-month delay because your minister is not signing off on these grants is not particularly conducive to many startup companies, many industries where you need to have that seed funding in a very short runway in order to see results. That's not conducive. So I just don't understand why the Liberal government would enshrine in legislation a bill that would allow make Atlantic Canadians applying for these innovation funds go through a minister from Mississauga. I think that's kind of defeating that's defeating the purpose of the agency to a certain extent, Mr. Speaker. So I have no idea what's going on. I just don't understand why we would do this. I mean, we could have an entire philosophical discussion on whether or not we need regional development agencies at all. But if we are going to have regional development agencies, and part of their mandates is to bring to the Cabinet table and bring into Parliament the viewpoints of regionalized economic concerns in each part of the country, then surely we should have ministers who are representing those agencies at the Cabinet table. And that's really been lost. It's just not there anymore. Now, when I was a Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification, I took my domain expertise and I went into the agency. I had a great team of public servants. Whenever I get a chance to speak about how fantastic they were and put it on the record, I do that, and I do that again today. We sat down together and said, how can we make this agency more effective? And the mandate that I gave them, I said, look, we need to go out into our community, into the stakeholders that utilize our services, and ask them what the mandate and the purpose of this agency should be. And we should do that on an ongoing basis, because that's not a static question. That changes from year to year. What we need to do to bolster the economic diversification of Western Canada should be evaluated on an ongoing basis. So that was the first thing that we did, is we said we are going to have a formal consultation process to establish what we are managing to as an agency. And so I undertook a very extensive, it was close to a 6-month tour of Western Canada. It was very formalized. We took feedback from industry, from not-for-profit organizations, from academia, from small business owners, and we came up with a set of 5 priorities that we felt at that time was important to ensure that we saw economic diversification in Western Canada. Those things included First Nations economic participation, ensuring that we were having skilled labor, because we had a significant skilled labor shortage in Western Canada at the time. We still do. Ensuring that Western Canadian businesses were participating in trade agreements or taking advantage of agreements such as CETA, how we could position that, bolstering innovation, looking at things like the R&D life cycle, not necessarily basic research, but things like prototype development, startup scale-up, these sorts of things, how WD could play in that, and a variety of other aspects as well, too, Mr. Speaker. But we made those criteria very formal, and then from there, I asked my department, I said, let's translate what we're managing to there down into our grants and contributions and make sure that our funding programs reflected the goals and objectives of what we were managing to through that contribution process. So then my background, Mr. Speaker, as well as having a background in intellectual property management, it's also in academic research administration. I understand how to manage a grants and contribution process, and I said I'm not comfortable with ministerial direction all the time in terms of some of these processes. I'd like to move this more towards the minister's direction being more in terms of the policy outcomes of what the grants and contributions would achieve. So I'd like to move to a grants and contributions, a call for proposals model. We changed that entire process. We had we changed the process by which people applied for grants through WD. We launched a $100 million over 5-year initiative because we heard from that consultation that I mentioned, we heard that one of the key determinants to economic growth in Canada for small business and innovative business was a startup capital gap, particularly in the prototype development and startup scale-up phase. So we tailored a program specifically for that with very defined criteria. The point I'm trying to make is that took a lot of my time as a minister. It took a lot of time. It was probably one of the most rewarding 2 years of my professional career, because I felt like I could go to the cabinet table of a G7 country and then take my policy expertise, but more importantly, the feedback of a very specific group of people in Canada, that being Western Canadian businesses, tailor grants and contribution programs to ensure that everybody had equal participation, and then make some magic happen, Mr. Speaker. And now, 3-4 years after we've done that process, we're starting to see the results of that. Jobs being created through intellectual property being commercialized and retained in Western Canada, innovative skills training programs with First Nations communities through a wide variety of sectors. These metrics that are now reported on through the departmental report are a result of the fact that this economic development agency had a minister who was providing political will down through the bureaucracy into the outcomes of the grants and contribution process. Now, to somebody who's listening to this might not sound very romantic, Mr. Speaker, but this is really the job of a minister. The job of a minister is, some people think that it's photo ops or swanning around, but really what it is saying, I understand I have a political mandate from my government and as an executive member of the government, I have a mandate to fulfill, and then taking that mandate and working with your public servants and ensuring that political will comes to fruition through process, procedure, and a lot of hard work. Sometimes you have to bring your bureaucracy on side with you. Sometimes it's a bit of a struggle. Sometimes you have to bring stakeholders on board with you and flush out that mandate a little bit. But the point that I'm trying to make is it takes work and it takes time. If we're going to have economic development agencies, you need to have somebody who is willing to be the fulcrum of that particular work and work with the bureaucracy in order to do that. What this bill would do here is eliminate that relationship, and it would eliminate the relationship of a minister with their bureaucrats and the stakeholders from a community and centralize it. Now, I'm all for government efficiency. I think that it's very important to look at our processes and say, how can we deliver services more efficiently and more effectively? But what we've seen from the evidence that we've seen in groups like stakeholders such as ACOA, for example, is that these grants and contributions are not being approved. I had the benefit, and I have to give her a lot of credit, my former Deputy Minister, Daphne Meredith. I think she was one of the most talented public servants that Ottawa has ever seen. Very, very, very smart, very, very gentle woman, very, very firm. I learned so much from her, but she could only do so much without having a mandate from a minister and understanding that a minister had her back in implementing certain process changes. The deputy ministers that are sitting in economic development agencies right now are going, there's a GIF on the internet. It's like a dog playing the piano going, I have no idea what I'm doing. I think that's probably what a lot of the deputy ministers and some of these economic development agencies are probably feeling like right now. I have no idea what I'm doing, and it's not out of a lack of skill, Mr. Speaker. It's a lack of political oversight because of bills like this. If the government wants to eliminate oversight on economic development agencies, they should have put forward to stakeholders a plan on how they were going to engage people and stakeholders and how they were going to overhaul grants and contribution processes to achieve the objectives that I've mentioned in the speech before they put this bill forward. This bill, without that detail, provides a lot of uncertainty for small, medium-sized businesses, academic groups, other groups, especially First Nations communities that often rely on these economic development agencies to achieve outcomes. Now, there are critics who say that economic development agencies should not exist at all. I think one of the fundamental things that we need to ask ourselves as parliamentarians and as people who have responsibility to ensure that taxpayer dollars are spent in the most efficient and effective way possible is, what are we managing to? What is the outcome of the tax dollars that we are spending? The problem without having political oversight on these development agencies is that it's very difficult to both set those parameters and then measure whether or not they're successful without having political oversight. The reality is that the minister from Mississauga, who is the industry minister, has a lot of other competing concerns in the industry portfolio. He has announced $1 billion for something around superclusters, which we could have an entire other debate on the efficacy of that. He's got to look at things like the internal trade agreement. He's got some responsibility in terms of government procurement with regard to supply chain development and indirect cost benefits. All of these sorts of things he's got responsibility for. Yet, what's happening with C24 is saying, okay, let's manage economic diversification or economic development agencies off the corner of a really overstuffed desk. And I don't think that that's the best approach. I think that the government needs to actually say, look, we're either in the business of this or we're not. And if we're not in the business of it, let's be honest with our stakeholders rather than making them wait for 18 months. This might seem like a very pedantic debate, but at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, if we are going to have these agencies and be able to explain to taxpayers that this is something that's worth their while, you need to have political oversight. Otherwise, this becomes bureaucrats shoveling cash off the back of a truck. And that's not anything that anyone in this place wants. We need to be able to, well, some of my colleagues question that, but fair enough. Perhaps we can answer that in question and answer period, Mr. Speaker. But I honestly think that without political oversight, it's very difficult to say within these agencies, what are we managing to, and then do our processes reflect our ability to get to that point? And to be honest with you, Mr. Speaker, for that reason alone, I cannot support Bill C-24. I also want to speak to an aspect in here that we're going to get a little feminist in here tonight, Mr. Speaker. So, Bill C-24, the Liberals have stood up here and claimed that there's a housekeeping items to legislate equal salaries for all ministers. But that's just a talking point. So, for my colleagues in here who haven't served in cabinet or perhaps don't understand the cabinet process, in order for you to take what's called a memorandum to cabinet as a minister, you need to be a full minister. You need to be able, and a memorandum to cabinet is basically a direction to cabinet. It's saying, this is what we want I want the executive to do and vote on. This bill does not address the fact that people who have been named as full ministers by the Prime Minister and his quote-unquote gender equity cabinet still do not have the capacity to, on their own accord, bring that direction to cabinet. So I don't understand how that's gender equity. There are still women in this cabinet who are being called full ministers, yet have to report to a man to bring their own memorandum cabinet to cabinet. That's not equality at all. So I don't, you know, look, I've worked really hard to get to where I am in my life. I've got men laughing at me in here for that. I find that highly amusing.
Shame.
I've sacrificed a lot. I've made choices to make sure that my career has been placed first and foremost in my life. That's a choice that I've made. So for someone to come up to me and say, oh, you know, you're part of a gender equity cabinet. By the way, the Prime Minister announced that the day before cabinet happened, rather than just let some of the, I might not agree with them on a lot of things, but there are women in the Liberal cabinet who have resumes, who have CVs that should stand. Canadians should say, look, these are talented women. But he took credit for their CVs by saying they're here because it's a gender equity cabinet. But some of these women now don't have the ability to bring memorandums to cabinet on their own. They still have to go, oh, hey, Mr. Minister, can you please sign off on my MC? This bill doesn't fix that. I would rather that the Prime Minister is just honest about the fact that he actually doesn't have a gender parity cabinet. He doesn't. If he did, these women would have the capacity to bring memorandums to cabinet on their own, and they don't. You can pay women one way. I actually think that this bill also doesn't address the fact that many of these women don't have their own deputy ministers. That's also a hallmark of a full minister as well, Mr. Speaker. So I don't understand why we have this bill in front of us. There's so many things that are affecting this country, from foreign policy issues to things at home like our immigration processes, to people being out of work in my home province, yet we're spending valuable House time debating a bill that doesn't help the economy in any way, shape, or form and doesn't make women more equal. And to me, that's the hallmark of a Liberal government. Useless legislation that in name only really does nothing at the end of the day. It's a Seinfeld episode. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I encourage my colleagues not to support Bill C-24.
Yeah. Well done. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mao-Verdun.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for her question. I now have, after having spent a fair bit of time in the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Economic Development, I now have, and having gone out west and having worked with WD on the ground, I now have a fuller understanding of why, in fact, there was no diversification in the West under the previous government and why the regional development agencies all generally failed to do what they had to do. When we got into power, Mr. Speaker, we had to fix ACOA. We have now fixed it. It's now working very well. We've got 32 very satisfied members of Parliament from the Atlantic region who are very happy with ACOA, as well as stakeholders. I can tell you, out west in Calgary, Fort McMurray, and Saskatoon, where I was last week, with WD officials on the ground, in universities and in other settings, people are very happy with the way we have already restructured. And, Mr. Speaker, we've restructured. I would invite the Honourable Member to comment on this. Why would one not want to restructure in good faith with ministry and departmental officials, with officials from the regional development economic agencies, to in fact have a more coherent innovation and skills agenda, which is precisely what we're doing, and the regional development agencies are in fact, including WD, are in fact putting this policy into practice on the ground. Why would it not be a good thing to be very sensitive to the needs of the West, very sensitive to the needs of Atlantic regions, other regions in Canada, Mr. Speaker, through a more efficient, coherent, and diversified economic policy.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
To thank the member opposite for the chance to correct his odd mashup of Orwellian newspeak and internet buzzword generator. I heard innovation, I think synergy, synergistic, work together without any sort of metrics, and that's the point. So to my colleagues, to clarify some of my colleagues' points. Number one, they don't have 32 satisfied members. They have 32 very whipped and gagged and muzzled Atlantic Canadian members, who 4 of which had the courage to put their name on a report talking about the fact that ACOA is about 12 to 18 months, I believe, behind in terms of approving grants and contributions. That's not an improvement. In terms of Western economic diversification, if the Liberals had any desire to look at the diversification of the Western economy, they'd understand that the natural resource sector, particularly the energy sector, has an enormous capacity to be a receptor for innovative technology, including clean technology, carbon capture, sequestration, things like flocculant development for the oil sands, for tailings ponds. I could go through a numerous amount of different technologies that are being developed in academic institutions in Western Canada. Yet, because we do not have any commitment from the Liberal government to see the long-term development of that sector, what happens with intellectual property that's developed for that is it's licensed out to other to other countries. There's no desire to keep this retained in Western Canada. So because of the Liberals' government detrimental policy to the energy sector, the tanker ban, no contributions to pipeline development, no contribution to keep skilled labor in Western Canada, that intellectual property is leaving and the economy can't be diversified. So, Mr. Speaker, I absolutely reject the premise of the question that the Liberals have any authority to speak on economic diversification in Western Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Before we go to the next member, I just want to remind the honourable members that if they're sitting near a microphone and they're speaking, it picks up and it really does interfere in what we're hearing. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. It was very interesting because she herself has held the kind of position that we're talking about today, the kinds of positions that have been eliminated. So that was a good kind of experience for us to hear about. It was a good thing to have ministers who are responsible for regional development in various regions. And here's my question to my colleague. Does she not have the impression that these positions that were so relevant to economic development, does she not think that they were eliminated simply to mask another promise that the Liberals couldn't keep? Because, in fact, they don't have the budget to pay for all these ministers, so they had to eliminate something to fix one of their election campaign mistakes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I absolutely agree with my colleagues in that the Liberals spend for spending's sake. It's like fun coupons, right? Like, there's really, that's the point I was trying to make in the earlier part of my speech, is that the Liberals have actually not defined what they're managing to whatsoever in terms of spending taxpayer dollars. It's all about spending for spending's sake. In the budget this year, we actually saw an increase in the deficit year over year from fiscal year 2016 to 2017, while we actually saw a decrease in the GDP projections from fiscal year 2016 to 2017. So in that component, we've actually seen the Liberals spend more to get less. So in terms of how the economic development agencies could be utilized, we should be saying if we are going to invest in these agencies, we should have political oversight from people who have expertise in understanding the economies from those particular regions of the country, marry that into an overall economic growth strategy that operates within the context of a balanced budget. Now, Mr. Speaker, that has not happened whatsoever. And that's part of the problem with Bill C-24. It's like, hey, let's just get rid of political oversight on this stuff and hope that everything turns out all right. That's not management. That is, I actually don't even know what to characterize that as. A hashtag fail? Some great socks? I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker. I just know that public servants who work in these departments and the stakeholders that depend on it would not want us to support this. There's a lot of consternation about the fact that this bill has been tabled without any sort of operating plan being put forward. And if the plan is to let public servants completely manage the oversight of grants and contributions related to regional economic development agencies, that is a bad plan. Thank you.
Yeah.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for, sorry, it's late tonight. It's Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, from the unfashionable end of the hall tonight. Quick question for the honourable member. You know, by her description of what she did and what she accomplished in her time as the Minister for Western Economic Diversification, or at least I don't know if it was a secretary position, but nonetheless, by her description, she worked hard, applied her knowledge and her skills, and by her description, got some really good results. We won't debate that part of it, but what I would ask is, did she get paid as much as other ministers in that cabinet?
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I was appointed as a Minister of State. I was not appointed as a full minister, and I understood that going into my position. The Minister of State position has a certain level of salary attached to it, and a full minister has a certain level of salary attached to it. It would like me being hired as a VP of a company, but being expected to be paid as the president of a company. I had the responsibility of a Minister of State, which I think I exceeded, and I was paid accordingly. And I was very proud of the fact that I was a Minister of State in my past government. I think I did a fantastic job, actually. I don't like being humble. I was awesome. It was great, Mr. Speaker. And I was paid accordingly. The point being is that I didn't try to say I should be paid equal to my peers without having the responsibility of my peers. If my colleague opposite truly felt that I should be paid at that level, as his colleagues, his female colleagues in Cabinet should be, then they should have full rights to bring memorandums to Cabinet on their own behalf. They should have deputy ministers, and they should have the accountability of an entire department, Mr. Speaker. I fully expect, given my managerial expertise and my CV and my political experience, that had we formed government, I would have been appointed as a full minister, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to say that here. And I should have been paid accordingly. But for that level of responsibility, I was paid to what my responsibilities were. That's not sexist. That's the way it is. What's sexist is trying to claim that women are paid one way but don't have the responsibility of their peers. And that's embarrassing and disgusting.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say, first of all, that I'm going to share my time with the member from Calgary-Shepherd. I'd like to say that I'm thankful to be speaking to Bill C-24, an act to amend the Salaries Act and to make consequential amendments to the Financial Administration Act. But actually, it's really late at night, and the government has made it very clear that they are really not interested in hearing further input from the opposition parties. And so once again, they're shutting down debate and sending this to committee where, based on what they've done with other bills, they won't accept any of the amendments. So I'm not sure what kind of an impact I'll have tonight, but that said, I'll go ahead and make a few points about the concerns I have with C-24. The first concern I have has to do with the elimination of the 6 regional development agency ministers. And we've heard other people speak to it, but I will give you my thoughts on that. The creation of 3 entirely new mystery ministers is also of concern to me. And then amending the Salaries Act to legislate equal pay for all ministers. What really concerns me there is the fact that all of this has already been done. We heard testimony earlier that you know, at the very beginning, once everybody discovered that the Prime Minister had put women into junior minister roles and was paying them less than you know, other ministers, and there was an outcry, immediately it was all fixed by estimates. And they've already rid themselves of the regional ministers, and all of this stuff is done. So I'm not even sure why we have to talk about it if they already did it. But especially when the government has failed on their legislative agenda, and they're having us sit late at night, and now they're bringing things where they've already taken the action, and so it's kind of irrelevant whatever we say here tonight. Now, with respect to the regional economic development, I want to share something about why I think that those 6 positions were important. One of the things that we really need in our country is to create jobs. Okay, we need to get that economic growth happening. And every region has got different industry, different constraints. There's different provincial and municipal regulations. There's lots to know about. And so in Sarnia-Lambton, we had a southwestern regional minister. And that minister was very familiar with industry in Sarnia-Lambton, also in London, in Windsor, and did a lot of work to help start the bioeconomy that we have, to help get us into advanced manufacturing, to help us partner in the water industry. And so, the amount of time spent getting to know the industries going on, getting to know the economic opportunities in the area, and coming with a voice in government to advocate on behalf of those opportunities and to then, help the wheels of government turn to actually get that money out in a timely fashion. Because when you're trying to start up a new bio-industry or trying to get into a new business, time is of the essence. And so that is what was required. And I've heard similar stories when I look across from the Atlantic provinces. I have a lot of connections there, so I hear about what's going on there. I hear about what's going on in Quebec and the importance of these regional ministers. So it's extremely concerning to me that those have been eliminated, and they've not eliminated the departments, which is some comfort, but that still means the government recognizes there is a need to have that regional local information, but there's nobody to direct the ship other than one, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology. And he's a great guy, but he's a really busy guy. And so when you don't have enough time and enough oversight, he has to be here in the House. He's got responsibilities in his municipality as well. And then here's some of the things that the minister is responsible for. In addition to all of this economic growth in all of the different regions all across the country, he is also in charge of the rural internet initiatives, which is really important. We've got a huge need in the north. There's a huge ambitious program underway, which I do appreciate. He's also the one trying to initiate the superclusters. That involves developing a plan. That's a huge change. That's a lot of coordination of different players. He's responsible for the census. He's responsible for the innovation agenda. He's also trying to launch new areas like artificial intelligence. He's trying to advance us in clean technology while maintaining our leadership in aerospace and the automotive industry. So just listen to all of the things that are involved there. All of those things are important, and if we take focus away from them, then we don't make progress as quickly. Okay, and that's why these 6 ministers were so important, is because they could actually spend the time to look at what the opportunities were, to move those forward, and now we're missing that. We have heard complaints. I've heard complaints from Quebec that things are not moving quickly now that those ministers have been removed. I've heard in Atlantic provinces the same thing that the member from Calgary Nose Hill shared, that there are delays of 12 and 18 months. It's taking 3 times as long to get things approved. And when you're in the innovation space, you're trying to take ideas and turn them into jobs. Time is of the essence, and so this whole idea is really not good. With respect to the mystery ministers, okay, nobody here was able to say who they are. Maybe they'll come up eventually. Really, this is a priority to talk about things that may or may not happen in the future, and to pick 3 of them that might happen in the future. I think it just speaks to the government's lack of openness and transparency. We've seen all kinds of evidence of this in the refusal to answer questions in the House of Commons. We see that on a daily basis. We see when we try to get access for information that they black out the costs of the carbon tax for the taxpayer. We see that, they're trying to rearrange the parliamentary budget officer so that members of parliament can't get information out of him. And, I could go on, partisan appointments and all the other things that this government is doing that are not open and transparent. But clearly, these 3 mystery ministers, this is something that doesn't exist, and if it does exist and there's a hidden agenda, then it's just another example of what I'm talking about. So that brings us then to the discussion on the salaries and whether or not the salaries of the women that are serving in these junior minister roles should be equal. And certainly as the chair of Status of Women, I am somebody who firmly believes in gender equality, in pay equity. I was on the pay equity committee and sat endless hours talking about what we could do and made recommendations to the government that they have done nothing on in Budget 2017. So for all the talk of being a feminist, there's absolutely nothing happening from that point of view. I would also say that in my career, I have experienced discrimination as a woman. So I'm probably an extra advocate for trying to make sure that things are done fairly. But one of the things that's important when we talk about pay equity, and you can even go Google this up on the government webpage, when you look at trying to figure out whether jobs should be paid equally or not, there's an analysis that's done. And the analysis looks at skill, effort, responsibility, and working conditions. Okay? And so when we compare some of these junior positions, if we compare the Minister of Sport to the Minister of Finance, look at the budget that the Minister of Sport is handling versus the budget that the Minister of Finance is handling. Okay? Think about if we compare the Minister of Democratic Reform, now that we're not going to do any electoral reform because we broke that promise. Okay? Let's say the Minister of Electoral Reform doesn't do a good job. What's the consequence of that versus the Minister of Public Safety not doing a good job? There's a huge difference there. Okay? Think about if the Minister of Status of Women, what are her responsibilities are. She's got a $38 million budget versus the Defense Minister, for example. So when you do a pay equity analysis, you're going to see that, in fact, there is a different level of responsibility in these positions. So I don't personally think that they should have been restored to a full minister's salary because I don't believe they have the same responsibility. They clearly don't have the same effort. And in some cases, the skill level that's been put into these roles is actually troubling. The House Leader, a rookie with no experience with parliamentary standing orders, and we have seen how that has really jumbled the government's agenda and made for all the filibustering and the delays that have resulted in us sitting this late. So obviously, these are my concerns, the main ones anyway with this bill. Obviously, it doesn't really matter what I say because all of these changes have been put into effect anyway, and no amendments I'm expecting at committee. But thank you for your time, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to talk about math because I know they're very focused on math on that side. And I recall in 2006 when Prime Minister Harper said he's going to start with a tiny, 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 tiny cabinet. And it was about 28 members. And then the cabinet grew to 41 members. And when the Conservatives talk about saving money and be really, really, really good with the taxpayer dollars, we know that that was the wrong approach. What we've decided to do and what we've chosen, the path we've chosen, is to say that women deserve equal pay for an equal voice at the cabinet table. And I don't understand what is wrong with equal voice at the cabinet table with equal pay. Does the member not support that?
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
The member opposite for his question. In fact, the government's own procedures on how pay equity should be implemented say that having the same voice at the cabinet table in terms of vote is not what's in responsibility, skill, effort, and working conditions. It's one small element of that whole equation. So, while I agree that women should be paid equally to men in the same job, I've just given a number of examples of why that's not true. Now, I will tell you one position that is a minister that I think has changed with the focus of the government on infrastructure, which would be the Minister of Infrastructure, who's now been given $180 billion to spend over the next 10 years, only $2 billion for rural, of course. But, that responsibility has changed because of the focus of the government. And when responsibilities and effort and skill required to do those jobs, he's got the infrastructure bank. That's going to be a big schmozzle that'll take a lot of time. So, in that case, I can see a reassessment of what the job is worth based on what's being put into it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. It's always interesting to hear what she has to say. Now, I would have preferred to be speaking a real bill that would have dealt with pay equity. Then I think we could have moved forward. In a previous career, before entering politics, I worked in Quebec in the educational system, and we were working on pay equity. It took us months and years to compare job descriptions with each other, to make sure which skills were involved, whether they were comparable or not. And then we ended up at the end of that with equitable treatment. Is it really reasonable to think that within a few minutes, the Liberals can just resolve all these issues forever and everyone will be just paid the same thing and everything will be fine? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
Opportunity to take an excellent example from the folks in Quebec who actually testified at our committee on pay equity about the legislation that was brought in that rapidly closed the gap between men and women and what they were paid. And this government has had 18 months to do something about it, and we see no legislation. We see nothing in the 6 pages of gender part of Budget 2017, and so they have certainly missed an opportunity there.
Yeah.
We have time for a very brief question. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Hi, I've been sitting here listening to my colleague across the way, and I know that she is an engineer and that she has professed many times, I've heard her say, data should guide, facts should be what informs us and helps us make our decisions. And I've been listening to her speech, and I'm really quite shocked, because what she's quoting is not at all the experience that I've been having with the Minister of Economic Development. We have seen amazing work coming forward. We have not seen a slowdown, but she has been quoting that there has been some delays and lots of problems, and I would like her to tell us where this data is coming from, because it certainly is not the experience that I'm having. So I'm confused, and I want to hear her explain where that data is coming from. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton in 45 seconds or less, please.
Well, in 45 seconds or less, I'll just give you one example, and that's in Sarnia-Lambton. So in November of 2015, the minister had agreed to give funding. By the time we got it out the door, it was a year and a half later.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm glad I'm joining the debate so late in the hour. It's not quite midnight, but we're getting there. Like I mentioned before during the Q's and C's with other members, and I made comments that really we should be renaming this bill the pay raise for Liberal cabinet ministers. And I really do feel that way. I know some people say, oh, the pay was adjusted before. Then the logical question becomes that why are we considering this legislation? If it's just to change a bunch of titles, they could have done that before. They really didn't need to do anything. And could have just scribbled all over the notepads and on their business cards and got it done. Instead of coming to the House and consuming so many hours of debate that supposedly they said was, to improve the middle class. I don't really see how the Liberal cabinet getting a higher pay raise improves the fate or the economic ability of the middle class. Now, the contents of the bill, when I'm looking at it, and I've read through it several times now, it formalizes these 8 new Liberal cabinet ministers. There's these full ministers, so-called, and as you heard from the member from Calgary-Nose Hill, there actually won't be those full ministers because they won't be able to bring MCs directly. They'll still have to ask their ministers that they report to in order to be able to do that. They're also asking for 3 new cabinet ministers yet to be named. I'm going to be referring to these as the mystery cabinet ministers. And a good deal of my speech is going to focus on them, because what they're asking us to do is just like the member for Calgary Rocky Ridge said, they want a blank check. They want these 3 new cabinet ministers to be appointed sometime into the future. So I got a bunch of suggestions on roles they could fill on their side in areas I feel they need desperate help. They need reinforcements to actually get their agenda through. And I do have a Yiddish proverb, and it'll come up very soon, because I know I have several members who are looking at me expecting one already. Now, raises for salaries of junior ministers to cabinet ministers, like I said before, every time there's a talk of opency and transparency in this place, it seems to cost the taxpayers even more money. Why are you raising cabinet minister pay? Why not lower old pay? And I see some ministers in the House are probably very worried when I mention this, but That would be the right thing to do for taxpayers when you have a nearly $30 billion deficit that you're rolling through, and you're going to be punishing the taxpayer of the future who's going to have to pay for it. And this would be a great way to treat everybody equally, just lower everybody's pay. It's equal, it's fair to everyone. It's open, it's transparent, it's generous. Why not? Now, like I said, we could do the opposite. That would just require minor amendment on the government side. And why is it always more money, more expenses, a car, a deputy minister, more exempt staff, more ability to travel? It's always more money from the taxpayer. It always winds up being that way. Now, the Yiddish proverb I wanted to use is a wise man hears one word, but hears two. And I feel like that wise man as I read the legislation, because there's much more at stake here than simply pay. These three mystery cabinet ministers that they're going to be introducing. Because it's not as if they didn't have enough cabinet ministers already. We see week after week after week so-called ministers not delivering on their press releases, not delivering on their mandate letters. In fact, they had cabinet shuffles, and I fully expect another cabinet shuffle in the future to come up, and certain ministers to be moved around, especially after the week they've had with the appointment or failure to appoint an official languages commissioner who will be fair to all parties in this House, with true consultation of all members in this House. Now let's talk about these mystery ministers, because I think that's the right terminology. If they had amended the legislation to call them mystery ministers, I might even have considered just a little bit to vote for it, just a little bit. Now, who among the Liberal backbench has worked hard enough to join these and become a mystery minister? And what kind of positions could they hold? Who's distinguished themselves the most? I've wondered that, and I have a few suggestions. So let's go through those portfolios first. I think we should have a minister for balancing budgets, because I can see the Minister of Finance suffers terribly in this House, not being able to follow through what he believed, I'm sure, when he was in the private sector working for Morneau Chappelle.
For a candidate.
For a company that worked in human resources, a well-known EAP. I worked in human resources before with many HR professionals. It was the company that was involved in it. It was considered an expert in the field. Now, they need the help. A full minister responsible for balancing the budget could find those savings all across government, and they wouldn't even need to rely on the Minister of Finance to accomplish that. Now I think they also need a minister for the tabulation of Liberal broken promises. Now I say that tongue-in-cheek, but there's just so many of them. It would be a full-time job, probably would need overtime and many late hours of tabulation. I also think they could use a minister for strategic photo ops or photo bombs, as the member from Calgary Rocky Ridge likes to say, and maybe Instagram as well, because that seems to be an all-consuming passion of the Prime Minister. So why not make it a full ministry while we're at it? Minister for Seniors. That one is a very serious suggestion. There is no Minister for Seniors. Now I have a colleague here who was the Minister of State for Seniors. And that's where the seriousness of what are we doing for seniors and the growing seniors population in Canada comes. And there's many members on our side of the House that advocated for the government actually appointing a person, a champion, an advocate for seniors in government to bring those issues forward. That one is far less tongue-in-cheek. That would have actual impact on government legislation and government regulation and their focus areas as well. How about I'll suggest another one, a minister for anti-corruption. Liberal cabinet fundraising on the cocktail circuit, really, really iffy appointments being brought before the House for an official languages commissioner, now pulled, and many other ones that have come through for ACOA and for other organizations in government. And we're still waiting on those judges to be appointed. How about a minister for procurement to actually fix what's going on that side of the House? Obviously, between the Minister of Public Works and the Minister of National Defense, they just can't get it done. And they won't get it done. So why not appoint a person whose sole job in this government will be to procure equipment for our Canadian forces, for the Coast Guard, and throughout
payroll
government.
System.
Just appoint someone, and not the Minister of Public Works. Obviously, she can't get it done. How about we appoint a minister dedicated to holding the President of the Treasury Board's hand to actually follow through on his mandate letter that says he will go ahead and amend the Access to Information Act. Now, he's now said he won't do. They're not following through on those reforms. They have no intentions of doing it anymore. And I can understand why actually have meaningful transparency on and fulfill a campaign promise, one of which I thought not a bad idea. Why not do it? I've actually been on the receiving end of the ATIP Act and how it doesn't work. I right now have an access to information request with a government department for what I think is the fictional orphan drug framework, and I've been basically told that I will not get it for another 8 years. A very reasonable access to information request. Well, they've told me they will use the extension provisions in the Act to prevent me from getting what I'm actually asking for, the thousands of documents, until 8 years from now. That's far beyond the mandate of a member of Parliament. How about a minister for sock selection, more tongue-in-cheek? Obviously, we've seen that there's lots of different permutations they could have. I see, Mr. Speaker, you don't have interesting socks like the Prime Minister does. I'm sorry to see that. And like my colleague from Perth Wellington said, this government is all socks, no action. We seem to spend way more time talking about the Prime Minister's socks than the achievements. What has he actually done? What has he actually achieved? In almost 2 years into this mandate, there's barely any achievement, barely any legislation passed, a massive deficit, huge debt,
carbon tax,
and really no plan, and a carbon tax. Actually, they're forcing carbon taxes on every single province, whether the population wants it or the government wants it or not. Now, I will say that there's lots of good members on that side of the House who could make it into these mystery ministerial portfolios. I'm looking at one gentleman who I'm sure would desperately want to get one. But how about St. John's East, member I traveled with on the Canada Post Review Committee through Atlantic Canada? The member for Malpeque, who has an independent streak. So the other part of it is too, Mr. Speaker, and I'll end on this one point. I think the last ministerial position they could appoint from one of my very, very favorite shows is a Minister for Administrative Affairs. And I'm sure Paul Eddington, Nigel Hawthorne, Derek Folds, and Diane Hodenot would be supremely pleased by such a title in this government, because I think Yes Minister represents exactly the fulfillment in this government of everything they are able to achieve, which is very little, blocked by the bureaucracy that seems to love them very much, but unable to actually achieve any of the goals they were elected on, unable to actually follow through on any of the goals set out in mandate letters, and actually have achieved very little in the past 2 years. Except now, we have a late evening sitting, we're debating cabinet raises, pay raises for cabinet ministers, as opposed to the Cannabis Act, or maybe balancing the budget, or actually any number of the other pieces of legislation before the House that could have been brought forward by the government. And they've chosen not to. And it's just a poor piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, and I won't be voting for it.
Well done. Comments. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I'd like to thank the member from Calgary Shepherd for his spirited his speech, but wouldn't he agree with me, though, that when you look at the five portfolios, science, something that we believed in and I think the past government really didn't believe in, science and looking at facts and evidence and making decisions based on facts and evidence should be a full ministry. Status of women, the same thing. How about small business and tourism? Backbone of the economy. Tourists are coming to Canada in greater numbers. Small businesses are growing. Our economy is growing. So isn't it important that these great members of our government that serve their residents but serve Canadians have the authority and are full ministers, paid equally? And again, I correct the record, there are no salary increases with C-24. So I'd like to let the member know that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Well, I thank the member for those comments, but this bill doesn't achieve any of those goals. All it does is basically set different pay levels for cabinet ministers. They already have a voice at the table, all of these ministers. They're already working on files. But the problem is here, they don't have the same responsibilities. They actually cannot go and present directly to cabinet. As the member for Calgary No-Sill said, they don't have the ability to push MCs without the approval of their lead minister. So they don't have the same pay because they don't have the same responsibilities, and it has really nothing to do with the gender they are. And again, I made a point earlier in past debates when other members spoke. How about pay for performance? How about we pay them based on the performance, ability to meet the mandate letter requirements? That would be a great way to pay cabinet ministers.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
I hate to disappoint the member, but the previous government, no ministers actually had decision power because they had to go through their kids in short pants. But I'll bring him back to what the state of the Minister of State's was under the previous government. And I recall a minister losing some power under her senior minister, and her crime was she gave $400,000 to the Toronto Gay Pride Parade. That was her crime. And that was the state of the Minister of States under that previous government. So, again, I go back to what is the problem with equal voice at the cabinet and equal pay? What does the member not understand about equal pay for equal work?
Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, the member said, kids in short pants. I'd rather kids in short pants than kids in Prada pants, first of all. And the other part is, I believe the member, just like myself, the member worked for Dalton McGuinty. I worked as an exempt staffer for Gordon O'Connor when he was in National Defence. And those who are in glass houses shouldn't throw stones either.
Indeed.
And so we shouldn't slag those in our profession who are now occupying exempt staffer positions in ministers' offices. I don't do it for those who serve in the Conservative government. I also don't pick on staff in the different ministers' offices. Now, the Prime Minister's office is very different. Everything runs through Gerald Butts. How about that? Nobody seems to want to talk about that as much. We mention that on this side of the House all the time. It seems that everything is decided by the Prime Minister's staff at the highest levels and not the Prime Minister.
We have time for a very brief question. The other member for Fort York.
The member for his remarks here tonight. I want to ask him, and again, different governments have different priorities. We've been very clear. The Prime Minister was very clear right from the beginning when Cabinet was first appointed that these ministers were going to be on an equal footing. This is setting this is just bringing that about. That's what this is about. We've set our priorities out clearly. Each one of these, the Francophonie, small business and tourism, the status of women, science, and I'm missing one. Anyone? And we're missing one here, but each one of these are priorities. We've been transparent, we've been clear, and this bill is setting the record straight and bringing things where they should be. Why does the member not understand these are the priorities of this government?
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd in 45 seconds.
45 seconds, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for the question. We serve together on the Foreign Affairs Committee. I have a deep amount of respect for his specialization on human rights, and we actually agree oftentimes at the committee level. However, the priority of this government should be reducing the deficit to zero, building up a surplus, paying down the national debt, and actually helping the middle class instead of offering up pay raises for Liberal cabinet ministers.
Well done. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be sharing my time, what time we have left of it, with the honourable member from Hochelaga. And I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, again. I want to take this opportunity to rise tonight on Bill C-24 to discuss the reasons why it is an illusory attempt to cover over a key political charade with regards to the Prime Minister's commitment to gender parity. That commitment rings hollow when we get down to the heart of the matter and the substance of the bill, which creates a new set of problems for economic development as well. The whole thing is a diversion from the real issues and required actions, and Canadians deserve a candid account of what's before us with the government's Bill C-24. There are three key measures contained in this bill. First, it adds the current Ministers of State to the Ministers section of the Salaries Act, thereby giving them the same salary as ministers. Second, it creates 3 new placeholder cabinet positions to be filled and defined whenever the Prime Minister chooses to do so. And third, this bill removes ministers that act as the heads of regional economic development agencies from the Salaries Act. The effect is that if you are the head of a regional economic development agency, it no longer makes you a minister. That's significant because it stands to reason that the minister in charge of economic development of a region must also know and understand that region. The Liberals have made a crucial error in consolidating all the economic development agencies under a single minister. Central control of regional development was an ill-advised move that should have been turned back, and now this bill removes all possibility of appointing a minister specifically responsible for the economic development of a particular region. So what they're doing is entrenching their mistake into legislation. In a press release issued by the government when it introduced C-24, it said that the legislation is meant to show that the Government of Canada is committed to creating a one-tier ministry that recognizes the equality of all cabinet ministers. The government would have us believe that there is an important principle of equality at stake with this bill, but in fact the bill fails to demonstrate any greater equality between ministers, or between men and women in cabinet for that matter, than an existing legislative regime already does. As you must know, the NDP has long championed the closing of the gender wage gap in cabinet, as well as for all Canadians. The problem with this bill, however, is that it isn't so much designed to close the gender wage gap as it is meant to fix a political problem the Prime Minister created when he boasted about having a government with gender parity, but appointed a disproportionate amount of women to junior posts. You'll recall that the Prime Minister originally bragged about having gender parity in his cabinet. However, he quickly came under criticism for having made most of them ministers of state instead of full ministers. And as I've pointed out, ministers of state are not department heads. And between 2008 and 2015 inclusively, they've not been paid as full ministers. Changing the law so that ministers of state receive the same pay and status as full ministers is the Prime Minister's disingenuous solution, which only deals with the issue of his contrived gender pay gap in cabinet. It does not deal with the issue of whether or not real gender parity in cabinet means appointing an equal number of women to be department heads. By papering over the distinction between ministers of state and full ministers, the Prime Minister is prioritizing equality of compensation over equality of responsibility with respect to gender parity in his government. And in addition to that huge problem, we're also deeply concerned about the Liberals' move to consolidate all of the economic development agencies under one minister. From Mississauga, who is the current Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. This is a huge mistake. It should go without saying that the minister in charge of economic development in a region must know and understand the region. Our provinces and territories will be best served by economic initiatives designed to meet their unique challenges and issues, something that a pan-Canadian approach will not do. I have to underscore that what makes it worse is that this bill removes the possibility of appointing a minister specifically responsible for the economic development of a particular region. Regional economic development indeed should be a priority of this government, and absolutely it should. But the current approach of centralizing control of regional economic development under a solo minister from Ontario is broken. They should not entrench their mistakes in legislation. The law currently allows for the provision that ministers of state with the appropriate level of responsibility be paid as ministers for departments. And the House of Commons procedure and practice clearly states and specifies the difference in their roles. And I'm going to quote a portion of it here. The principle of individual ministerial responsibility holds that ministers are accountable not only for their own actions as department heads, but also for the actions of their subordinates. Individual ministerial responsibility provides the basis for accountability throughout the system. Virtually all department activity is carried out in the name of a minister who, in turn, is responsible to Parliament for those acts.
Ministers exercise power and are constitutionally responsible for the provision and conduct of government. Parliament holds them personally responsible for it." End quote. In other words, one minister must ultimately be accountable for the actions of a department. While a minister may delegate responsibilities, they are ultimately responsible for the actions of those to which they delegate. Either the Liberals are creating a situation where the lines of accountability are not clear, in which case they're compromising the principle of ministerial responsibility, or they must admit that some ministers will still be a subordinate to others, i.e., not all ministers are equal. There's nothing wrong with having some ministers that run departments and some that don't, nor is there anything wrong with having a convenient title like Minister of State to designate those ministers with less responsibility. Canadian taxpayers are being asked to pay more for junior ministers so that the Prime Minister can be spared the embarrassment of explaining that a gender gap in Cabinet existed because he failed to appoint enough women to senior posts. If the goal of the bill is simply to eliminate the gender pay gap created by appointing a disproportionate number of women to junior roles, it is completely unnecessary. This could be accomplished in two ways: by making the current ministers of state either ministers for departments, or by establishing ministries of state for the current ministers of state. Meanwhile, the gender parity argument is cringeworthy. The Liberal government is dragging its feet when it comes to implementing pay equity for all Canadian women that aren't in Cabinet. We are still waiting for this feminist Prime Minister to implement proactive legislation on pay equity before the end of 2016. We are still waiting for the repeal of the unfair 2009 Public Sector Equitable Compensation Act. And last but not least, we still await the adoption of the recommendations from the 2004 Pay Equity Task Force. If they are sincere, we need this government to conduct a publicly release a gender-based analysis of this bill for it to close the gender wage gap and to address the responsibility gap in Cabinet by making more women department heads. The government must address pay equity and equal opportunity for all Canadians in conjunction with those meaningful initiatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, and I really appreciated hearing my colleague from across the way's comments, talking a lot about different women's issues and all of that. But what I would like to bring her back to, because what she focused on was the importance of women's issues, in fact, in this country. And what I heard in earlier debate across the way was that the position of Minister of Status of Women was a less important role. It was not as important. It did not have the same responsibilities as other roles. And yet, as far as I understand, that is a role that covers 50% of our population. So I am wondering what she has to say about that, about the idea that the Minister of Status of Women is not as important of a role as other roles here in government.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Oh, thank you. I thank the honourable member for the question, but I think that's twisting words and distracting from the point. If you actually look up, if you go back and look up the definitions of ministers of state, you will see what the difference is and the nuances. It's not a matter of it being less important per se and ideologically. It's a matter of the salary structure, which is why Bill C-24 is being proposed, because you're changing the Salaries Act. So we have a legislative framework that is contradicting what the ideological stance is. And that's why I would encourage all of the members to go back and read the definitions.
Questions and comments? I want to assure the honourable member that I'm not changing anything. I'm sure she meant the Liberals were, not the Speaker. The Honourable, l'Honourable Député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for her speech. It was very sincere. And I would like to ask her whether she doesn't find it a bit sad to see that once again we have to watch a Liberal government that will never recognize that it made any kind of error, however minor. Hundreds of thousands of dollars here. Members of Parliament sitting late into the night to repair the errors of this government. Can't they at least recognize once in a while that they are not perfect? The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for that question. And, you know, I'm very fortunate to come from the riding of Windsor-Tecumseh, and where people are extremely progressive and extremely well-informed. And I think part of the reason is being in a cross-border community that's in such proximity to our wonderful neighbours in Detroit, Michigan, we have a chance to discuss policy in a very collegial way, and people drill down into the meaning of it. And I love going home and listening because I hear people talking about the charade of politics, which is really what got me involved in politics. I saw the cynicism, and I felt the cynicism growing within me, and I feel that there was a hopefulness that intrigued people. And now we see a charade that really boils down to an emotional immaturity and an arrogance. Instead of being able to step up and say, we are going to be collegial, we are not going to make unilateral decisions, we are going to be sincere with the campaign promises that we made, and we are going to sincerely work with you. Instead of doing that, words have been twisted in very much the same way that words were twisted in the fairy tale that we tell our children to teach them a valuable social lesson called The Emperor's New Clothes.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hochelaga, I'd like to point out to her that she'll have about 7 minutes and then it'll be midnight, and that will close the debate for tonight. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to get to the heart of the matter, which is fairness. I don't know whether you are familiar with trompe-l'œil art. It's a design that looks like another object. So I think this is a trompe-l'œil bill. It's an illusion. It's supposed to create equity between male and female ministers, but it doesn't really do that. The Prime Minister changed a category of jobs. He gave the same salary to one job as another, but the former ministers of state will maybe earn the same, but is there real equity? I don't think so. The member for Calgary Nose Hill demonstrated earlier that there is no equity between the two types of positions. And I would add that a designate minister can delegate tasks to a minister. And who is that? Well, who are these ministers designate? That's what we used to call a minister of state. So there are some categories of ministers that can delegate tasks to others. It seems that the hierarchy is quite clear. Who's part of that category to whom tasks are delegated? Women. They'll get the same pay, but they don't have the same responsibilities. Some ministers have underling positions, and they're all women. So they don't have the same powers. If the Prime Minister was a true feminist, he would have appointed more women at the head of departments to begin with, rather than have these phony bills that don't affect the substance and don't solve problems. Why not work on something that would really help all women? I have two examples. First is pay equity. So very quickly, we've talked about this a little bit more. Women earn barely 3/4 of what Canadian men earn, because traditionally female jobs are underestimated in the assessment and pay scales. A truly feminist government would have tabled a bill on pay equity as soon as it was elected, rather than a bill like C-24 that just skims the surface for a tiny fraction of the population only. Meanwhile, women continue to get poorer. The second example I'd like to put forth is of the Public Sector Pay Act. I think that legislation should be completely repealed. It's legislation that was imposed on public sector female workers by the Harper government, and it's an abomination. Let me explain why. First of all, it requires that women make individual complaints rather than allowing a union to help them. It forbids access to the Canadian Human Rights Commission and subjects this to collective bargaining rather than consider it a human right. The unions are asked to make a choice between settling systemic salary discrimination and then see what's left to improve the working conditions of all working people. So who's blamed? The women. As my colleague for Trois-Rivières said earlier, he negotiated pay equity. I also negotiated pay equity where I used to work. This is a process that's very long and very complex. So I can just imagine a single person who has to file a complaint. That's very difficult to do. It must seem like an insurmountable obstacle. So I think most women don't do it because of these rules. Mr. Speaker, of course the NDP is in favor of the elimination of the wage gap between the genders in Cabinet. They should have equal pay for work of equal value. But with C-24, there's no equity created here. The power between the men and women in Cabinet continues. To create real equity, you have to give equal responsibilities to men and women. The federal pay equity legislation should be imposed right away. Right away, we should also repeal the legislation I just mentioned, the one on the public sector pay. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-24, the Salaries Act, that also amends the Public Finances Management Act, is not very useful to achieve true gender equality within Cabinet in Canada. I didn't mention other reasons why I will not vote in favor of this bill, but this bill reminds us of the lack of good faith of this government. There are much more structuring bills that it could table in this House, so I will oppose the adoption of this bill, and I hope that all real feminists will do the same. Thank you very much for having listened to me for 7 minutes, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been put and seconded. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
For Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to revisit the question that I asked the Minister of Public Safety on February the 21st of this year. At that time, I raised the matter of the influx of migrants illegally crossing the border into Canada from the United States, an issue that has been directly impacting residents in my riding, particularly those living in border communities like Emerson. I've raised this issue several more times since then, including with the official opposition critic for immigration, the member for Calgary-Nose Hill, to invite the Prime Minister to visit Emerson to see the situation firsthand. The Liberals have taken no action to step in, and our invitation has gone without response. When I asked my question in February, approximately 160 illegal migrants had been intercepted by the RCMP in Manitoba. The provincial total to date is 477, nearly triple the number we saw by the end of February, and that doesn't even include the month of May. And Mr. Speaker, it's June already. We still don't have May information. The Canadian total at the end of April was a whopping 2,719 illegal crossings. And at this rate, Mr. Speaker, we could see 8,000 individuals cross our borders illegally from the United States by the end of the year. And these are only the individuals that are actually intercepted by the RCMP. These skyrocketing numbers stem from the confusion that the Prime Minister has created. On several occasions, he has tweeted remarks such as, regardless of who you are or where you come from, there's always a place for you in Canada. Many in the media have pointed out just how misleading these statements are. Right. For example, in an April 3rd piece for the CBC, Graham Gordon wrote, and I'll quote, "Anyone with the smallest bit of knowledge about the immigration process understands that Canada's doors are anything but wide open." But the Prime Minister isn't just blatantly spreading falsehoods by sending that message. He's actually enticing people to uproot their lives, throwing another wrench into an already chaotic immigration system, all based on disingenuous messaging. Mr. Speaker, that's from the CBC. And he's exactly right. When the Prime Minister places virtue signaling ahead of good public policy, there are real-world consequences. Many Canadians, including myself, want a Canada that helps those fleeing war, violence, and persecution. But in light of a dramatic increase in illegal crossings, the Prime Minister had to know that these messages, shared the world over, would lead many would-be illegal migrants to believe that Canada's border, well, it's just a suggestion. We recently received the tragic news of a woman who Minnesota authorities said died while attempting to cross the border illegally. This is something I expressed concern about many months ago, that individuals would choose to enter Canada illegally and dangerously because of the Prime Minister's misleading rhetoric. There are also security concerns. The head of the union representing Canada's border service officers shared that nearly half of those crossing into Manitoba illegally were being detained because of serious criminal records. Then we learned about a female CBSA officer who was assaulted by a male migrant while undertaking her duties. Thankfully, she was not seriously injured. We've also seen evidence of human smuggling. Canada is a generous and accepting country. We have an immigration system that reflects that. But we also need to protect the integrity of our border. With so many people looking to Canada as a land of opportunity, we need to ensure that our immigration and refugee system is consistent and fair for everyone seeking to make Canada their home. The Prime Minister is still not willing to condemn these illegal border crossings, even as the number of instances continue to climb. As with any problem, before it can be solved, the person with the power to fix it must admit that a problem exists. Meaningful action from this Liberal government is long overdue. The Prime Minister must step up and show some leadership. So again, Mr. Speaker, I ask, what actions are the Liberal...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would again like to extend our thanks to the citizens, service providers and first responders in those areas most affected by the recent influx of asylum seekers, including Emerson, Manitoba, and the Hemmingford-Lacolle area of Quebec. The compassion and generosity bestowed on those who have arrived over the past few months is truly commendable. The government is well aware that the increase in arrivals of asylum seekers is having an impact on the town of Emerson and border communities in Quebec, as well as British Columbia to a lesser extent, and that public safety concerns have been raised. I can assure the House and all Canadians that the government safety and security community is working together to ensure the integrity of the Canadian border. The integrity of our borders is being proactively maintained by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and the Canada Border Services Agency. The agencies continue to effectively execute their respective mandates to enforce the law between and at ports of entry. As previously stated, the safety and well-being of Canadian communities, as well as those crossing the border, remain of the utmost importance to the government and to those on the front line. Our government continues to have constant communication with the RCMP and the Canada Border Services Agency and is receiving regular and comprehensive updates regarding the arrival of asylum seekers between ports of entry from the United States into the provinces of Quebec, Manitoba, and British Columbia. The RCMP is the first responder between ports of entry, and as part of its ongoing assessment of the situation, additional resources have been temporarily deployed to the most affected areas. Recognizing that this is a fast-evolving situation, the RCMP and its partners will continue to assess the situation and determine if operational requirements and approaches need to be modified. The RCMP's approach to border security is multifaceted. It includes technology and intelligence, as well as leveraging domestic and international partnerships, particularly with the U.S. Customs and Border Patrol and the U.S. Homeland Security investigations. Let me clearly state that crossing the Canadian border without reporting at a port of entry is illegal and is an offence under the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act and Customs Act. Therefore, any person committing this offence may be arrested and subject to penalties. Canada has requirements for entry into the country, either through the standard immigration processes or for refugee claimants. The RCMP has been vigilant and as a result has been intercepting the asylum seekers when they enter Canada between ports of entry. The asylum seekers are screened and processed and then escorted to the nearest port of entry where the appropriate immigration process is undertaken by the CBSA. The collaborative and cooperative efforts by the RCMP with its partners, as well as those of non-governmental organizations, health officials, and immigrant-serving agencies, demonstrates a true community response to this ongoing issue. At this time, the government remains confident that the RCMP, in collaboration with the CBSA, is effectively and appropriately responding to this complex and evolving situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his response, and I too want to acknowledge the very, very good work that our CBSA officers are doing, the RCMP, in providing assistance in between our ports of entry in apprehending these illegal migrants. But the issue still is one of border security and maintaining our border integrity. And there appears to be a loophole between, in that Safe Third Country agreement that we have with the United States that needs to be addressed. Because it still is encouraging illegal migrants, because of the Prime Minister's reckless tweets, encouraging illegal migrants to come here. And once they're here, I know our law enforcement officials are very, very disappointed with how they have to proceed with processing those individuals.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP and CBSA continue to actively monitor the border and are effectively responding to asylum seekers crossing between the ports of entry from the United States. The RCMP has already temporarily redirected additional resources to handle this issue. This government has made it very clear that we are open to discussing any and all options to ensure that our enforcement agencies have the right tools and resources they need to do their jobs. The government remains fully engaged in this situation and will keep the House apprised of any major developments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to first of all say hello to the folks that are watching on our Facebook Live feed. We're broadcasting this on Facebook Live because we want Canadians living with autism, those that follow us, to hear the types of answers we've been getting in the House of Commons. I'm hoping that the Liberal member who's going to answer questions today won't just simply read the same talking points that we've been hearing. We've asked 13 questions on the issue of the Canadian Autism Partnership. For background, in 2015, the Conservative government of the day invested $2 million in a Canadian Autism Partnership working group, a group of experts to advise the government on a way forward regarding a Canadian Autism Partnership. These 12 experts, in concert with 7 incredible self-advocates, in concert with the Canadian autism community, consulted and came to this government in the fall of 2016 with a modest budget proposal of $19 million over 5 years, $3.8 million per year, and that was subsequently rejected. We had a motion in the House in the last couple of weeks to fund that Canadian Autism Partnership, and every single Liberal except for one voted against it. Every Conservative, every Green MP, every NDP MP voted for it, but every single Liberal but one voted against it. The reasons in the questions that we've been asking, the reasons given for this vote against, I could summarize in 3 categories. One is the fact that the government is consulting and having meetings on accessibility legislation. Now, I admit that accessibility legislation is important and will be important when it eventually comes to the House, but I think the NDP member from Esquimalt Saanich Sooke summed it up best when he said this during the debate. However, we have heard yet another one of those speeches that talks about consulting people, thinking about it, working on it later, and finally coming to a conclusion sometime over the distant horizon. Mr. Speaker, Canadians living with autism need support now, and the Canadian Autism Partnership provides that support. The second of the answers that we continually get in question period from the Liberal government is the fact that the government is investing in things like Ready, Willing and Able and the Autism Surveillance Program. Well, those programs were put in place by the previous Conservative government. I'm very familiar with them because I was a part of the decision process that got them into the budgets in the first place under Jim Flaherty, who had something in every single budget for people living with disabilities, and that is his legacy in this House. The third thing that gets brought up repeatedly and was brought up by the Prime Minister today in question period is $39 million that's been invested over the last 5 years in autism research. I suspect that we're going to hear the member talk about that $39 million in his talking points again today. Mr. Speaker, first of all, that $39 million was largely invested by our Conservative government. Second of all, very, very important, the working group whose advice the government rejected, on that working group were Lonnie Wagenbaum from University of Alberta, Jonathan Weiss from York University, Stelios Georgiadis from McMaster, and Stephen Shearer from Sick Kids, some of the world's top researchers. What those researchers want more than anything is for their research to actually be used to benefit Canadian families living with autism. Mr. Speaker, it's time for the Liberals to stop hiding behind those researchers and actually stand beside them, alongside them, in support of Canadian families living with autism. I look forward to the honourable member hopefully avoiding his talking points and answering to Canadians living with autism why every single one of his colleagues, except for one, voted against the Canadian Autism Partnership.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence. Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes the challenges facing Canadians with autism spectrum disorder. We know that families face health, social, and financial challenges. This is why federal investments are advancing research, working with provinces and territories to improve data, and supporting vocational training needed to make a difference for families. Through the Canadian Institutes of Health Research, we are supporting researchers who are advancing the scientific knowledge for the development of new diagnostic tools and treatments for those living with autism. For instance, Canadian scientists are at the forefront of the use of genomics techniques to address autism spectrum disorder, an area where discoveries are accelerating our knowledge and understanding of this disorder. The Canadian Institutes of Health Research and its partners are supporting a research chair in autism spectrum disorders at York University to examine mental health in the context of autism. Since the establishment of this chair, Dr. Jonathan Weiss and his team released a number of publications that contributed to inform physicians and parents on best approaches to address mental health problems in youth suffering from autism. Dr. Weiss also created a blog to make accessible new research findings in plain language to caregivers and patients. Having accurate data on autism spectrum disorder rates in Canada is also essential. The Public Health Agency of Canada is working with provinces and territories to develop a national autism spectrum disorder surveillance system that will help to establish Canadian-specific estimates of how many Canadians are living with autism and how many new cases are emerging. This will contribute to improving the information and evidence base needed to help organizations, professionals, and families address the health, social, and other impacts of autism spectrum disorder. Employment and Social Development Canada provides $40 million annually through the Opportunities Fund for persons with disabilities. Additional investments in the Ready, Willing, and Able initiative of the Canadian Association for Community Living and the Canadian Autism Spectrum Disorder Alliance are connecting persons with developmental disabilities with jobs. Once fully implemented, this investment will support up to 1,200 new jobs for persons with developmental disabilities, including autism spectrum disorder. An additional $11.4 million of funding to the Asinave Family Foundation for the Community Works program is also helping to create employment opportunities for individuals with autism spectrum disorder by expanding a network of vocational training programs in centres across Canada. Our government has consulted Canadians on the development of planned federal accessibility legislation. This aims to eliminate systemic barriers and deliver equality of opportunity to Canadians. All levels of government play a role in supporting families with autism spectrum disorder. The government is committed to our collaborations with provincial and territorial partners and with autism spectrum disorder organizations who are working to support families. I greatly admire the dedication of our partners that work each and every day to provide important services and to raise awareness that leads to better understanding of autism spectrum disorder. We will continue to work with stakeholders, including the Canadian Autism Spectrum Disorder Alliance, so that federal initiatives support the needs of those with autism spectrum disorder. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Edmonton Wetaskiwin.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that speech just highlights exactly what I said. I predicted exactly what he was going to say because he read the exact same talking points that the Minister of Health has been reading, that the Prime Minister has been reading day after day in the House. In fact, the honourable member actually credits organizations like the Saneef Family Foundation, Jonathan Weiss, the people working on genomics, the scientists working on genomics, who are part of the Canadian Autism Partnership Working Group. 12 of the experts who are working on the working group, the honourable member just named 6 of them in his speech there. These are the ones that are identifying the challenges that are coming to the government in a partnership, asking for a mechanism that will provide evidence-based advice to the provinces to help them deliver the services that families so desperately need in this country. If the honourable member is serious about this issue, why did he and every member of his party except for one vote against the Canadian Autism Partnership?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Canadian Autism Spectrum Disorder Alliance and the members of the Autism Spectrum Disorder Expert Working Group for their work on the proposal for a Canadian Autism Partnership and continued commitment to supporting children and families with autism. I recognize the extensive consultation and engagement process that was part of the Canadian Autism Partnership proposal development work. The proposal reflects discussions with self-advocates, autism stakeholder groups. As a federal government, we are committed to continuing to work in partnership with the autism spectrum disorder stakeholder community to move the bar on many of the challenges raised in the proposal. Moving forward, I see the Alliance and members of the Autism Spectrum Disorder Expert Working Group as important partners in this journey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill is not present in the House to raise a question during the adjournment debate, and therefore it is deemed withdrawn.
And adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until later this day at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.